F-Flex on the beat. It's F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat.
first.
Hello everyone and welcome back to another day of VCT EMEA. It is Friday. Friday. Get down on Friday.
Yes. Not good.
Lothar's favorite song. But yeah, I am joined by Cougar and Lothar. Welcome back, guys.
You know, this week has been a little bit weird because it feels like we had 2 Wednesdays since yesterday we only had 1 match. But maybe today, our main goal for today is having 2 games.
I hope so, because I would like to see more than 4 maps in general.
Yeah, I think we will, and I'm hearing the crowd here in Messe Berlin already, so I think they're probably pretty settled for 2 best of 3s today as well. We haven't seen too many games so far this week, but we've seen a lot of maps already this season. The map pool is going to change in a couple of weeks, so I wanted to ask you guys to have a quick check-in on everything that's happened so far.
Yeah, exactly. As you can see here in this graphic, at the top part, you're going to see the times that a map has been picked and also the times that a map has been banned. The most important thing for me is that, for example, maps like Fracture and Pearl, they have a very high percentage of first bans for many of the teams. We have, for example, teams like Fnatic, BBL, and Vitality that just do not want to know anything about Pearl. The same goes for Fracture, especially if teams are going up against the likes of Navi, for example. Can be the same for Icebox.
Yeah, and if you're paying attention to other regions as well, you will see a huge difference in Europe and, EMEA and Pacific and NA, because we don't really like Pearl. Like, no one likes playing Pearl in our region, which is very contrasting towards the other ones. So only 3 times being picked. I'm not unhappy because it's so skewed towards the B side, but I would like to point out to something else. You will see that the win rate on split on attack side is 55% and win rate on attack on Icebox is 43%. So it seems like teams are figuring out how to play those maps, and for example, Icebox is something that Fnatic already had solved 2 years ago by having a good Sentinel-based composition with combo with the Viper and Killjoy and playing more passively, and we see this now lately in other teams as well.
Yeah, exactly. And another thing that is not mentioned here, but I wanted to verbally address, is the fact that what is the reaction of a team when a map gets picked onto them? For example, if we think about Ascent, if someone picks Ascent against your team, you're most likely going to decide to start on the defense, right? But the surprise is that, for example, maps like Split, and I believe it was Haven as well, Fracture, sorry, they decide to start on the defense almost 90% of the times. Even, you know, forgetting a little bit about this, they want to start on that defensive side. And for all of them, I think that the likelihood of it is like around 70% that the teams decide to start on that defensive side. It's crazy. I think that the only one that changes is Pearl. But
yeah, and also teams are moving away from that permaban. I feel like only Fnatic is the one left where everyone else has not had one map that they've banned every single time we see them play. So maybe that might change as we head to playoffs. But you guys, you know we like to do something fun in the pre-show. So I put Lothar, Kakuka, Mitch and Tom to the Navira challenge. Check this out.
Gus to give us a 13-0, it's not going to be the case.
He didn't buy! He forgot to buy with 3,500 credits because he took his headphones off!
Hello everyone and welcome to the Navira challenge. Some of you might remember that Navira had that particular disastrous round on Split where he forgot to buy. But how difficult is it to buy when you're in that situation? We've built a station here on Split with the buy shop up. We have some in-ears tangled up, some headset, and we're gonna get our casters and analysts to try it out for themselves. Now, contestant number 1 is Mitch. Now, Mitch, I'm going to spin you around 10 times to emulate the adrenaline that Navira might have felt for winning the pistol. Then you need to go grab your Cougar gaming chair over there, bring it forward. untangle the in-ears, put them in, the headset, and then you need to buy a Spectre, full util, and half shield to complete this.
Okay, sounds easy.
Go, go, go, go, go. All right, they're underneath the keyboard. You gotta detangle them.
Oh my God. How many tangles you put in these two?
Not enough. All right, put them in. Headset, Spectre, full util, half shield. Oh, he actually did better. I think that answers your question. Mitch might just be a little bit better than Keiko. Who knew? All right, up next is Cougar. Spin, chair, in-ears, headset, and I'm not gonna give you Spectre, I'm gonna give you Aries. Go. 10, go, go, go, go, go. Chair, chair, chair, chair, chair.
Right!
Chair.
It's impossible.
It's not impossible, Mitch did it.
Look at this.
All right,
no way.
Cougar has failed the Navira challenge. He cheated.
I knew it. I knew that he was cheating. Look at this. This is what I couldn't tackle.
Mitch actually cheated. I can't believe Mitch cheated. Wow. Well, up next, it is the one and only Tombiz. Okay, let's get spinning. Right, one. It is on the floor. Untangle, untangle. Oh, he's done it, he's done it. Okay, headset on. Stinger, full util, light shield. Oh, how many seconds spare is that? 2 seconds spare as well. All right, last but not least, we have Lothar. Spin, chair, in-ears, headset, judge. All right. Okay, monitor, in-ears on top of the monitor. You gotta be detangled, okay? You got this.
Not possible.
It is possible. Tom's done it.
What?
Oh no! He was so close.
Where's the menu?
It was so close. Oh, it was so close.
100%. No way that wasn't real.
Well, as you guys have seen, we are no better than Navira, so we take an apology. Sorry, K-Corp, for all of the criticism we've had, and we'll see how they do this week. The audacity of Mitchman to cheat as well in something like this.
I'm telling you, when I picked up those headphones, it was impossible. Like, it's not only that everything was moving, I saw it, and I love untangling things. Like, it's one of my favorite things to do. I find it super relaxing, but when I saw it, I was like, yeah, there is no way to untangle this, and there is no way that Mitch was able to do this.
I was hoping the things that I was saying when I was being spun by you were not censored, but unfortunately they were.
I'm surprised that you managed the 10 spins, Lothar. I thought at a 7 that you were just gonna...
Well, there was a wheelchair off the crop. You know, there was a wheelchair just in the back in case I fell or something.
Yeah.
Tom only did 9. I counted them in that moment. It doesn't show in the video, but, you know.
Okay, well, it's better than Mitchman cheating. Navira, he's going to be playing today, but later on, we are going to bring you guys a showstopper of the week. Take a look at this.
Şöyle, ben hani e-sporu bilmiyordum zaten. İşte 7. sınıfta falandım. Bilgisayar aldırmaya çalışıyordum babama.
I remember like my dad bought a PC and like I would just like watch my dad play video games, and he played a lot of like first-person shooters, so I fell in love with this kind of games. It's always been like a passion of mine.
Ondan sonra işte oyuncuların hikayeleri var YouTube'da falan. İşte oyuncu hikayelerine girip bakıyordum. Aa ne kadar iyi falan filan. Oradan bayağı bir ilham almıştım. Hani böyle oyuncuları görüyordum. İşte onlar da anlatıyorlardı işte kendi hikayelerini. Çok etkilenmiştim. Turnuvalara girdim. Yabancı takımda oynadım önce. Türk takımı çok yoktu. Ondan sonra dedim ki tamam dedim, ben hani bu işte yükselmek istiyorum. Yükselebildiğim kadar dedim.
There's the shot landed from Durka. A chance. Sushni responds. Brave. Actually, they start to push forward. They're not allowing them to retake control. Brave just shutting them down with 3, and I'm loving this from BBL.
Along with that, I was a competitive like child. I did karate for like 7 years or something. So like I was always competitive. I always wanted to compete.
I'm sticking. No!
I instantly fell in love with this game because there's so many mechanics, so many things you can work on. I found it like really fun.
We're ready. This is Team Vitality. We're ready to go on stage. I have my own personal driver here for my limo.
When the team was building and they were searching for a smoker or an initiator, basically they chose me after some time, and it was just like mutual because he knows how I play, so we kind of fit in instantly, and I just like, yeah, I just got in.
Ya büyük ihtimal şeyden dolayı diyorlar. Ben işte sürekli smoke atıyorum, içine giriyorum, bir tane vuruyorum, çıkıyorum, bir daha giriyorum falan. Sürekli smoke'un etrafında bir oyun yaptığım için büyük ihtimal smoke'ların efendisi diyorlar. İyi bir oyuncu olduğumu hissettiriyor bana. Teşekkür ederim bunun için de.
Towards the site though, it is once again in control of foot there. Pedestrian still a big problem though as he finds the first, noted the second. No! No!
If he's the Lord, then I'm the king, right?
Sometimes you need someone like Destrian in your team because he does his job every time, and I respect him also. He's really good.
For me, BBL, they're a team that can be dangerous. I think at least like they play a lot by feeling. So if they feel good that day, if they hit their shots, they can run through like anyone.
Vitality is good as a team, I think. They're playing together, they're doing something together, they are good. But I think we are better than them.
You're gonna have to get victories against other teams because our team is not it.
Well, it's going to be a big day for BBL. They still haven't got a win just yet. That game is going to come up a little bit later. Yeah, what do you guys make of that?
I mean, it's going to be a difficult one, but for them, it has to be the turning point. I still remember at the beginning of 2022, when we finished our first split, I think it was SMB that ended up 0-5. Brave was there. I don't want to see him again on that score.
Well, look, on the bright side, they were able to win a map against Fnatic, so I hope they will be able to win a first match at some point.
Well, they've only won one map as
Yeah,
well.
yeah, it's a one-map team.
It just is
So far.
But maybe, I mean, again, they're not mathematically locked out. They still have
Exactly.
a chance. They can make that comeback, and hopefully they do that later.
Yeah, but the problem with that is that now it's not only on their hands, they also are going to become victims of the situations, because it's not only that they have to win, they also need certain teams to lose. So the more that they perpetuate this situation, the worse it's going to be for them.
Yeah, you never want to be in a position where you don't build, like you don't create your own destiny. That's like the worst, when you have to look at other players. Right, I'm gonna stop.
He's been around for a long time, so I will listen to Lothar. But before that, we do have a first match, best of 3, coming up to you guys, and that is Navi versus Cougar. I'm now joined by the head coach of Karmine Corp. It is PM here with me. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak to me. You guys have made a couple of pretty major changes in the last few days. First of all, I wanted to talk a little bit about New Zero. What was the reason for him stepping away? Was that an org thing? Was that him? And how long have you guys had to kind of prep for the aftermath of this?
So New Zero decided to step down on his own, and he will explain the reasons himself.
And how long have you had?
The preparation, we had, I would say, 2 days, maybe 3. We had to reorganize everything, build new team comps, and try to make it work with a very short time notice. The idea is to build a system that Ahmed Zaish can lead and is feeling comfortable with it. And the idea mainly is to build on the individualities we have, make sure that everyone can be individually on top and restore their, I don't know, their capacity to frag and entry and make clutches and everything.
Go back to basics, you know.
Exactly.
Yeah. Speaking of Zaish, a lot of people don't know him, especially on the competitive circuit. How much competitive experience has he had, and what kind of level are we expecting to see out of him?
So he didn't play that much because of his health back in the days at the beginning of VALORANT. He started to play with players like Existence at the beginning of VALORANT, but he had to stop. And then he was coaching with me mainly on Vitality, but even before. So he's playing the game, he loves the games, he lives for it. So he knows everything there is to know about the game, But obviously, his main concern was coaching and helping the team so far. So mechanically speaking, he will do what he can because he has no training, not like serious training. He's playing ranked, that's it. And he has maybe 10 or 15 scrims with the team so far. So mainly, he will be the guy who will be very vocal and calling shots and even helping on the micro and giving energy to the team. He's a very energetic guy, very positive guy. He will never, never, never give up, and he will be always positive no matter what, so we need this.
I think people are a little bit surprised because obviously, like you said, his main focus isn't to be a VALORANT pro player. He's more on the coaching side. So to have him come in as such a critical and chaotic time period for you guys and to IGL, is there a reason to take that responsibility away from Scream? Would you say that maybe the Scream IGLing is something that just didn't work out?
So it was Scream decisions to step down as an IGL and to give it to Ahmed. Because he has a very demanding system and he felt like it was not working anymore. So with Nuzera getting out and a coach on the serve, we felt like it's better to have Ahmed IGLing and taking the burden and making sure that everyone can be as good as they are normally than having Scream still making the shots and not being focused on his duelist. So yeah, it was a good opportunity in itself, and we seize it. We do what we can with the circumstances.
It sounds like it could. There's a lot of positives that could potentially come out of this from what you're saying.
We are always looking for positive, Ahmed and I, and yeah, there is. I think that we need some fresh air, and we need to think that we can do it, and we need to be convinced of it, because so far we are so much under pressure, and I think the pressure hates us. Like, we play really bad, it's obvious, but we have good results on scrims, and we can't do this on stage, and that's the main reason here. We have a mental block. Something is blocking us in our heads, and I'm expecting Ahmed to show the way and say, okay, just play the game, enjoy it, and you will see that there will be better results.
And last question, obviously he's stepping in for Nuzera.
Yeah.
Does that change the roles at all? Is he just going to be playing the agents that Nuzera was playing?
Not quite. We are changing things around. Honestly, we have so much, the prep is close to zero, so it's much more like, let's do what is the best for individuals, him, but mostly the players, and he will do what he can, sometimes initiators, sometimes smoker, double smoker, flex. Maybe it will evolve in the next weeks. Yeah, it's a new thing, so as coaches, we need time to prep and to cook, and we don't have. So we'll do it with the talent that we have.
Well, thank you so much, PM, for joining me. I really, really appreciate you giving us this insight. And we'll see if K-Corp, they can indeed take down Navi today with this new change. What a fantastic interview from
I love
PM
that interview.
Yeah. So candid, addressing some of the issues they might have been going on. We're heading into map vetoes here. But as we look at the map vetoes, I just want to quickly ask you guys, Haven is still in the pool, but today is a new IGL for K-Corp as well. Scream has voluntarily given that role up, so I wonder how the maps are going to be impacting the way they play with a new player too.
Yeah, totally. It's not only about the maps, it's also about the agents. Looks like the first map is going to be Ascent. It looks like also Navi, they're moving away from that Haven. We saw that last week. They decided to bind this Icebox against Heretics again. Probably they're moving away since they only have next week to play it. Maybe they just don't even want to put the time into pracking it. But K-Corp has decided to pick Lotus. Okay, and the decider is going to be split. Navi was also confident enough to maybe leave that Haven open, and K-Corp might have thought that it was a bait that they didn't want to bite into.
Yeah, I'm wondering, because I would love to have seen the Haven being picked as a surprise factor, but both teams didn't play it at all. But here we're gonna go into a map that also is like a chameleon for both teams. Like first pick, Ascent, we have seen KC play two different compositions, like completely different roles, and then when it comes to Navi, they always have like a one agent that is being swapped around. So this is actually a very interesting map, Veto. Pretty excited about it.
Yeah, completely. Not only that, K-Corp moved from banning Ascent to actually move more into the Haven and Fracture. So maybe they both decided Haven is not going to be happening. The Ascent, though, many things can happen there. It's not only that they had the changes in compositions from one side, it comes from both sides, you know, they try and test stuff.
Let's talk about Ascent, because that is going to be the first map here. Both teams, at least we've seen them. We have some data. We know what to exactly expect. And talk me through these heat maps here, guys.
So this is, I took a heat map for both teams every single time they played Ascent, for the first minute and 6 seconds is very specific because this is how typically those teams end up planting. This is like the time frame when those teams are doing an execute. And what I wanted to illustrate here is that KC's attack success rate is 17%. They only won 3 rounds out of 18, while Navi won 50%, which is 13 rounds out of 26. So you can see how much of a difference in map control is being established when a team has more success in doing the actual execute. KC has a problem with getting out of choke points. You can see A main, B main being a complete stop for the team.
I think that's very important because if we see, for example, Navi going back to that Viper, I think that the pressure that they can have on that B lobby is going to be repeated. And not only that, the last time that we saw Cougar as well, Nivera going and taking again that controller role that he's been taking this year, he had some faulty smokes that were not helping Cougar. And not only that, is Scream going to be on the Jet again? Maybe he's going to feel a little bit relieved that he doesn't have to IGL anymore. What is going to happen to that Newzera pick? What is Zage going to be doing?
I want to see Scream Phoenix now. He's
I don't want to see that because on Ascent you need that Jet to dash in to create the space. But for me, the biggest topic right here is gonna be, let's say, judging the quality of team play on KC. Because from the previous maps, and I'll be very candid, you can visibly see on the map like how they move around, that there's no consensus in what the team is gonna do in the next move. So the IGLing was not consistent or was not confident in like dividing tasks for the players. Now with Zage taking over that IGLing, I want to see if that is getting improved. If I see more consistent planning, more let's say players moving as a unit, it's gonna mean that Zage is able to, let's say, transfer the plans from the actual coaching team that was already here present for 4 weeks, but into the actual game, which was not possible with Scream being the IGL.
I mean, that's the whole reason that PM said that he's been brought in for this, right? The fact that he isn't probably the best fragger on the server. I don't think we should
He
expect
doesn't need to be
anything.
He's gonna bonk him, right?
Yeah, but what we can expect is the fact that he is the hype man. He knows the game plan, and Kukuka, this is the time I feel like we're going to maybe see some back to basic structure from him.
Oh yeah, completely. But I think it's also going to be hard for him. It's not only that he's coming to IGL, of course he was part of the team already. He was technically their 6th player. Very funny, last night, Ye was doing his debut on the Skies. Yeah.
Nice, yeah.
And Oxygen had their assistant coach sub in. First map, he got 344 ACS on a killjoy, and I was like, man, why does NA have to do it first? Like, we literally have this whole thing, and they just step in and be like, wait, we gotta do it first.
Wait, Bonker is actually coach of Oxygen as well.
It is, yeah. I mean,
his idea.
It's come really full circle. But I think the interesting thing here is that it was Scream's decision to pass this over to Zesh. From what PM was saying, this wasn't even the coaching staff's decision. But I do wonder, have they had enough time? Because they've only had, I think he said 14, 15 scrims together with Zesh. And even if he is able to do everything that you guys are saying, is it enough to beat Navi?
Well,
the thing is that...
to beat Navi?
Yes.
No.
So here's the thing. Prepping for Navi right now is close to impossible just because they're changing the compositions on almost every map. So for Ascent, you had 3 different compositions. Of course, you know, you can say the same about Caper, but the situation is not the same. Navi's feeling comfortable enough to go win a map, and then on the second one being like, okay, let's just try this out. You know, Angel with his dice is being like, you know, I just let's see what we win out today. So prepping wise is more complicated. I want to stay about what PM said about everybody just being on a comfort pick and try to you know, go to the best of their ability, because it's a lot of work to put into Shay's shoulders to micromanage everything.
I think there are 2 win conditions for KC, and they are very far-fetched, but they are existing. One is, if you guys maybe watch my stream every time and then, I say never fill. And that's something that KC is going to implement. The players will go on to their comfort agents. So I'm assuming that everyone apart from Zeish is going to be playing something that they enjoy, they know how to play, and will be able to frag out. If everyone performs, it's much easier to win rounds, right? That's very simple and basic. But then the second one will be the IGLing. If we see the actual planning, if we're going to see executes that make sense and follow-ups that are spaced correctly and trading will be available, that's another thing that is gonna be a win condition, but it's like the absolute most skill floor thing that is available to every team, and Navi already had reached that months, years ago.
Well, if you guys watch my stream, I always say anything can happen. So I'm just going to throw everything you said out the door. And Kukuka, to be fair, if it was any team they were going to play today that maybe could troll a little bit to give them a chance, they might just be Navi.
Or maybe Navi is done with the testing. You just never know. I mean,
the most normal comps
they're gonna run out of things to test. Like they know that they don't want the Gecko. They can always go back to the Viper because they are expanding all the prep that they have, all the possibilities, and they're becoming very unpredictable. Going back a little bit onto what we were saying about the IGLing, I think it might also be hard for Stream to go back to actually listening to the calls instead of being the one making them. You've had that. I think it takes a little bit of discipline to just give up on the authority that it takes.
Well, we're gonna have to see, because if you are the duelist for the team and you're gonna be detached from the actual execute, that's gonna happen, what you just explained. But if we're gonna see them moving as a unit, that means that they have an understanding of each other, which is very important, right? But to go back to the point that you made before that, I'm looking forward to Navi picking like a triple duelist, because if...
Why stop at 3, Lothar? Why not 5? Why not do a talent, just like play whatever you want?
Would be nice. I mean, I wouldn't mind.
You said it, never fail. Don't fail.
Yeah, I mean, Zippen, great duelist, Angel, great duelist as well,
Jet.
right?
His Phoenix flashes, on point.
CNET, great duelist. And
Shao can play anything.
Yes.
Exactly. What about the 5th man, though?
Getsu?
I can't remember if he ever played a duelist in the professional circuit.
I'm sure he can. I mean, he's such a gifted player. I feel like at this point, anyone on Navi
He's
can play anything.
He's the most disciplined player on Navi. So what kind of duelist would fit him?
He can play a baiting one, just bait or something.
So maybe he can just play chamber. It's a kind of a
I was thinking,
it would be so Navi for them to whip out the chamber at some point. I just feel like if it was anyone, it's gonna
I think that the only 2 agents that we haven't seen so far in the competition are both Chamber and Reyna. So
yeah, I'm very happy about that.
If you had to choose, which one would you like to see today?
I mean, I don't mind Chamber. I actually do think that he's playable. I'm not trolling, by the way. I'm saying that as a secondary sentinel, he's like there's like a bridge between a little bit of walls between the...
On Ascent, though?
Yeah, on Ascent, I think if you play Killjoy Chamber, you're able to like boost your defense so much, but bolstering defense is not important because that map is so attackers based, as in you need to do really well on attack if you want to win this map.
It's going to be complicated, but we'll have to wait and see, I guess. I wouldn't be too mad, but I would like for them to try something else. Maybe the double duelist, just a couple.
You do know now they're just going to bring out the boringest composition ever. It's going to be the most
are you listening?
meta Ascent of all time. It's time for us to throw this over to stage and bring out Navi and a K-Course Zeish for the very first time here in the Coliseum on VCT stage.
Karmine Corp. Navi.
Well, both teams, they look like they are in good spirits, and Zeish has taken the seat in the middle, the IGL seat as well. They've managed to switch things up to that degree, but it's good to see that there's smiles on their faces. And again, we keep reiterating this, there's no one has been mathematically locked out yet. There is genuinely still a chance for every single team in EMEA. And what a story, Lothar, it would be if K-Corp can turn it around from here.
Look, if K-Corp is able to turn around everything that they failed at in the first weeks, and then go in. Oh yeah, let's not go too much. But if they're gonna make the first step and win this match, this is gonna be an absolute banger that makes waves over the entire Valorant scene, not only in EMEA, but also in NA, also in Pacific. It's gonna be something, a story to behold, but would be awesome to look at.
I love the fact that he's fulfilling his role completely. He is the one that is talking when the whole team is you know, in that circle. We can see him right now here. Also, Angel was doing the same, you know, with that smirk on his face, but I love Sage being 100% onto this. He looks so secure about what is going to happen now.
Yeah, and your first opponent on your first ever debut in not just VCT this season, but ever, is against Angel, of all people. I mean, there's a lot of pressure, but also at the same time, probably not that much pressure, because at this point, they have nothing to lose.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that this is like the best position to start at. You have nothing to lose. The only thing that can happen is you will perform better than you were before, because, well, I have to say, it cannot be worse.
Well, Scream is going to play Jet again. Zaysh is going to be filling in for that KO here.
Okay, so I guess no more Sky on the side of K-Corp. That is something that I like, and just put in that fade in instead of that Viper. Okay, I'm not mad at this. Actually, Navi are going back to that composition that they used last week, and it's also the same that they were using there in lock-in. So apparently they've decided to settle down for a bit.
The only difference here between the compositions is the Sentinel player.
Yeah.
So the Cougar versus Cypher. So a little bit of more damage and utility coming for KC, which allows, you know, if we're gonna talk about good executes, you're able to cover more space and zone out players while you're attacking because of those mollies, and it gives you a little bit of an upside on the post plan. But Navi, because of the Cypher's longevity on the map control, is allowed to, let's say, control the space for a longer time. Nice share.
Is that Nivero's chair? Is he celebrating something already?
Oh.
No. He's sitting there. He's sitting there. The E-Ners are going in. I think it was him. Look at him. He doesn't even have his E-Ners.
He's going to fail the Navira challenge, I feel like, at this pace. Yeah. But of course, there are changes. Again, K-Corp, they definitely haven't had enough time to probably play to the game plan that they would like. But as you both said, you don't need anything complicated today. Just go back to basic, get the trades in, land the util, make sure the KO util doesn't
land on top of. I don't know what was that even, like a wall somewhere.
What was it?
I don't even know what
that was.
Above
the Jenny where the cannons are.
Honestly, that was very, very amusing. But I do want to quickly go away from the narratives real quick and celebrate a special day. He wasn't here in the arena yesterday, but he is a birthday boy. So everyone, make sure you send your birthday wishes in for Aslan Machado. Happy birthday. And I'm going to jump into game very, very quickly with your casters, X-Warrior and Ender.
Oh my goodness. All right, look, happy birthday to Aslan, first of all. Secondly, it was Ender's birthday yesterday.
Yeah.
So unfortunately we missed it because we were going to cast the Fnatic game. And look, you became the ripe old age of 25, which is officially the esports streamer's age.
I'm closer to 30 than I am to 20, man. Don't say this.
I know we didn't manage to get the segment done yesterday, but we've got a gift for you.
Oh?
And it's a certificate of your official esports boomership. Now you're no longer allowed to use words such as uwu, poggy woggy.
No. No.
Yep, it's all done. It's over.
This is tragic. This is absolutely tragic. I got a certificate right here. The worst part is too, Mimi, not G2 Mimi, she's co-streaming right now, but Mimi from over in NA. She's part of this. She told me I'm not allowed to say anything with the green frog in it anymore, which is just absolutely tragic. I don't know how to feel about this.
What are we gonna do about that?
It is an absolute tragedy. But, you know, at least we get some sweet Valorant to cast. And I know Pavlos, everyone watching, we've got a tough sub situation coming in from Karmine Corp. Yes. This team has been struggling since taking down BBL back in week 1. And honestly, I'm just here to have a positive experience, right?
Yeah.
Like, they are in what seems to be an impossible situation, and I just want to see them run around, shoot some people, have a good time, and not take the headphones off.
Yeah, you went there straight away. Love it, love it. But yeah, I think I like the mental attitude of them. You know, take a step back, take some fresh air, and trying to see things through a fresh lens and get things underway. Hopefully, find a new, road to success.
Yeah, and you know, a lot of the discussion has been like, oh, what does like Zaysh coming to the team mean for like the calling? Because of course, you have Scream stepping away from IGLing, but I think a lot of this is just going to be how can we set up Scream to take some early fights. He's actually a little slow to get over here towards the B site, but some stall here with the C4 will allow him to rotate over towards CT. So they've got 3 people ready to fight.
The push is definitely Delagraph. They're going to jump into the fight straight away. Rotation's coming forth, but they haven't quite pushed onto the site yet. Shin has to be an eliminated third. Seeded with a couple of kills, still alive as he's able to dash away, but there's 2 left for K-Corp, and on the outside looking in.
I think this is a smoke that Navera threw to try and allow them to sneak back into backside. Something you actually saw Loud do a lot with the Viper walls that they throw on B to give them a safe lane to walk downstairs and re-clear the site. Unfortunately, when CNED just finds 2 kills against your defensive hold there, just not going to end up working out for them. So with both players now coming through from CT and a really strong defensive setup here, where no one's actually peeking early on the side of Navi. The second they come around the stairs corner, they're going to get absolutely roasted by CNED and Zipan swinging out from Boathouse.
Already spotted on the right-hand side, Surigetsu with a pick, and Navi, fairly clean start to the game. 1-0 on the board with 4 players alive by the end of it.
Yeah, not too bad. Again, so much just comes down to CNED. I think Karmine Corp, they had enough players there to try and put up a good fight. Especially with, you know, trying to get Scream out of there. He actually dashed from CT all the way down towards stairs. But then it was this engagement right around the opposite side where CNED's hero 70 HP. It seemed like a little bit slow of the clear from Shin, and then Scream just wasn't ready for the second player there. They just weren't anticipating CNED to have been able to get all the way up on that angle already, and it cost them the round.
You know, and I know you love the theory craft when it comes to compositions and everything.
Yes, this is true.
Navi has played 3 different compositions so far on the Ascent. This is the 4th time they're playing it. The previous 3 times they had 3 different compositions. Obviously, they had the core of Jet, KO, Omen, but they seem to, you know, stray away from the Gecko, figure out Sage is not the best option. How do you feel of the current composition, and what kind of strengths do they gain from it right now?
I think this has the most like parity to the standard comp, because I think the only real changes you'd usually see is you'd see like Sova, I think, is a little bit more popular than Fade these days in terms of your like Scout Initiator, and then Killjoy, which you see XMS rocking on the opposite side, just gives you a ton of like stall power. I do think there is value in the Cypher, especially you have more ability to like get kills off of your tripwires, especially if they're placing them deep on the site itself. But when it comes to like locking down lane or locking down tree, the lack of double mollies I think is overall a little bit weaker, although in the hands of a good player that wants to actually fight much more aggressively on site, you can definitely see value on the defensive side.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at the maps as well, how do you feel about the whole endeavor for K-Corp? Obviously, you know, they've had to restructure. Is this a fairly simple start for them? Obviously, they're very getting with a shorty kill here. Don't expect too much.
We take those.
But yeah, about the maps, how do you feel about K-Corp's
honestly, I
advances?
don't really think the maps actually matter.
Okay.
Like, this is a team, you heard the coach talking about it before the series, like, they had 10 to 15 total scrims with 2 to 3 days to actually get practice. Apart from that, Zaysh has just been, you know, a ranked demon, a ranked ladder climber, and he's had to now come into playing multiple roles. The coach is saying there's going to be a little bit of flexing there between Initiator here on the KO and maybe some smokes on the double smoke maps. So potentially Lotus split, we'll see him go over to that role and picking up something like the Viper or the Harbor. But yeah, ultimately, I just think that you want maybe like the puggier style maps, I suppose. Like maybe we'll see Karmine Corp, especially like if Scream gets an operator online, like much more aggressive, like early fights for mid, fights for A and B main. Like I think Ascent is one of the maps where it allows a Jet player to really thrive.
I feel like, yeah, okay, Zesh has a ton of game knowledge. He's obviously assistant coach for the team prior to him taking place in the squad, in the 5-man roster. But I think everybody can just stand behind him and see how good would someone that normally plays on the normal ladder, how well will he stack up against the players in VCT, you know? I think that everybody can stand behind that, see and figure out, you know, stand behind him as well, support him in his effort to try and do his best against Navi.
Yeah, him and the rest of Karmine Corp are gonna need all the help they can get to keep the hopes alive. But here it's just like, can they actually do some damage against Navi? A lot of that is going to start on the defense for them, so my eyes are always going to be following Scream in the early rounds. Right now it's going to be an aggressive fight for B main. The unfortunate thing playing against a Fade as opposed to a Sova is like, Sova has the one drone in terms of like the A-B main scouting. Fade allows you to have those double cats, so we already sent one out. Now a counter to actually get Scream to fight on early, a nice attempt, the shots don't land, and you're going to see a ton of that for the next 10 rounds. It's just going to be Scream looking for these fights, and I like to see him moving there with Shin to try and set him up.
Getting headshots, that's what he's known for so far, with a little bit of contact in mid. Navi will spread out quite substantially, putting some pressure now into short. Now, that is likely to trigger some rotations here from K-Corp.
Yeah, it'll be Scream first, but Navi not overcommitting. I think this is going to end up being a B split from them, so they're trying to draw that mid player. You can see now Scream moved off of mid towards A. Now Zaysh is the one playing deep, can potentially jump spot over Fountain, although his dart did spot no one actually playing in mid currently. And KC still not going to bite. They're expecting it to be the finish into A. Unfortunately for them, we know Navi, it will be that B hit with a late lurk from Angel. Angel has the potential to snap off the rotations. There's no utility in mid to scout him out.
Well, with the Prowler coming forth to try and sneak out the players of the B site.
30 seconds left.
All of them behind corners, really, will be quite difficult to try and get them out of there, but they're going to be dashing in. CNED. Firstly, the charge, of course, but still K-Corp yet to show their presence. Zaysh probably with the element of surprise. No, unable to find it. Shower does get one, and they're managing to dwindle down the time, but no, Navi take control. They've got the spike down, and the side is theirs.
And this is so tough. I think Scream heard this player up in mid. They definitely know that Angel is in the area, but they're going to call the save, right? They invested heavily. It wasn't a light armor buy for them. Many players, buying down to the absolute zero. So just too alive, they have to give it up. Too concerned with that mid presence. I think that the double boathouse setup does work, especially in the late rounds. You're playing for time usually in a position like that. So you're not trying to early fight, you're just trying to get kills as the players, hopefully are a little bit less coordinated, jumping down onto the water there and peeking you. But I think Zaysh maybe peeked a little bit early. He went for that swing when there's 2-3 players coming down lane. I think off of the sound of one player dropping, but that's a position where you don't have the same ability for players to trade off of you, and they end up falling to that one, and ends up being a very simple plant for Navi with only those two players to stop them.
Navi so far in control. Look, okay, this is defense for K-Corp, right? It's kind of a difficult start for them, given that Navi can control the map as they please, and it's sort of a reactionary opportunity here for K-Corp. Do we expect to see something different? I know it's very early doors, but what's
the tough thing is, I think that defense is where I'm expecting Karmine Corp to look better, right? It's much more easy to formulate, especially on a map like Ascent. There's so few early aggressive plays you see in terms of the paranoia A main you maybe saw a lot of in the past. It's just about setting up your jet player to take early fights, and we saw the attempt last round. The thought was there. Unfortunately, Scream just wasn't able to connect on those first 2 bullets. He's dashing away because if he falls, the round's toasted. And again, similar situation here with just the 2 rifles on board for Karmine Corp. It will go from bad to worse very, very quickly. I actually think the setup from them is a little interesting because you actually have Scream ready to fight back into market or B main off of this contact here from Shin.
Shin maybe in a bit of trouble here, being rushed up. And even though Zipan was fully blinded, still was able to find the headshot. Navi gaining access. They take down the rifle that was in Scream's hands, leaving the duty highly on XMS's shoulders.
I respect it. It's a big gamble spot there from Scream. He has to worry about a couple of different angles once he loses the market player. And he gets the one, just instantly traded out. Navi continuing to look very clean in their attacks here.
XMS magic. Leviosa maybe can bring out another Avada Kedavra out here because he's got another 2 to deal with. Can he get it? He's hidden away. I don't think they can expect him to be this close. Oh, can't quite recover in time. Nivera, he needs to find a gun.
Yeah, there's a gun I know on Switch. Right now, Nivera has he's going to use the paranoia to move on over. Remember, Scream dropped the rifle back here, so he's picking up his brother's rifle.
It's actually doable. It's actually very doable. Turn to your right. Turn to your right,
He sees him!
They both see each other! No! But Shell comes out on top! What a nice try! But Shell stands on top.
It's a heartbreaker. That feels, I mean, he knew he was right there, jumped the gun a little bit, and then not able to get it done. The fact is, XMS from onside did a fantastic job. Getting 3 different kills on the round, and then just the bullets not quite connecting there for Nivera. Navi, that was a round they always should have won, but respect to XMS. If he's able to put up some performances like that, Karmine Corp can steal away some rounds. Because I think even when you look throughout the matches Karmine Corp have played, the rounds they do win, it usually comes down to one player having an absolute round, right? No big surprises there. They're getting 3, 4Ks, something like this. You just have to be able to see the rest of Karmine Corp be able to convert off of a round like that from XMS. XMS, good news off of those kills. He gets fairly close to his ultimate, but with Scream falling, this becomes very difficult from them. And I like the idea too, the way Navi have been playing to sort of work back into mid multiple times, really testing the defense. Maybe they struggle if you go for the slower hits through main, but now the double ultimate, they're not going to hear the players coming in through market.
Full B control here. Shin, I think barely enabled by that Fade ultimate, but XMS yet not tested. Shao still alive somehow with only 10 points of health. Navi have definitely done their job in this one. The B site is theirs.
I didn't quite see all the utility there. If Navi knew exactly that there were players in main, they may have been able to see that just off of some Fade utility, but I love the idea. Using that Fade ultimate through B main, pinching out of market, punishing them big time. You're gonna get a lot of pings off of that ulti that hits the majority of the site. And it was just the one player they had to put in B main. It was Shao that knew everyone was going to be there. So once again, it will be the save. Looks like Navera, did Navera start the round up with that operator? Or was that, I don't think Scream was playing the operator on Cat.
I think he started the round with the operator, to be honest.
I mean, Navera is a bit of an operator enthusiast. It wouldn't surprise me.
Yep. As long as he's not smoking himself off. Zation,
oh, you're a flat chat enjoyer.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Of course. I think everybody is at this point with all the tremendous clips coming out.
That's where you were supposed to say you only watched it because I was on.
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah. Of course, Ender, you were on it.
See, there we go. That's how we build this synergy. I just need you to like coddle me.
I'm a big fan.
And just praise me nonstop. My ego is so fragile.
Clearly from your t-shirt, from your jumper, sorry, it says lonely.
All right, so it was Scream with the rifle. I knew I wasn't crazy that time around. I would like to see, as much as I am a Navera operator enthusiast, I think the right idea is to put it in the hands of Scream, at least early rounds. I mean, they can do it after Scream loses the flash, do whatever you want, like trade rifles, go party in tree, you know, do whatever you got to do, swap it around, but I'd like to see him taking some early peeks with that operator. Because ultimately, apart from like XMS like locking down the site, those are the two players that I am primarily looking at to steal some stuff away here for Navi.
What's the oldest and best strat in the book?
I believe it's Go B. That predates Valorant, as a matter of fact.
Rush B, yeah, you're right. No, I wasn't going for that. I'm going for the Valorant strat, the Go Kill.
Go Kill.
Go
okay,
kill.
yeah, that's a good one.
I feel like that's what we need to see from K-Corp. They've got players capable of doing that.
I like that. See, if you the OG like two brothers strategy would have been a double operator.
Yeah, brothers in
arms. In the liquid old days. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was always a good time. Maybe 3 operators is what they need.
They need the smooth operator.
Smooth operator. Literally, they just have an operator. That's why we're.
Yeah.
If they could buy more, that would be highly beneficial for them. I'm not gonna discount them in this round. No. I think, unfortunately, Scream's playing on the wrong side. You just guessed wrong. It is a fast A hit, so I may have to discount them. Good news is they did have a lockdown, so if it was to be a slow hit or something like this, there were some options for them. Karmine Corp, I don't think you invested. I think you just, like, if you had, like, a couple of rifles, maybe you could do something. Although, as a kill comes in, it opens up some opportunity. Slam that ultimate. I want to see it, baby.
This could be it for K-Corp.
Give it to me.
They actually get it. They've got a player's advantage, but they need weaponry.
The problem is, right, the late lurk from Sugetsu is going to cook the round, because the second he finds the fight here, he's going to be able to break that lockdown.
Red. They throw a fragment in that direction. Zipan wants to
6 seconds.
assist in the endeavor. They may have an opportunity. XMS finds a queen headshot. XMS doubles up. And now it's down to Shao alone. And he's locked down. K-Corp. It's a pistol round to put them on the board.
You'll love to see it. K-Corp win their first round with Zaysh on the team. And it comes down to that lockdown, right? I think Scream was able to find 1 kill at the start. I didn't quite catch who the second one was, fighting that player back dice. But the second you get a couple of kills, okay, that was absolutely filthy. Ooh, it was Shin to find that second kill. And then XMS with double headshots. This guy has looked really, really stellar.
They should have knifed the final player, I believe.
I respect that. I think for the mental edge, you have to come in. If I was to criticize Zaysh, it would be to call for the knife in that moment. I know things are getting a little bit heated, but that's a rookie IGL mistake, you know? Saying go kill instead of go knife.
True.
It is Navera with
it was a strat that we called out earlier, you know? Go kill, and I believe that's what everybody's listening to the IGL. Already good for
Oh, that paranoid does not hit. The eyeball does, though. And, ooh, I'm actually shocked Navera escaped there, and he gets the kill, too! Man's fearless.
Man's hot, that's what he is. And now heading towards the right-hand side. 3 players in the proximity of Scream. Oh, and he's definitely known for his headshot, this man is. And he comes off strong with 1 straight out of the bat. Now it's a 2-man advantage for K-Corp.
Yeah, Scream actually had the tweet before today that the headshot machine was back. Although he tweeted a gif of Aragorn instead of Legolas, which I think is a bit of a mistake. I don't think Aragorn is necessarily known for the headshots.
Dang it.
But hey, Scream is, and he gets those kills that round. I think honestly, just anytime we see Karmine Corp put together a good round, we're just going to get excited because this team is coming in massive underdogs. Hold on though, it's just XMS on site. Now the 2 mollies outside of lane allow him to focus on just stairs, and he calls in the smoke from Navera. This makes it so much simpler for him to play the backside.
XMS has saved the day before, he can do it again. Well, at least he tried last time around. Can he guarantee it? Lovely flash. Coordinated together. CNED flashed the second time around. And he's locked behind the wall. XMS delivering. And his teammates is a barrage of wildfire up on Navi's backs. And that gives K-Corp a second round in the game.
Quick observer request. Can we get Zacia's flash there? Because I think it went from CT over Boathouse. And that's what XMS was swinging off backside from. And initially, I was like, I feel like you just need a hard hold, that smoke, to have some idea and see the rifles coming through the butt of it. But yeah, there you go. Just chucking 2 right over the top.
Yep. And I think there was a second one right here.
I think the second one actually catches his teammate. Okay, that's a bit unfortunate, but he still gets the kill.
Yeah, exactly. It caught off CNED, which meant that CNED couldn't move forwards. Used the right click in panic on the blades as well. Very nicely done. K-Corp definitely in the game. Starting to build a bit of an eco for themselves. Navera would have been an epic pick if it did work off, but not quite there. 2 kills for Navi straight out of the bat.
I mean, Navera's definitely feeling himself with the operator. That's one of those angles that it's legal for a jet to peek away from, because like you can dash back into it, not really for an Omen.
Yeah.
The problem being you just get swung from top mid. Even if you get that initial kill, you're not able to actually escape quickly enough and you just get spammed down.
Hey, look, the strat is go kill. That's what Navera's trying to do.
That's absolutely correct. Hold on. XMS is good for, if they commit it, good for 2 there. One thing I will notice from Navi is they're usually pretty passive. I think usually only committing 1 player through B main. They love these heavy market hits. So I actually think playing an angle like that is pretty high EV. With the amount of fade utility they're throwing through B main, they're not really just contacting through and peeking you. So the way we saw XMS play there, or Scream in the second round playing on top of Switch, this may just be decent prep into Navi, knowing you're a little bit more legally obliged to not hard cover B main.
Check is right. Ooh, whoa, okay. Oh, for a second there, I thought XMS got 2.
The pod switch actually baited me so hard. I was like, wow, that was such a fast flick. No, it's just a different human being.
Kudos to Zil for catching the 2 kills there, but it just caught me off guard. It was that good. Okay, well, Navi back on top. A bit overzealous in mid, I think we could say here for K-Corp, but it feels like they're confident. I think that's a good thing.
It's overzealous, but it's how they have to play, in my opinion. I think that, again, it has to be these early peaks. I think even that time they were trying to spam the wall to see if they could catch like Sugetsu's camera top of tiles there, which didn't end up getting placed that round, but there was some more thought to just peeking in mid with that operator. Now, of course, too poor to have that operator. And CNED will have it on the opposite side, but Karmine Corp do have every single ultimate in the book. So if Navi play a slow round, this could get really tough, because the fact of the matter is, you could have Lockdown coming in, forcing you off-site, but while you're trying to plant, then KO, Fade are both swarming you, which makes the site so claustrophobic.
I clenched my buttocks there. I felt like Scream would have died very quickly, but no, there we go. Navera, first pick, that's what they need.
Omen diff.
Omen diff. It really is. Feels like Angel having trouble. Although they do say he calls better beyond the grave.
Oh, is that what they say? So 4v5s, they're just owning? Oh my. All right, well, Navera gonna fall victim there. The thing is, I think Scream just dropped down onto site. He really wants to fight them off of this. I think they could have played a little bit more slowly and tried to use those ultimates on the retake, but what is that?
That's a Zace kill. That's a first time on the VCT server kill. Still 3-on-3, one at the back of sight. Scream does what he knows how to do best, doubles up at that as well. CNED left to do a lot, actually. 1 against 3, XMS on his attempt to resurrect, has to die. 1 bullet in the chamber here for CNED with 15 seconds to work with. Scream is able to pick up the last one quickly as that, and K-Pop with 3 in the bag, half the amount of Navi, but they're getting close.
Karmine Corp told us it's all about setting up the individuals to take fights. That's what you saw right there. You know, Zace continuing to peek in, was good for the one before eventually falling, and then Scream falling off of rafters just to take those fights on site. This was really big, finding the first and then peeking into main, just like instantly looking for as many fights as he can. Maybe not right off the rip at the start of the round, but after that, definitely taking it. They only spent the single ultimate in that one, as a matter of fact, so very good news from them. What we're going to see now is actually what was supposed to be a pretty heavy commitment over towards A and B main with a couple of players, but they get forced immediately back as Navi are showing us our first real look at heavy priority towards one of those mains.
A bit of early presence, as you said, towards that A site and now backing off. I think we can give it a little bit of context for anyone that has been living under a rock here for this match in particular. K-Corp obviously not playing with New Zera as he stepped down from the 5-man. Zeish, the assistant coach of the team, has had to step in, and for that reason K-Corp are a very heavy underdog. Navi, probably one of the strongest, if not the second strongest, maybe even the best on their best day in Europe, is a really difficult opponent for K-Corp to take on.
Whoa, Angel, that's not an ultimate you see every day. Instead of going Boathouse, just going into his own smoke CT, he hears the footsteps, sees the ping too. Which fight is he gonna go for? He actually just falls out of the smoke, giving up that fight. It doesn't matter though, because Zipan's rolling through the site.
Yeah, he really is. The thing is, Navi haven't quite entered yet. They haven't gotten enough space. And with Shin now joining the entry with it, another angle to Dweck with XMS and Shin delivering with the kills. Backstab with Shin's double. And K-Corp on 4.
Make their fear your weapon.
I don't want to overreact, but Karmine Corp won 4 out of the last 5 rounds, and they've really punished Navi sort of like mid-site hit, right? Like there, Zipan gets a couple of kills, but there's enough trades to come through. Obviously, Scream had that first one that made things a little simpler, but I think like they're catching them as like the smokes go down. The initial hit isn't happening effectively enough or cleanly enough. Scream completely peaks the microphone.
Scream is scream.
Yeah, but what's happening is the sight hit isn't clean enough, so those CT smokes are falling down. Like Angel, I think, was a little bit pulled between two things because he wanted to play for the player that was sprinting towards him in CT, but at the same time his teammates were falling on site, so he couldn't wait that long inside the smoke. He's forced to run out on the site and try to fight it through. But the player then dies before he actually gets out there, so then he's kind of in no man's land, has to commit to the back of site. There's still, you know, those rotations are coming in very quickly, so by the time he actually commits to fight on the site, that KO that he heard for 5 seconds is now shooting him in the back of the head. So it's just a really tough spot for Navi to be in because of Scream finding that first kill and the trades that came out of KC after.
Keeping Navi on their toes, that's exactly what K-Corp are doing right now. And they're succeeding to a big extent. XMS topping the charts, 12-8. Doing quite a stellar job on that B site hold, maybe on retakes as well.
And I think that, like, if you're listening to us right now, everything we're saying is through the Karmine Corp lens. And I am committing to that because, like, they come in as such big underdogs that anytime we see them do something good, we are going to be very happy to see those results. So it's about continuing to see what they can do, and on Navi's side, perhaps seeing if they can be a little bit cleaner in these initial assaults. Zipan does have that ultimate, which makes things a little bit easier, but that cage actually thrown out from tiles, it looked like, from Sugetsu, allowing them to cross up mid. That's one thing the Killjoy can't do, but not every day you see that thrown to actually get that angle. Now, if Scream peeks this just a little bit, he could get a really good timing in the back of their head. He almost takes it.
Uh-oh. Zeish, he knows there's a lot of presence here. Whether he takes a fight alone, don't know if it's the wisest of ideas, but he doesn't get pushed. He allows a cross to commence, and Navi have site control.
Here come those ultimates, though. The second this gets planted, XMS hits the ultimate, Shin has the ulti too to fight them.
Which is why Navi's pushing directly into them. They're going directly in for the fight, but it's still a trade on both sides. Zeish, overzealous, does peek out forwards and ends up losing his life. Lockdown, not quite taken down. Only just now happening. Scream on the back flank, still keeping his team on top.
Zipan's in such a tough spot here. He tries to close the door, but they know where he is. Some attempts on the spam. They can't hear anything, so he escapes back. Shin finds the first kill, and out from the smoke, Navera shuts it down. K-Corp are within 1.
They're really amping up the pressure here. Really not allowing Navi to breathe. Putting up against the wall and suffocating them is exactly the game style they were looking for. And now on 5 rounds, have definitely closed up the gap. 1 away from drawing it up before halftime ends.
I love seeing Scream there go for that late flank into mid. He actually dashed up onto Catwalk. I wasn't quite watching that because there was so much utility going down in tree. Actually, I'm trying to think of it. I think the dash came in before the Fate ultimate was used, but that would be a sweet combination if you were muting their headsets and then also dashing to get that quick flank. Again, it's going to be trying to set up Scream for an early fight down bottom mid. And Navi, what is their approach? Because it seems like they just want to keep going through mid, which is the tried and true. This is just what you do on Ascent. But I was half thinking that in the final round, you just give like sort of a full sight commit using that KO ultimate. Because you can see actually right now, XMS is playing in spawn to avoid getting snapped by that KO ulti. And Shin, they're walking straight into the crossfire. It's 2 kills from him and some spam from all the way back as well.
Was it through the smoke as well?
No, I think Shin took the fight. It was XMS spamming from back at Fountain.
Got it.
Yeah, but I mean, Scream just takes that same spot because it's like, hey, they didn't see me last round. I might as well go for it this time. And actually, I think the full side hit would have worked. Navi couldn't have known that, but
Karmine Corp getting picked apart.
They're just farming them now.
Look, if you give messy fights to K-Corp, they're going to capitalize on it because they thrive on that.
Yeah, 100%. It's like, God, that angle Scream is playing is, it's so cringe. I feel like you don't see that nowadays, but with the double setup in mid they've been going for, he has the coverage just to not really be in a one-and-done spot because you have the trade coming in now from CT.
Yeah, of course, but it is Jet meta. Cena still has his blades, still can do quite a bit. No, down to the Vandal now. Paranoia to the back end. It's going to have to take some while. Good pop flash there. Cena can't quite find the double. It's down to Shao to do it all by himself. Nice little pick down to 30 points of health. And now it's got an opportunity. XMS! Wallbang shots. And that's the round for K-Corp. 6-6. Half time. And I don't think anybody expected this result.
Karmine Corp are playing with their assistant coach, stepping into the IGL role for them, with 2.5 days notice between 10 and 15 scrims, and the last time he played in a competition was the same year Valorant released. And they're tied at the half with the second best team in our league.
Who would have thought that putting a man known for his headshots into position to thrive with a Vandal and Blades to do his job?
Just
Who
nuts.
would have thought that would have worked, huh?
I mean, the crazy thing is, too, I don't even think this wasn't even just the Scream show. Like, we saw multiple fantastic holds from XMS. I actually think the majority of rounds that Karmine Corp were winning, it wasn't even shutting Navi down right off the rip. It was sort of fighting them on those initial hits. As the smokes are coming down, they're instantly fighting. The 2 times we saw the Killjoy ultimate over towards A, it was executed very nicely to fight for control over there, working in a late flank to shut that down. This was, to be fair, the defensive side of Ascent. I don't think it requires rocket science to figure out how you want to play that. Now is where their true test is going to come on attack. But all in all, a very strong start for this team.
I've got to say, taking a step back from looking at it through the K-Corp lens, I want to take a look at it through Navi's perspective a bit, because they've already had a bit of an upset early in the season. Their first loss against Koi, they've struggled on a lot of the maps against other teams as well, being taken to overtimes. And obviously they're a team looking to be top 2 in this league. Maybe even take over that top 1 spot against Fnatic if they're able to refine themselves, right? They've got the history of being world champs. So for me to see them struggle against a team like K-Corp straight away, it does make me have some question marks, right? We're halfway through the season. They're looking to solidify a strong place in playoffs, right? Have a good seed in it and try to get the best possible outcome. But it doesn't seem we're seeing a very comfortable Navi right now. They're definitely shaking in their boots.
I think what ended up happening a lot of the time was as they fell down into numbers, their players just kept getting put in positions. I think the Scream round where he's Generator sums up the best. They kept getting put in positions in the mid to late round where they weren't in good positions, like really trade off of one another. And then they just kept losing the fights to Karmine Corp, right? They weren't having that one player sort of step up, get theirs, be able to convert it in the same way that KC were, because I think the majority of their hits went pretty even. It was like 2 kills for 2 kills, turns into these 3v3s, but the way they were playing it with sort of like 4-1ing most of the time with a late lurk in through main, those main players very rarely were having a big impact in the round hit. So they were getting stalled out in market, they're getting stalled out in tree primarily, and the hits were not coming together quickly enough. And at the same time, Karmine Corp, their retake utility was very strong. I think their flashes were more often not connecting against those Navi players and causing them to lose rounds.
And now I'm really looking forward to this attack from K-Corp, right? Now we get to see how aggressive they can be, how efficient they can be on isolating these fights and winning them most of these times. They've got a real opportunity here. Suigetsu getting spotted out early, Scream on the case, even though he's blind as a bat, can deliver the finishing blow. Onto the side they go, and we're looking at a 4v4 retake.
Yeah, the quick triple flank, as a matter of fact, through B main. Now, Karmine Corp aren't going to be able to hold forward positions. They weren't really able to post up towards logs or anything like this, so it's going to be big trades, 2 players in the back of sight.
K-Corp, no utility.
I think the hit came in so fast. Navera should have a smoke fairly soon. Same for Shin on the haunt.
Navi pushing forwards. Angel with the first shot. Down low, but can the rest of them pull up? Now they're going to be pushing forward. Cena, very aggressive with the shots, and as quickly as that, blinking, you miss it. K-Corp, no more.
There you go. Navi coming just barreling down lane. Looked like a bit of an early fight from that player on lane for KC. They fall, and Navi just in very good positions there. Just always fighting with one another. And this is where I do think, again, the challenge is going to come, although now Navi have won both pistol rounds, which is an interesting thing for it to still be this close.
True. Very true.
I think this haunt ends up allowing just to spam through the smoke, because I actually really liked the initial hit from KC, throwing the Molly lineup from the Killjoy to sort of disallow anyone from peeking out of that market position. Just unfortunately, there's a really nice haunt lineup that didn't get broken nearly quickly enough. That's exactly what Xiao was able to play off to sort of shut down Scream's forward position.
I love the frenzy meta. There are a lot of people that don't, but I do.
I like running and gunning.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks cool.
It looks cool. It's simpler. I don't have to think too much.
Uh-oh, they see me. I don't see them. I'm very dead. I'm Scream in that situation.
Yeah, we got it.
Okay.
We got it.
Oh, can they jump and pick up the Vandal?
Wait a minute. There could be some guns in play right now for K-Corp, but they've even got more players. They just pushes a little bit too far.
And that was the Guardian too, so that one's going to be completely lost. Yeah. Very nice paranoia coming in to make Suigetsu just absolutely farm.
How to win against frenzies? Use frenzies yourself.
Ah, yes.
Case in point by Suigetsu.
Absolutely genius. Now they're just going to chase down. Yeah, Suigetsu goes and runs and picks up that Guardian to make sure they can carry that over.
Yeah.
They'll be very happy with how things panned out, all things considered. So, for Karmine Corp, that's 2 very fast hits through B main. This is, we're wondering how the new IGL operates. Is it just going to be main hits? Because I do think there is a little bit more finesse required to do those split hits through mid in terms of being very diligent your utility.
Timings.
Making sure you can't get cleared away. At the same time, it does tend to stall you out when you just blitz on through mains very early. The one nice thing is they're playing against a Cypher, which I think it's much harder for a Cypher to just trap you down in main. If you're throwing a tripwire, actually on a main or something like this. But some early fighting here. Oh! That's unfortunate.
It's not very well timed, is it? But somehow they're able to find some more, and Zipan is low and it's still traded. How did that even happen?
I mean, that happens because I think Navi only had the 3 guns they were able to carry over. It wasn't a classic Navi buy in the previous. But I think Karmine Corp, that showed a little bit of disconnect between them, because you had the initial play, I think it was Nevera that TPs across, and the rest are stuck behind this one-way smoke. Yeah. Nevera's still fighting. Well, the rest can't run through it because there's still an angle where you're just running through a one-way, so they had to wait for the flash. I think Nevera needed to back up and sort of wait for that flash to come through, play with the team, but can be hard to coordinate in those fast moments when you consider how many games of Ascent has this team actually scrimmed. You figure they've played 10 to 15. That leaves you 2-3 maps of Ascent potentially in the couple of days you've had to practice. So a little bit disconnected there, and that may end up costing them.
Yeah, and having a Lotus map later on as well, considering Navi haven't looked the best on that. I think they've played 2 maps on it so far, 2 different comps, and losing both.
Suigetsu can win the entire round just with this kill, and no one's going to clear him. And now he has trips on site as well as the camera. He only sees the 1, so he's still a little bit concerned about a player in mid. Somebody shoot that, please. They're trying to hide Shin. Yeah, okay. Round's absolutely cooked. Well played, Suigetsu. And that is another bonus. Or not bonus, but anti-bonus that KC end up losing and just forced to save 1 or 2 rifles.
It's the exact same that we saw that first half, wasn't it? Where 3-0 lead for Navi, and now they're getting another 3-0 lead on the second half. Not these circumstances, because K-Corp, we saw them in the buy rounds. They had some good fights, they had some good trades, kept Navi on their toes. And yeah, the fact that they're falling back a little bit early on in these halves isn't really making it for them.
Nope, it is. I mean, they almost won that 4th round. I think they, by all means, should have. Came down to that 1v1 between Nevera on the site. Oh no, this is brutal. Okay, actually just can't even see the tripwire. That's absolutely crazy. And then I think off of the sound, just finds that spam right over on triple box. So well played, Suigetsu. Again, it was that first kill in mid that won the round for them. Good flash. This is what I mean in terms of utility to try and take space in mid. It's usually a smoke, or in this case, a flash. Zeiss, you can tell, has been spending some time in server, and I wonder a lot of the times coaches will spend, you know, a lot of their time like working on like lineups, these types of things. So it's entirely possible that he had already been doing this for the team and was like, finally, I get to implement it myself. Because you saw on the defensive side, those retake flashes, well, not like the hardest to come up with over switch on B main. Those were really effective and ended up winning that single round for KC.
It's definitely interesting dynamic, seeing, you know, a coach stepping into the shoes of a player, probably giving him an extra perspective, right? Probably a very, very helpful thing for his career later on, but still, it is going to be a K-Corp play slowing down in mid.
The spike was in Narnia for a bit there. Zeish was on his own as the team was challenging around tree. That'll be okay, though. Gonna have to use this smoke. They don't have a lot of time to work on through here. Dart will clear market for them. And that smoke actually just completely whiffed, as a matter of fact. I'm very shocked Angel wasn't able to punish off that. Okay.
How does Scream keep doing that? I think it's the second kill of the kind. Through walls, headshot, kills. Beautifully done. 2 on site, though, and there's a bit of a crossfire. How can they extrapolate it? Still, Surigatsu falls. 40 seconds, shot has to be dealt with. He's got a rifle, but not for long! KC back in the fight!
And CNED has an operator on the retake. Good kill from Zipan. And a second from CNED. 2v2, 4 seconds! No one's placing the spike!
Oh no!
Please plant the spike. You have to for money. Please, I don't care about saving. Try to plant the spike. Or you are capped at 1,000 credits.
And they take the choice of saving the guns, don't go for the spike plant, could have been punished.
Learning moment though, because I've seen KC do this before. Even if the round is over, if you plant the spike at all, while you don't win the round, it allows you to exceed the 1,000 credit cap. So it's very important to put that spike on the ground. They may have said in the moment, like with their money, it's better to have the 2 rifles, and next round doesn't matter for them. I don't know what their situation was. But if you are playing at home, make sure you put that spike on the ground.
Look, Doombros wasn't too happy about that either. You know, he felt like maybe Navi had a bit of a weaker hold. There was a crossfire that didn't really come into play. But obviously, you know, K-Corp are really putting pressure on. They're really not allowing Navi to play the way that they used to, controlled play style. Loving to have, you know, that mid-game mind fight between the two teams.
I mean, I don't, like, it hurts because I don't think this is coming down to like that mind fight like you're saying. It's like the execution, like as the hits are coming through, as the plant is going down, which has been fun because both sides have been able to get advantages here and there. But the fact of both halves mirroring each other perfectly and then like losing it on time here is just brutal, right? Like if they had won round 4 last half and this one too, we're talking 8-8 all of a sudden. They're feeling much more confident going into the next, but
I feel it would have been biblical if history repeated itself.
It's just tragedy.
Yeah. This feels like we're in one of Homer's, how do you call them?
Epics?
Epics.
Yeah. The Odyssey?
The Odyssey, the Iliad.
The Iliad, yeah. I think those are like the only ones.
No, there's, I don't know.
Those are like the big ones.
I'm
They're like 2,000
pages. I did those in school for so long, and I don't know. But still, you know, chilling things out a bit. The second pause is allowing a bit of a, you know, Doombros chill moment.
I'm in my head right now. Now you've got me on like the Greek epics. I'm thinking of
Hercules,
there's something about Trojan horse.
Trojan horse.
You know, like because Screaming Navera were on liquid. But then that seems like I don't want to continue.
Where are we taking this?
I don't really know. I don't really know. We'll see. We'll see. Because they did definitely lose against Liquid, so they couldn't have been it.
I think anything that could be, you know, compared to a Trojan horse this game is the first half for K-Corp. Because on in appearance, it wasn't what it seemed to be, right? Still.
I thought you were going to continue that metaphor. I was ready for you to roll.
I've got it.
Oh, okay. Please continue. Please.
You know, they were sleeping, and K-Corp took advantage of it and killed them in their sleep, but they can't quite finish the job. I feel like this is what they need to get done. Finish the job.
Yeah, finish the job. Win some rounds. I don't know.
It's as simple as that, man.
It's just as simple as that.
Get rounds.
I have to say, like, I was a believer for a moment for Karmine Corp, and now after seeing the attack, because it's way harder to pull things together on attack. And these rounds sort of slipping out of their fingers, it feels like that maybe would have been the difference.
Yeah.
So many of these close ones. But the fact that they were putting up a fight like this already is just wild to me. And I was like totally prepared. Like literally we had this discussion before the day. I was like, look, you know, number 2 versus, I suppose, 9 team with BBL.
Yeah.
When things, I didn't even say if, I said when things get out of hand, I want to like have some fun, you know, go off the rails a little bit, you know, come up with like all these little mini games we could play. But no, this has been a very competitive game so far.
Go figure.
Go figure. And now we're gonna have to go sleep because this technical pause is putting me to sleep. How's that for a metaphor?
I'm trying to think of, you know, an ancient Greek.
No, don't.
No, never mind.
It's just not worth it.
Who puts people to sleep? Anyway, Sandman.
Sandman. Sure. Is that Greek? I don't think that's...
No, that's definitely
I
not
really
Greek.
don't think that is.
Definitely not Greek.
Yeah.
That's definitely
I just remember there's like a song about the Sandman. I played that on Rock Band. Rock Band
Bring
3.
Me a Dream?
Oh my
that
God. Were you a Rock Band enthusiast?
Not really.
Because
But
I had like
yeah.
2 sisters. Like we just made like the band
What
at
did you
home.
play?
So I was a bass and drums flex, right? Because only 3 kids, you have to have some flexing around.
Yeah, of course.
So I started on the drums, you know, to vent my anger. I had to smash things, you know, and then but eventually I became a pro on the bass.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can't play a bass in real life, but you know, can you? I didn't think so.
I can't, no.
Okay, for a second I thought you said you can. I was like, oh, what? That's crazy.
No.
It's like, maybe that's what we're missing, right? Like, LEC, look, because, you know, I do a little bit of LEC. Yeah. They've got, like, all the different bands over there. Where's our VALORANT band? Where's our KDA?
Going,
we need a VALORANT boy band. Riot, please. Gecko on the bass guitar. You know he would give us some funky ass
I'd get
bass.
Pansy on the keyboard, Hypoc lead
No.
singer.
We get, like, you know, no, because we want like real singers.
Oh.
You know, so we get like New Jeans or something.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. I'm disappointed now. I thought I got all excited for a second. All right, into the game we go. Of course, after that tech pause subsides, both teams, I don't know why I said all, it's just 2. All teams, both teams have got guns.
That's a wacky tripwire, kind of diagonal. You see the diagonal like side to side, but not diagonal vertical every day. And that would catch a jet dashing on out there. A lot of times you'll see the jet like jump dash out or updraft dash closer to generator, of course.
It's actually quite a nice lineup because you can't really see one of the edges
We're about to just slam the hit. They clear wine, and then this Fade ult's going to come through, and they go zoom in. But they will get smashed. There's the tripwire. Someone shoot her.
And Scream dies eventually. Does hit both trips here.
I can't see anything, man. Can you see anything?
One of them onto the side. Nivera able to double off, and now K-Corp well in the fight. 2 remaining for Navi to do the heavy lifting.
Yeah,
and they're going to be right into the fight. See it being chopped down, bullet to the head, and now it's Shao on the hot seat. He's going to go for it. I bet he's going to go for it. He's not going to stand down.
I wish I could pretend and tell you I knew what happened that round, but I don't think a single player on Navi had eyeballs for that until Nivera found his 4th on the round. Shadow's going to pick up the operator and run to the hills. That's another another Rock Band song. There you go. Call
nice.
But how about that? Nivera pulling off the round. Absolutely fantastic from him. Even though they lose Scream, right? Like that's an anti-jet tripwire right there. He falls immediately. But then through some combination of team and enemy team utility, I don't know. I need a replay. That was too much. Please Spike explode so we can see a replay and I can be saved from this.
All right, yeah. In that moment, I also didn't know what was going on. I just, just faked it, but that's, fake it till you make it, all of that. But let's have a look if Navi actually knew what was going on.
All
First power burst.
Yeah, Scream definitely doesn't know what's going on. Can't find the tripwire.
Gets blinded as well.
Kill through smoke. Another kill through smoke.
So they seemed to know what he was doing.
Yeah. So they were all deafened. So no one heard the Fade eyeball popping out. Yeah. So no one could actually break it in time. That's how he's able to kills with 2 pings on that one. And then just continues Giga Chatting it forward, fighting the operator with a rifle, because why not? That angle is pretty sweet for those headshots. And yeah, Karmine Corp win that round. Just a simple old A main execute. And I think whenever they have a KO or Fade ultimate, they're going to try similar.
Zenith moment. Zenith moment. Dashes out, still alive, pick in his hands.
And they're not even really in position to like accelerate over towards the B site. I mean, Sage just sticks around. Taking that orb, I would have thought might convince Navi there's more players coming over to that area, because like, who just takes an orb solo like that after you get oppered? But CNED's now in B main, and I'm sorry, I just don't see a world for this to happen. If they don't wait for the KO to flash them on through, this is going to be miserable for them.
They'll have a smoke to block out Zipan here because he's been given free real estate, really. Throws down a fragment. Seems like K-Corp look to run away from it, but they don't have much time from the shadows to the back of the site. Angel commits with it, which means there's one less defender to the right-hand side of the map, but K-Corp, they stick around.
Yeah, it's tough to actually rotate back over to A. They know the Cypher, I believe, off of Sound, is going to be playing over towards that area.
Blades enabled.
I mean, if there's a way to do it, it's to get Scream in there. Here we go, the big ulties, they're ready to go. He got both orbs, I believe.
There's another updraft available. He just uses it the second one, which means he can't really find an elevated angle for this. He can go directly into the crossfire of Angel, and that is how you just stop a push in its tracks. Angel with 2, Cena trying to pick things up on the other end, and Navi look to get very close to the finishing line here. They've got 11 on the board, and K-Corp trailing by 4.
Tough situation to be in. K-Corp desperately. I didn't see it at the start of the round, but because they were playing sort of like heavy, like they weren't playing towards mid, but they were playing 3 outside B main, 2 in A main. Zipan was just, or not Zipan, sorry. Zaysh was 2 orbs off of the ultimate, so he's calling, look, you just guard that orb B main, make sure no one takes it. I'll get the one in A and in B, everything will be fine. But then they lose the one player with the late peek from CNED's operator. CNED then reads the rotation, is in position, maybe even making that choice off of the orb count from pressing tab. It's a tough spot to be in if these early rounds are unsuccessful for KC. Potentially just like leaving holes in it too. Because it is a bit of a gamble, right? You play one player for orb, one player just dry holding the angle. If you fall there, like there's nothing really you can do in terms of trading or whatnot. So it gets punished, and now they're a little bit more diligent, I think, with 3 players around using the utility to clear out Wine. But this is not going to finish on an A hit, I don't think. Not with how Scream is playing over towards mid. To me, this honestly feels like one of those rounds. I mean, maybe you don't experience this unless you like actually IGL, but when you just don't exactly know what to do, so you're still using the early round time to figure out what the call is going to be. Because they're just guarding the exits for now working up towards Scream, but Scream still isn't with the team. Scream's gonna look for a lurk timing onto B, but they've actually switched the Cypher over to be on that side of the map.
Interesting that Navi has used barely any utility. It's insane to me.
And again, the spike is on a solo mission up mid. This is a round Karmine Corp have overcooked. They do not know what they're doing.
No, they really don't. I think they're lost. They're letting the clock run out.
They're going to try to like sell some kind of, but it's not even fake. Like they just have to find these kills or it's over for them.
It's now or never. They need to go amp up the pressure, get in the face of their opponents, get the kills. They don't have much time. 15 seconds on the clock. Shin does break out the Y. They know where he is. They're going to start pushing through.
12 seconds!
Revealing themselves. Have to get onto the side.
10 seconds!
Haven't dealt with Suigetsu yet. 9 seconds. Suigetsu on the back end. Gets one. Can he delete them? No, they cannot! And with that, K-Corp eliminate every single player against the odds. How did that even happen?
Okay, I'll give it to him. I'll give it to him. Karmine Corp letting the clock to get down. I was very nervous. They've been in this situation many times before. And if that first kill they don't find here, Scream taking down CNED, back CT, if that kill doesn't come through, I don't think there's a chance in hell they can win this round. But then they get out of B main. Once you get out of B main on a heavy commitment through there, it becomes much simpler to play out the rest of your round, and they are going to take that one, just one orb off of XMS's ultimate as well. I think what in the world is that?
Oh my god, but it still works out because it's got help of Angel and Zipan. Somehow Navi bring out a K-Corp tactic, and K-Corp are turning it right back around, screaming the fight doubles up. CNED in the face of XMS punching down. It's insane, it's a brawl fight. We're in Fight Club, and now it's a 2v2 for the post-plant.
Pablos, what is going on? The spike can't get across just yet. The door is going to be broken. It's very hard to plant the spike in this situation. Zaysh has one flash, one C4 to play off of. Scream is going to drop down to play with the rest of the team.
2 different positions to be played out here from Navi. Now with a flash available here from Zaysh to find the right time.
He just missed.
He just missed, but it wouldn't have any impact either way. CNED going to push forward using his Cloudburst to maybe obscure one of the positions here from Zaysh. Oh, he's closing up very quickly. Can the assistant coach do the heavy lifting? Oh, and he can! Oh, Zaysh for his CNED. It's Zaysh that comes out on top, and now Suigetsu versus Scream. The double S's! Scream! Can't quite pick it up. A palaver of a round, but it's Suigetsu that composes himself, puts Navi on 12, getting them close to that finishing line.
Down to the wire right there, but now we're seeing Navi in positions retaking together there. Positions where they can trade out that initial kill. I mean, the start of this round was absolutely insane. I think there was a paranoia from Tree that actually hit the player over to the left. I believe that's Scream. So that's why Scream was running back and they were able to isolate the fight at top of mid. I missed that at the start. He then gets the kill as the push is coming through A main. It was an absolutely ballistic round from Navi.
It was bonkers, man.
But at the same time, it comes down to the 2 versus 2 after all of the madness. I think there's a situation where XMS, if he's able to get the kill with the shorty, that changes things. It's 3-on-1 then, and it can come through. But then in the 2-on-2, they had to separate and not actually fight off one another. Scream was worried about a player up towards heaven because the flash didn't connect. I truly believe if that flash connects, you hear footsteps of a player running because you're worried about someone jumping up into heaven and fighting off of that flash. So the fact that he misses that flash cost them precious information. They then potentially could have focused a little bit more on the door. But as it stood, it slips through their fingers at the very end, like so many rounds.
Look, through my eyes, everything going cray-cray. And with this, K-Corp are taking a chill pill. You know things are going cray-cray when it's Karmine Corp taking a chill pill.
Look, I want to start calling them the corporation, the K-Corporation. It just sounds way cooler. Can we just do that? I feel like they're giving us a corporation level performance here. It's not just the corp part, right? Because in the past weeks, it's looked like K-Corps, right? Now it is truly the K-Corporation. Yeah. Yes, it's Navi on match point. Yes, I don't care. 1 round away from them losing. K-Corp, they've got the tools to take this round and give us a little bit better of a fight.
Never lose hope. Always look on the bright side of life. K-Corp definitely doing that. Definitely showing that they're still in the fight halfway through the regular season, maybe in a chance to fight for the final spots of playoffs. It is still feasible, technically, but no one would have thought that to be the case. Lockdown being dropped now towards the B site. K-Corp know exactly what they're going for. Navi, no, also the same. Into the back corner, Scream knows where to find CNED, picks them up, and that's going to allow them to cross into the site.
Whenever K-Corporation have those big ultimates, it's the fast hits through main. Now this time, Navi bringing back those pistol strats. 2 players going to be flanking back through B main, but K-Corp love playing these deep positions on the B site, so they're not going to find much value, and this flank is going to be hurt out completely, so it won't end up mattering.
Still a mountain to climb, even to get this round, but you know, step by step is what you have to do. Put your foot down on the gas, keep it going. Put in that extra gear as well. Here we go. Navi looking to aggress. They're able to find Nivera on the back of the site. There's still more to deal with. Scream retaliating. Operator now in his hands picked up from CNED's body. Scream 3 to his name. The Shroud and Shao all by himself. He has to think real quick about the money, but he doesn't get an opportunity to do that. And a bullet straight through his brains would put that round to an end. And 3 rounds to be the difference between the 2 teams.
It's a simple game plan from K-Corp. Slammed that ultimate, burst onto the site. CNED was trying to hide in that back pocket towards Boathouse, but Scream got in there in time to sort of shut that down, actually pick up the operator from post plant, which ended up being really effective for them. Fantastic stuff. Now, looking at this round, we saw previously when the KO was 2 orbs off of ultimate, was playing for both those orbs and a fast hit. This round, Shin's off of 2, so I was thinking maybe there's a world where they do that, but no, it's just a sprint out onto B. No Cypher to slow them down, and the shots don't connect from CNED.
No, I mean, look, Navi don't have too many weapons to work with in this particular round, but there's still a hope to try and make damage to the economy of K-Corp. Don't allow them to find this control back into the game. Don't give them an avenue towards it. Zipan making their opponent struggle just a little bit. And all of a sudden, there's a chance because there's rifles everywhere, and it's a 3v2.
He got 2 kills on 1 HP, Pavlos. Now he has the Phantom. Gonna be retaking over towards lane. The ultimate on the retake too.
Navi can smell this victory and they're going right for it. Nightfall. Everybody on both sides is fairly low. Only Nivera's got all of his health.
No one has any ears. It's like Nivera told everyone to take their headphones off.
Oh no, Nivera holding still with the operator in hands, the rest of the players alone, Nivera delivering, and it's Shao yet again, in very familiar position, but last time didn't work out. Can he do it this time? The Sheriff in his hands can switch to a Marshal, but he cannot think about that right now. Nivera scoped in, delivers, sticks the landing, and now we're looking at a double digits K-Corp score.
Oh, you want to fight against Nivera without audio? He was born in it, Pavlos. I mean, Zepan, what a performance here on the 1 HP. That headshot as well, but then when both fades ultimate from both sides to cancel it out. Oh my word.
I love the energy from Zace right now. Whenever we see him on the cams, he's always hyping up his team, always giving them the hope that they can do it, man.
I'm a believer. I'm a believer. K-Core, we saw early on the overfight off this one-way. Remember, it was Navarro sort of peeking very aggressively this time, barely dodging away from that util. Trying to escape!
Zipan matrix his way out of that one.
But this is actually the 2 ult orb off of ulti for Zaysh. Navarro just taking the fight. This is the same setup though. Again, they're going to try to take the orb on Zaysh, and then they could play back towards B if they wanted to try and send that. Because they find the opening kill though, they know the site is going to be very soft. No Cypher here again. K-Core continue to pick the right sites. They're gambling away from Sugetsu, and Navarro is killing everyone!
Someone rename this guy to Smooth Operator, because this guy doesn't miss giving a scoped gun, and he'll find his opponent's body. He'll click that trigger, and it always will mean the death of his opposition.
Scream finds another in mid too. Navi were walking away to save on 12, but they lose another gun.
Man, they're taking out their pockets and nothing's coming out. Only maybe some buttons, a fly, no change. It doesn't feel good for Navi. And considering K-Corp winning this round, they'll get an 11, and that'll be Navi economically reset. We're looking at a potential overtime game.
And think about the success rate K-Core have had when they're using the Killjoy, KO, and Fatal on the side hits. Navi find a couple of kills. That doesn't matter at the end of the day. They've got Zaysh's ultimate coming into this next round.
Let me add to that as well. Let me remind you of the success rate of K-Corp on buy rounds. I know they fluked out on pistols, but if they get to overtime, they won't have to deal with that.
That's actually so true. I mean, oh my word. Could it be happening? Out of nowhere.
I've seen that scene at face before. I've seen it. And it often comes when they don't have that mental capacity to keep going. I've seen it. He's very prone to it. Yes, he can be the best player in the world. He can be. He's proven it before. He's gotten there. He's gotten that world title. He's gotten that MVP. But he can also be absent from the server sometimes. And I feel like this moment, he's not feeling comfortable. We've seen it before. They lost against Koi, the exact same face.
And now against 4 out of 5, Karmine Corp bringing in the last minute sub. 2.5 days to practice.
Pressure is on, man.
One round away from OT for Karmine Corp. Look, it's going to be a fast A, it's going to be a fast B, it's going to be something like this, you'd have to imagine. Actually, seeing the initial setup, no, potentially a change of pace for them. I wonder how hard Navi would lead in a timeout like this if they were to go for a gamble stack. Because I actually think gamble stacking versus the way Zaysh has been calling is a really good way to play the game. You play gamble stack, you play heavy retake with your own KO ultimate on the opposite side. It's a fake?
No way, no way.
It's a fake.
Sold. No way. And the spike is down.
Fake with the spike. They've got Navarro's ultimate
from the shadows.
But I don't care.
It's all planned. But that's a clear giveaway of what they're going to do. Navi know that they're going for the B site. You can already see the rotations. This is an old trick in the book by this point.
That is the most overcooked thing I've ever seen in my life. Because they also, it's not like they were taking the site. There's an ultimate from the Cypher on the opposite side that sees, it's pinging these players. They're trying to like run back towards spawn to give an idea that it could be a rotation.
They're cooking it even more, and they're cooking it even more. They're going all the way back to the A site. They're wasting a lot of time here.
There's no way that this is how it's lost.
Look, and at these pressure points, IGLing really gets tested. It really does, and Zaysh definitely hitting the front force of that one.
Well, look at the setup now. Navi have 2 players ready to fight for A main control. XMS is staying to lurk outside Beast. There's only 3 players here to actually fight in.
They've got to read Shui gets his position. Paranoia gets thrown out of the way, does miss the mark. They know where Shui gets to is. Shin with the first pick.
Huge.
35 seconds.
Get this timing. XMS has to find this timing. If he's able to peek on forward here and kill Zipan, he actually gives it up. He's trying to play with numbers, but again, the clock is ticking. Navarro doesn't have smokes. Maybe he'll have 1, but this is going to be so tough. It all comes down to Zipan.
Not 1 fake, not 2 fakes, but
and
3 fakes from K-Corp. Zipan drops. XMS accurate to the trigger.
Go.
They've got to move in quickly because Shao's already on the case. Maybe he can trap them.
11
seconds. They've got to get onto the site, but still, 3v4. Navi, try to get to the pack quickly. Try to interrupt the plant. They might not be able to do so as they're on site.
Oh, down to the absolute wire. The spike will be planted at the end of the day.
Shin also has an alternative angle to work with. They don't know he's here. Oh, misses a shot, but still, Scream does heavy lift him. Ends up falling. No, the panic. Still, 2v2. CNED on the case. They need to chill down a bit. They've got a few seconds.
XMS blind on one side. Has to cover Navarra on lane, but he's smoked off too.
He's been so clutch this game. CNED pushing forwards. He's left the teammate behind. He's going to be alone for now. Shao will be coming forward. CNED with a headshot. Now it's XMS. He's solo. Only 30 points of health, but he's got a shorty. He's going to try and do it with a shorty, and there's not much time, man. 30 seconds, 30 HP, and that's going to be the downfall of K-Corp. Navi delivering, but the final mark. God, by God, he was that close. Oh my word.
That is not how it was supposed to happen. 13-11 on the first map, and it's slipping at the end.
Look. Somebody bring the doctor here, because I think we need to retest our levels here. I think the BPM is going too fast.
Look, I don't care what you say. There is no team in Valorant as fun to watch as Karmine Corp. I mean, as entertaining. Sometimes, like in the past, it's been pain, then it's been excitement, it's been wackiness, and now they're putting within 2 rounds of performance against Navi, and then sprinting it in the last one. I mean, what is that? Running in with the KO ultimate, using the Omen to recover. I'm not going to recover.
We'll make sense of it at some point. Just give us some time, guys. Give us some time. And we'll be able to give you guys some time as well to replenish yourselves, get a snack, get some more drinks before we get into the second map, Lotus, right after this.
Where did it go? It's KC, guys. Sometimes it happens.
I would like to open the club or organization, whatever it calls, with people in it who would respect each other, who would have like good communication between, and like just with good personalities. Maybe I would make my own interviews maybe, because I like to speak with people and like scan them like through.
I never think about how people should remember me after I end my career, to be honest. I think I want to be remembered for doing everything right. It's not even about winnings for me. Like obviously my personal goals is about achievements, but I would like to be remembered more for being the right guy for the players I work with, for the fans I interact with, for the people I work with outside the game. It's more important for me in terms of being remembered for something. Achievement is just like very obvious ones.
Maybe after I retire, when I will have like my own team or business, obviously related to esports, but still. You would like to have like a house near to the lake?
Yeah, because you, like in the summer, you can have a good barbecue on the beach of the lake, let's say. Plus you can swim it if it's like quite warm, like, or hot. And also the most important, if it's good lake, you can like fishing there.
I want to leave a legacy in Valorant, like as a player, as a maybe Jet, as an operator, maybe as a champion, you know. Who knows, but I want to do something and I will find it.
Yo bro, how long do you think about like answering question? Like couple of minutes or couple of seconds? Or it's like instant answering?
No, I don't think. I'm not thinking too much. I'm just answering instantly.
Then why are you delayed now?
I'm thinking as well.
Like I want to create history in Valorant. I want to be one of the guys who achieved something that no one else achieved. Maybe I lifted the most trophies, for example. Maybe I did the most kills or something. This stuff I want someone to remember me for. That I achieved something that no one else did.
I want to be remembered as probably best player, best aimer, and just smart guy who can read opponents easily. I think in my mind I already have a dream team.
Bro, stop. Let's get proper rest, okay? Let's have some food.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
What is this from EA? He is currently unstoppable. He is just a consistent demon. El Diablo.
Hey guys, it's EA. Welcome to my course on optimal Valorant training. I'm going to be demonstrating now some angle clearing. I'll slowly come around the corner as well, making sure no one's on these off angles.
F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat.
A valiant effort there from K-Corp, but unfortunately the loss streak continues for them. I'm your host Yingsu, and I'm back here with Lothar and Cougar, and we have a guest joining us, a world champion, the current world champion holder, of course, G2 Mary. Welcome to the Dex. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Could be better. I think that game gave me whiplash a little bit back and forth. But what was your main takeaway, I guess, from what you saw? Of course, K-Corp with a new player on their team too.
I don't know what to say honestly, but yeah.
I feel like that's all of our reactions every time we watch K-Corp.
No, but this time was different, I have to say.
Well, there were still some yes, and you know, we're going to talk about that in a moment. But I will have a fun fact, Lothar. I know you love stats. This is the most rounds K-Corp have ever gotten on a map they've lost, and beaten their previous record of 6
I mean, they kind of won more rounds than in like 3 combined.
Yes, they did. It was they won 6, 2, and then 2. So you're right, three maps combined.
Yeah, but in general, I would say that for me, the biggest test to see if KC had made improvements was the attack side, and I feel like in some rounds we have visibly seen that there was a plan that they were trying to execute, and some was just pure chaos. And the win conditions were actually just ultimates, you know, like. The first one round on attack was with the Fade ult, second one with the Killjoy ult, and then we have seen the other win conditions was literally Nivera standing with an operator and punishing over peaks from Angel, for example, and that happened like twice. So attack was a very big problem for KC still.
I mean, you were talking about Nivera's op quite a bit with us, so what did you think of it?
He was a bit shaky in the start, like I would say on defense half, but on attack I think he really stepped up and got a lot of entries, and I think that kind of gave them the opener to getting a lot of other rounds. But yeah, like, I mean, they could have won this, but circumstances weren't on their side.
I actually found some depth into what K-Corp was doing, and I think it's one of the first times. No. Listen, this is a team that has barely pracked together, okay, with Sage. Having the IGL swapping, they had to come back from like Navi getting the first 5 rounds in a row, and they finished the half with 6-6. I think that says a lot. I know it's Ascent on the defense, but still, did we expect this kind of result? I'm happy with it.
Well, let's take a look at the round in which where it could have been OT, it could have, might have. There's a few other circumstances as well, and Lothar, I honestly thought we were going to see OT.
I was hoping we were going to see this round from the beginning when the KO ultimate was happening on A side, because he ran in with the spike on A side, and I was fully expecting
the Red Guard cosplay. Yeah.
That they're just gonna go and take the site on B while
he's faking
A, and then Omen will just transport the spike towards A side. But that was like a disconnect, I'm assuming, between the calls, because the IGL went in too fast and the other teammates were not taking any space, so the fake was just essentially pointless. And one thing that you can see in all of those rounds that were happening on the B side, though, is that Navi was very disconnected. Look at the position here, look at the spacing between the players. That was something that we have seen in a lot of rounds, where Navi, while doing retakes, was always bad at trading spaces, and also we have seen people peeking before the utility actually was having an effect on the side. So I would say that Navi was really not doing a great job when it comes to the retakes.
Yeah, and Mary, we saw a comp change as well, at least on the side of Keiko. I know you won the biggest fan of the last comp they ran on Ascent. What did you make of this one?
I think this comp is just like way better. Like, honestly, I don't think Ascent, you could run Ascent with Viper and Sky, because it kind of just doesn't make sense, right? So like Ascent is such a default map where you like need Sova and KO to be able to like take sites and take spaces from, So I wouldn't say that the first comp they ran was it.
I mean, a comp buff, they nearly won this. I mean, Cougar, they could have actually won this if we won for this round 16. We have to talk about it because I think we were all losing our minds. Zeish, of course, coming in as their new player. He's never even played in VCT before, ever. And oh, how unfortunate this was. This was a low buy for them as well. They could have definitely won this.
And it's not the first time that K-Corp during this match, they had some really good executes and very good ideas, especially good rounds with this short buys. I don't want to relive this. They do take the site beautifully. We know that that timer is running down. And if you look at the top left of your screen, you see a KO that is literally standing still, but cannot plant the spike. He's moving around. He realizes that he's run out of time and the round is lost. This wouldn't have been overtime. This would have been 13-11 to them.
They probably would have ended up winning. I mean, you see this reaction, the frustrations on their faces as well. Mary, has anything like this ever happened when you played?
No.
No?
Quite literally no. Like, this is like the first time I ever see this, you know? Like, they could have actually got this round. This could have been to OT, and everything else would like seem so different, right? But I've literally never seen anything like this.
If your teammate did that, how would you react to that?
Just drop the spike.
Oh, well, like, give me the spike.
Just give me the spike. Yeah, if you can't plan, like, I'd literally not panic. The first instinct that I would do is just hold space and just throw the spike. That's literally what I'd do, you know? But I mean,
the idea is there. I think that the timing in most of the executions we were seeing also in the last one, we see that they have a plan. They're just struggling a little bit to execute it, and just with 6 seconds, it's just gonna happen.
I mean, we see similar issues with like when Scream was IGLing. The plan seems not tight enough. And I also have seen a lot of rounds where the spike was disconnected from the rest of the team. Like for example, there's one B split happening when Fade was going through market with the spike, when the rest of the players were coming from B main, and there were like visibly 4 or 5 angles that the spike could have been dead on the spot in market, which literally just loses the round because they were always going on a very tight timing, and if the spike gets lost, the round is lost.
Well, let's talk about Scream. You mentioned him. Again, this is just like a map of fun facts and fun stats. Cougar, they managed to get the most rounds they've had so far. And Scream, this is the most kills he's gotten on every single map he's lost. He's not been able to reach as many kills as this. I think the most he got was 16. But as you can see from at least the last time they played Cougar on Ascent, you can see the power of Scream not IGLing.
Yeah, and not only that, also him, playing on the jet again. We know that he hadn't done it for a while. He had the other day to test it and today to prove it. And not only that, you're going up against CNET. It's not going to be an easy task if you think about the head-to-head. But I think he was feeling two things. One, that he doesn't have to IGL anymore, and also that they're in that position of they're the underdog. If they there's not that much pressure onto them anymore.
Well, that was Navi's pick, of course, Ascent. We're going to move on to Lotus now, and Cougar. There's some funky things when it comes to Navi, especially for Lotus, and I think we should definitely talk about it. Mary, real quick, what do you think about this pick for Cougar?
Honestly, I really want to see how it goes for them, and I want to see what comp they're running. Possibly a new comp, I don't know.
I mean, they picked this for a reason, right? You have to.
There has to be something.
They have to have been cooking at least. And Cougar, what were Navi cooking the last time we saw them?
Yeah, well, there was a couple of compositions that we have seen from Navi so far here in this competition. In Lotus, we know that they like to cook. We know that they don't really know exactly what they want to do with this map yet because they keep testing stuff. The most recent one, the Viper plus Gecko or the Harbor plus Sova. The two most important points is that, for example, in this one, when you have Angel playing on the Viper, you're going to see that he has a lot of pressure over C because he's going to be playing with the one-way and the pressure is going to come on that side. At the same time, he has the wall. So they use it to take all of this pressure onto A, where CNET is going to be playing all this green that you see in here. Is CNET trying to go on the aggression, followed by a couple of teammates. Something that we did not see last time, because he decided to go for the Harbor and the Sova, something that, Shao is well known for, but maybe on this map wasn't the best pick for him. On this case, Angel tried to play a little bit more from the team. It's all these green traces that you're seeing, and as you can see, all of these things that were happening against Koi wasn't happening against Heretics. They still want to take positions here. This is just the first 30 seconds, but it doesn't happen as much, and they do not have that extra pressure that the walls gives. But, let's hope and see what they have cooked and ready for us today.
Maybe we see all four. Why not? It's Viper, Gecko, Harbor, and Sova. Navira is warming up here in the Aim Labs shoot-around, I believe. But yeah, Mary, Navi, they like to play random, funky things on Lotus. But is there anything that you feel like could be a spicy agent?
Spicy
maybe
agent.
Unconventional, but you think at least works for Lotus as we head into Agent Select?
I have nothing in mind, actually. I don't know.
Okay, what's really troll then? What don't you want to see?
Euro.
No Yorus? Okay, no Yorus on Lotus.
I'm so sorry.
Lothar's gonna,
I'm so sorry.
Lothar's gonna have a
At least it's not a Reyna, right? But
I mean,
I don't want to just.
You'd rather Reyna?
Jet
He's going to speak it into existence.
I don't want to see just Omen on CNET. For the past
I'd love
Lotuses,
to see Arena.
we have seen Navi peeking like it's CNET on that Omen, and I feel like that was a very specific gameplay change.
Well, we got Sky versus Sky already. Zaysh is playing
on the chest.
Yes, and Zaysh is going to be playing the Viper. That's not an easy agent, Lothar, to just pick up and fill in with.
Specifically when you play a double controller composition in this case, because the Viper will have a very specific job to create consistent pressure on both attack and defense in pre-planned positions, and then the Omen needs to apply the pressure in specific spots according to the utility from the Viper. So that requires a lot of planning.
Mary, what do you think about this?
I honestly think that it's just like they have the similar comp, but the only difference is that they just have jet opping more often, and we're gonna see a head-to-head through this battle in this map for sure.
For the side of Navi, I think that this is a definitive comp. You have the Viper, but you have the Omen. Seen it back on that jet. He wasn't having the best performance adapting to that Omen. For the side of K-Corp, it looks like it has a lot of potential.
Well, I can't wait to see Angel TP into spawn every 5 rounds again. I've missed that. Ender and Pavlos, what did you make of this agent select?
Look, every single time that Navi play this map, apparently this season they've switched things up 3 times. They're playing it, last 2 they've lost. So maybe this will be a time for them to change things up and actually get a win in the bag. But after that first map of Karmine Corp, getting things close, what are your feelings coming into this one?
My feelings is I think it's going to be really tough for Karmine Corp. Like, I was so excited to see what they could do back on Ascent throughout, but now they have to start on the attacking side, and I think that Lotus is such a hard map to call on the attack. Different to like Ascent, we saw a lot of like very fast, like all-in executes towards a site. On Lotus, usually there's like a 2-step plan to taking any site. You have to fight for rubble or mound first, right? The sort of entrance into a site. There's usually a ton of util and bodies thrown into those areas from both sides, and then you actually have to execute onto the site. So I'd almost expect to see more like lurk plays from KC, knowing that they are going to have just less time in server, and try to enable individuals to sort of find exploitations and ways they can work around this Navi defense.
Well, they do bait out a bit of early utility here by taking down the alarm bot in B, but Navi don't seem to be juggling their players too much. They're keeping them in place, trying to see what K-Corp are going to bring up next.
That's what I mean. You do have to spend... Oh, no, get around that dog. That's so unfortunate. It will do its job and clear back front rubble and everything. Maybe a window where that could have been punishing. But see what I'm talking about with KC. They've got 2 players in B, so likely they have rubble control. They're going to break down Baby Door. It might actually have been broken already, I think. That's where Zipan just sent his Hawk out of. So that means they have an ability to pinch back into B. That's crazy that that didn't hit Scream. Don't know what's up with that.
Ooh. Is this Angel trying to do something sneaky here? No, he backs out of it. There was a potential for him to do some crazy movement, but no. Into the B side with a 3-point holding it back to the side. Frenzy kills coming out from Scream. Double kill to his name. Zeish gets left behind, and it does his due diligence to keep himself in position. And all of a sudden, Navi have only 1 player alive.
How on earth does Scream get a kill with paint shells there? I don't even know. I usually keep my eye on minimap, just watch utility almost at all times, but that was nuts. Now he's looping around towards spawn. CNED has the expectation. And Scream, that's where you get the lower, little pop-up. It's like, broad knife to a gun.
Nailed him.
Hey, look, I enjoyed the sneaky attempt. It looked very, very sneaky, very iconic in that moment.
That's the rare classic downgrade from CNED. Didn't want the ghost. Oh, because he gets the right click. That's actually nuts.
Yeah, close range. Just works better with classic.
I mean, 1v5, you get a 3K. You take those.
Not too bad.
But hey, KC win a pistol.
Yeah.
Think about Ascent,
First
how
of the
different that would have
series.
been if they'd won a single pistol. Actually, it took a really long time to get rolling on their first halves, and I like that play, right? It wasn't like super complicated or anything like this, just breaking down Baby Door, and they didn't even really commit on the lurk. Oh, that's the paint shell. Oh, yeah, it was very low. No ability to really escape from it.
You couldn't even see the paint shells. They were
Yeah,
behind us.
makes sense.
Smart trap.
Respect. Is that a Killjoy jacket? Is that what I just saw? That's cool.
That is cool.
But regardless, I think this is what we're going to end up seeing a lot. And if KC are able to call these like mid-round pivots, that's like really like the main thing I think that you need on an attacking side of this map. This time around, though, I'm expecting it to be in through tree, though, because they're playing for the switch.
I'm going to go on a full tangent here, and
okay.
Apologies.
Go nuts.
But you mentioned the Killjoy jacket. Which agent is the most stylish? I do adore your style as well, so I will really value your opinion here.
Stylish agent?
Yeah.
I feel like, okay, Killjoy is definitely kind of dripped out.
Sure.
But at the same time, like, Omen has that avant-garde, you know? I'm just wearing rags and the literal shadows. I feel like Gecko has a really cool look, but it's mostly his hair. He doesn't like, he's not layering, and that's a bit of an issue for him.
That is an issue, yeah.
Down A.
I kind of want to go Killjoy.
Drum roll, Killjoy.
Yeah, I'm
Nice.
Killjoy. I think Raze, it looks pretty sweet too, but I'm a bit of a Killjoy stan.
I'm digging the beanie.
Yeah.
Love it. Jacket, pretty cool. All right. This round is pretty much over at this point. Maybe an opportunity here for Shao to find a back angle, but no. This is all she wrote. Cena trying to battle his way out of those pensions, but no. 3 survive for K-Corp.
I love how CNED like just keeps peeking that angle, trying to find a player, and there's just a giant bird flying at him. Just straight out of Alfred Hitchcock, coming to claw his eyes out. Now, he was able to dodge away from the graphic, but not win the fight. Yeah, I mean, Alfred Hitchcock is a very graphic guy. Just that movie terrified me as a child. Not as much as Monsters, Inc., but...
You were terrified.
I have trauma. Okay.
Well, is it
Movie
scared
trauma.
about monsters being in the under the bed and the closet?
Hold the phone. Scream got his ultimate for round 3. Just casually run away with 5 kills here. Has the rifle too. So this is a round where KC finds success early on, get a couple of kills. Similar to how they converted with the Killjoy ultimate. You could see a world where Scream absolutely goes nuts here. But for now, he's just a coward running away from an alarm bot.
Definitely feasible, but I think with the riflery that K-Corp have, it's limited to a few players. They're going to have to do quite a bit.
This could be tough. The late fight over Rubble, where there's 2 players playing in front of their own wall.
Oh, not for long, is it? Because Angel just dropped back.
And they heard that drop too.
But he's going to stick around with the potential that K-Corp will not do their due diligence to try and pre-fire that.
Yeah, Smoke will be able to just get him out of here, as well as the paranoia. So
yeah.
he falls all the way back to site. Now, CNED completely abandoned him, but Karmine Corp probably anticipate more rotations coming over this way.
They've got no idea what's going on. They've already wasted a lot of time, and they're going to waste more time to try and clear out the rest of the court.
If they pivot back into B, the position CNED has destroys the round. There's no late lurk or anything like this to clear him away, so all the information is here.
Yeah, they know
and
exactly
with the
what's going
position
on.
over towards Tree too, Navi are in a great spot to shut this down.
Showstopper, you, Scream, unable to pick up the kill. Angel
4
somehow still
HP.
alive with 4 points of health.
And they think he went Tree too.
Zip on the back of the site, Scream doing his job. Angel still alive, still able to shoot his gun. Albeit the health he's got doubles up. And now we're looking at 3-on-3 with not much time remaining. Cena going to be pushing forward even further, but has to drop back. Uses his stash, doesn't have it available any longer. So he gets to back on the fight, draws out his knife, but there's not much time. They have to get the spike down, and Navi win it down in the end.
Really nice play on the site there from the initial dodge of Angel surviving on 4 HP versus the Rocket. Everyone going to chase him down. He's able to find 2. That's big. But then on top of that, CNED falling to site 2, seeing what the clock is like, knowing, hey, they have to commit 1 player onto that spike. I'm going to have a chance to find some kind of a fight. That was very nicely played. Because this could have looked very different. I mean, that Rocket kills Angel, and I think just Karmine Corp straight up halved the round. The fact he gets 2 on that little HP, absolutely fantastic to win through the anti-bonus.
It's just a matter of K-Corp trying to take advantage of the weaponry they were able to take out of Navi's hands. Now, this is exactly what we've been looking at here in the Logitech power-up round. But of course, drop back here from Nevera does get called out, so Navi with an advantage.
Yeah, anticipate those early fights. CNED's always going to be looking for that, whether it's a rifle or a Vandal. Ooh, little one-way, he just pops right there on the switch. We've seen the Omen Smokes do that same one-way. Now, though, going to be permanently an option for Sugetsu. And I really like the way Navi have set up to play around B. They've changed their Viper wall a little bit. That makes it much better in the post plant to block off this baby door area. They also have the Killjoy alarm bot there too to see if that gets broken down, if the hit ends up coming on through. Because that's where the pivot is going to be. It's actually going to be very strong back through B main, as now Scream is brought over with the rest of the team. But Angel is going to be hard holding this angle, you'd imagine.
Yeah, looking for a double-sided attack for a B-site pinch. Of course, scary utility from Killjoy, hiding out one of the angles. Trailblazer lead the way. Shower forced to drop back where his utility lies. Of course, could be a late rotation here from Zayish. Does pick it up in the end, catching Shower off guard. Massive kill to go his way. And definitely depletes the utility that was in that direction. Spike will be going down, and it's Navi to try and find all the different angles to work with.
That's a good plan for the post as well. They can definitely play for this, playing very forward. They don't want to get caught behind the Viper wall, so they're trying to find the CNED.
CNED needs to be patient here. Wait for his teammates to arrive to be in a position to capitalize on these players in this corner. They're all in the same position, which could mean they could get killed very easily. Scream delivers. Quickly taken back by Zipan. No idea how that kill commenced, but still, within the smoke. CNED reading Zace's push, and now we're looking at a 2-on-2. It's really, really close. Shin hides out on the close angle and finds himself a second kill in the round, and it means that only 1 remains for Navi, and it's CNED.
No charges left.
And there's a nano swarm, and it just delays it even further. He's just gonna hide away. There's no much time. He's gonna have to run back and save the gun. This round is falling into the hands of the French org of K-Corp, putting a 3rd one in the bag.
Well played, K-Corp. I mean, look at that. Realizing the difference in that Viper wall. Previously, it had just been straight up horizontal there. So there was much more ability to play in that room next to Baby Door. This time, though, saying, no, we need to take very forward positions on site. They plant up outside of the depression on the site as well, which I think is really important in terms of playing the post plant off site at all, which is what XMS was going to be late in the round. They're able to trade off one another.
Super. Super, les gars.
Super.
I agree.
Très bien. Very nicely done.
Is that the extent of your French, or does it go a little bit deeper than that?
Magnifique.
Okay.
Yeah. Très bon.
Okay.
Here.
Oui.
Okay.
That's it.
No. Okay. That's the limit. Nice try.
We'll leave it at that. Yeah, Navi, 2 Vandals this round. That's what they've got available for them. We can see some aggression coming out as the Blades are enabled from CNED. So
there are 3 players on this side.
They're looking. They're going to be able to clear out that. The right-hand side is pretty clear. So by process of elimination, the C side's been taken over. Navi, of course, know of this with a push.
And there's going to be a big flank from CNED, right? That's going to be the option to try and win this one out, because Zipan and Angel not really in positions to take fights. They're stuck behind the smokes now.
CNED's alone. He's got to do quite a bit here. Ooh, it's a bit rough. XMS comes in. As reinforcements. They kind of anticipate a second player to be there, but no, that was CNED on a one-man journey.
Angel's just going to have the call to save this rifle, I think.
Ooh, so he gets to try and interrupt the plan here. Zaysh through the smoke, not too shabby. Doing all right this game, he is. And Navi on the back foot, Angel with a Vandal decision to make. He's in a position where he can drop back if he wants to, but it seems he wants to assist Shao in this endeavor. Screen close by, try to make his health just a little bit lower, easier to pick up. Angel, that's one for him. But with a frenzy in his hand, Shao will get one before he falls. K-Corp with 3 alive at the end of this round.
Nicely done from them one more time, and that sort of showed the two-prong approach. I think, obviously, like, Navi just abandoned the site, even though they had 3 players there. It was just the one rifle in hand, and Karmine Corp had the very easy attempt to get on there. But we've actually seen, like, slower rounds, not just sort of, like, all-inning towards the site. I was a little bit worried, potentially, but this was their choice. And I think that a lot of the times, I think map choice can be a little bit overinflated in terms of value. Like, I remember the stat from Lock-In was like insane. Like, people with map choice were actually losing more often than not. But I think that, especially when you're given limited scrim time, 10 to 15 games, that's all Karmine Corp had, you just have to sort of give up on some maps. Like, what's your permaban? You're expecting like your phase 2 ban, maybe you don't even try on those. So it is nice to see on a very complex new map like Lotus, they've already shown us a couple of variations early on.
And on the flip side of that, Navi kind of have a lot of demons on this map not being able to win this season on it, right? They've gone to different iterations of their agents. You know, they haven't been able to iron out a style that they like to play on it, as Cougar was able to illustrate in the analyst segment. So it's definitely a situation where Navi need to find comfort here. And K-Corp, again, just like the previous map, not allowing Navi to do their thing.
You know, Navi are one of the teams. You have a few here. Karmine Corp actually too. I think Navarra had a quote where it was like, Gecko's going to be absolutely insane. Like, I think some teams got a little bit baited by the new agent sauce.
They fell in
early
love
on.
with Gecko.
They did. Now it seems like the Gecko's been almost entirely removed.
Didn't they run them like nearly every map?
Yeah, we saw it on like Ascent, I believe, as well. The Lotus, all over the place. Some. I think we definitely saw it from Shin on the opposite side on Split too. I'm pretty sure. But I think people are over that just a little bit. I do like this pivot from Navi, looking to fight a little bit more aggressively over both Mound and Rubble. Having an Operator up here too. I think that the way KC have been playing, if you can post an Operator in a forward spot, you're going to see these late rotations into you. One op kill can shut off the round. Wait, they just opened the door themselves.
There was a gap on the poison cloud that could have been differentiated. Oh, he's somehow alive! See what he gets, who helps his teammate just run out of there. Of course, he'll get a tip of the hat, tip of the fedora there from CNED saying, thank you very much, sir.
That was nuts. Just swinging underneath, obviously just breaking the crosshairs as everyone's trying to spam and get that trade. It's a nice setup to have. And now I think you play a little bit more passively, right? Big up in numbers. You have both Shao and Sugetsu here, so tons of potential to stall with those mollies chucking out. Navi have the potential to play huge numbers in the retake, but there's also going to have Zaysh with the pit in the post too.
That paranoia was really important. Was kind of eliminating this situation for Shao and Cena to do anything, but now they're back into the crossfire. Shin, a bit too over-eager there, but he was alone. He tried to do his best out of that situation. Navi find themselves on the board yet again.
Karmine Corp have to find a way to deal with the CNED operator. I think that on Ascent, they showed a lot of different ways to shut that off, with those flash lineups, using different smokes to sort of not worry about mid. They also just didn't really challenge in the usual op spots in mid. And yeah, that dog just jumped straight over CNED.
I can't believe he got away from that.
That's crazy. That's absolutely nuts. Maybe you have to jump from like lower on the mound. Because obviously you need to jump to get the concuss, but if you're playing like on the back half of the mount, I never really thought about that. But that's kind of annoying to deal with. It's like a little ramp. You know, all of a sudden you think you're playing Valorant, and then it's actually just Tony Hawk Pro Skate. Sort of, you're out of there. It'd be great if you could do some like tricks in the air. You know, like you do like barrel rolls on the dog. They need to patch that in.
That would be interesting.
You don't sound like you like it.
Look, I've never skated in my life, so.
I tried once. I was 18 years old and I'm like, wow, it'd be really cool to skate to work.
Did you manage to do an ollie?
No, like right after I got out of the house, I had a backpack on with a laptop in it. I fell straight on my ass and then I quit.
That's the end of skating ender endeavors.
But my board looked really cool and it sat in my room for a couple of years till I moved here.
Fair enough.
So there you go.
Fair enough.
All right.
Now you know everybody. All right, next round, K-Corp obviously. Disadvantageous position, but they kind of got an idea what's going on here.
Lucky, Senator. I mean, Karmine Corp, they would have absolutely gotten their head taken off if CN had actually been committed to that angle. Dog will tell them they're here. This is actually taking us back. I think this is the pistol strat with a couple of players ready to lurk up into B. A more forward trip than they're maybe expecting. And ooh, that ultimate with 20 seconds! What a call from Navi. I love ultis like this. They will have some time to try to plant the spike, but it won't be comfy.
No, it won't be comfy, and then they know they can't really commit with it. There's a gap.
They have mollies. Sugetsu can play with double mollies to stall this out. 10 seconds! KC!
Again, to the wire. Very, very close guiding light.
6 seconds!
And stuck in between a rock and a hard place. Spike does go down, and K-Corp becomes side control. Still a 4v4, in within the midst of the Viper's Pit. It's Navi's Viper's Pit, but they haven't walked into it just yet.
Oh, wow, the ultimate trying to force back Sugetsu. He won't be able to play off that whatsoever. CNET has the operator for the retake too. This is not an easy spot to play whatsoever.
And the Viper's Pit might go down by the time that
I think this round's over.
Sugetsu just walks in, and that's exactly what happens. They can't walk into the site anymore. Everything that they used got depleted in that situation, nullified by the lockdown. And there you go. K-Corp back in the fight, very quick to their feet on the decision making.
K-Corp love to make everyone watching nervous about the clock. We all know the clips, but man, I really like the idea of Xiao just dropping the ultimate with the clock working against them. And still, K-Corp, this is the second time that's been sort of an issue, and they fought forward on the site. I think that was very important for them to be able to do in that situation. It didn't matter. I think they had the Seekers afterward as well to try and sort of force anyone back so they couldn't get fought as the spike was trying to be planted.
I'm actually glad we got to see that kerfuffle again to try and figure out what was going on because it happened so quick. Yeah, okay. Well, timeout coming out here from Navi. I'm not surprised at this point. They need to slow it down a bit. It got chaotic very quick.
I mean, previously when the reset happened, they won their round, it was like, okay, CNED move forward towards Mount as the operator. That paid off big time for them with the late rotation inwards. And I think that what we've seen pretty much every round from KC, it hasn't been like a full commit towards a site. It's been a little bit of scouting, and this is pretty normal on Lotus. You know, you usually try to take control over Mound or Rubble. No real surprises there. But what I want to see again is activate CNED, whether or not it's an operator in hand. If it's an operator, you're probably playing towards Rubble or maybe towards Mound like we saw previously. With another rifle, maybe play forward in B. Because I think this A hit into B conversion is something that KC are going to look for a lot of the time. And if you have that forward spot that CNED played a few rounds ago, you have that second layer of pinch, right? Because as it stands currently, if you're trying to retake from the normal CT positions, you're getting double smoked off. It's very hard to work through there unless you have your flashes ready to go and get on out, which they haven't been able to do. And that stopped them even with just 10 seconds on the clock. They couldn't stall the hit coming out. But if we have a person push up through mid to have that pinch option, that would be really brutal for KC to deal with if they get into the late round again.
Switch things up, man. Be creative.
Nevera's up and again. Why not?
I mean, I don't blame him, considering the results on Ascent.
Gigache, he's kind of wealthy too. 3,400. Seen that number before. Oh, it's a fast B hit.
Ooh, screen. Look at that.
They showed this actually the last time they had the Raze ultimate, so something to download for future for Navi.
Well, they don't even push further to break the alarm bot by the end of it. Still, no, the side is theirs. I wonder what they make of this though, because looking at K-Corp, they've got a Viper's Pit.
Hear me out. Save?
Yeah.
This is tough. Lots of retake util. They're trying to flush out the close angles with those mollies, but you're still working with CNED's operator. He's probably got a shorty in the back pocket.
This is rough.
You'd have to imagine.
Paranoia used. If they don't get a pick, they're not going for it. They're going to give it a go, though. Shit!
Oh my God!
Behind! But he hasn't spotted them. They've just walked past him, and now he's behind them. They've got no idea he's there because they just walked right past them. And now 3v4.
Oh, they're all offside too. That could be tough.
Spike, in attempt of it, but no, it can't stay long.
Yeah,
Kaboom.
no time.
Goodbye, that's it. So many people are going to die with it.
No, I think they all are able to get away. Oh no, poor Zipan.
Poor Zipan.
So many people.
That quick take turned over to a very definitive victory here for K-Corp.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they have a chance if they're able to kill. Who was that? Was that Shin with the Guardian just playing the close angle? There's two people running past him while he's full blinded. Absolutely nuts, but I just think without anyone falling, this B retake, even though everyone was playing towards main, you can see the power sort of looking from up down into the pit. You're always going to be able to see them first inside of the Viper's pit. And I mean, luckily for them, they escaped with 3 rifles, including the operator. Hello!
Oh! I love the idea. Good flash, good timing, but not quite there.
Wonder if Scream needed to like stay closer to the ground more.
Yeah,
if that was, I'd have to see the replay.
What Razors usually do is jump onto the box to
Sure.
have an elevated angle, be not really on the crossfire position of any of the defenders. I don't know if that was the plan and didn't go wrong, or he tried to switch
just
things
means
up.
like maybe you have a little bit more time to like, or you're not stuck airborne as long, so you can play off your utility a little bit better.
Yeah.
I'd have to see the replay to know for absolutely sure, but regardless, good kills of both sides. Both sides. And now, a late re-clear of Waterfall, but already quick rotates over from Navi.
Navi's still putting the pressure on. They're not going to play for the retake here. Singleton wanted to go in
nuts,
for
man.
Fight. He was fancying that one. Unfortunately, lunch wasn't served in that particular one. He might go in for the dessert.
Angel had to use the Paranoia very early over on Waterfall, so loses a lot of value on that one. They're just trying to clear in everything, but the forward positions, Casey love to fight you.
Oh, Cena really licking his lips here, but he can't quite have the gratification of finding himself the core still. 3 on 3. Time is ticking. Look at here, that spike is ticking just a little bit quicker every single moment that passes by on the spike. Zipan doubles up. Can Nivera find himself a shorty kill to delay? The spike defusal, he gets it in the end, but it's diffused halfway. They'll be able to finish it off.
All right. Zipan on the retake. I think keep that ones out of the hands of law enforcement, because that was illegal. The kills he was getting there. I don't even know. The first one, sure, on the second peak, but then just full sprinting around the corner. Nothing can actually connect onto him. So yeah, here you go. Yeah, I also think just the Sky Flash is like relatively easy to dodge. You can see you just hear it coming from a mile away, so hard to fully fault Scream. I think he could have gotten a slightly better angle to give himself a shot, but that Sky Flash, every time I see it, I just never see it fully catching someone in pro. Everyone's just dodging away.
Yeah, definitely the easiest of the flashes to kind of dodge away from.
Sky Flash and Breach Flash, they're just so free. Although, here we go. Scream taking the early fight. And whoa, whoa, whoa, Shao is deep behind enemy lines. Oh, he is.
Rivera doesn't know.
So
3 pick. 4v4. Keeping it square.
I feel like maybe committing to that one before they knew it was the 5 versus 4. Now all back to even. No ultimates really to go sending in here, although Shin gets that orb 1 away from the Seekers. If he actually manages to plant, they might have to wait for the next cycle on Zaysha's wall.
I love how Navi just waiting for K-Corp to react.
Oh. Wow.
As soon as they cross by, Cena is able to eliminate one of them. And in the middle of the site, they're trying to take Shin down. The spike does eventually go down, though. K-Corp, how do they play this out? Do they stick to the site or fall back to San?
They got to play up here. They can't allow more space to be given against them. Zipan has 1 flash to work them in here. Paranoid to hit that close angle. But it's the same post-plant protocol.
Stream looking away, 2 on sights.
Oh, Shao's head! Just barely sees the tip of it.
Shin with the guiding light ready. Will his team be able to respond in time? Cena on the trigger here with the operator. Will they be able to scream? Gets 3 out of nowhere. Give them the ace in a matter of milliseconds. It is all over. Scream. 5 in 1 round. He's back, baby.
This is Scream, no longer IGLing. This is Scream, no thoughts, head empty, go kill. The late swing there from main, absolutely feeling it. A little momentum here too. I mean, what a half. I thought they were gonna get blasted on attack. I will be the first one to say it, but they have put together some rounds there. Just the individual play, obviously, showing up in a big way. But I also think there was like a slight little difference, because previously I think Scream had been hard holding that angle in the past retake. This time, I think swinging back into it after they'd already taken some more space when they were maybe concerned about clearing away backside bend, the actual top of site itself. This time catching them on a really nasty timing and then just winning every single fight one after another.
We were referencing Greek mythology the previous map, and I think we've got a legend. There's some sort of a Greek god just coming back. He was away for ages. It was away for millennia, it felt like. And now he's back. He's returned from the heavens. He's returned from Olympus, and he's just reigning with his thunder.
Zeus.
It must be Zeus.
Yeah, it's got to be Zeus.
It's got to be Zeus.
Striking him down. Who's Zeus's brother?
Poseidon.
Poseidon. Oh, Navi needs to lock in the harbor, and then it makes sense.
It all makes sense.
It could all come together for them. But I mean, can we just like set out like some appreciation, because it has been a struggle watching K-Corp play week after week, like nearly getting shut out multiple times. And then after we had zero expectations, literally the bar was the floor after this late substitution for them, bringing in their assistant coach. They have now shown us two very strong maps against what everyone would consider the second best team in our league. They weren't able to follow through on Ascent, came down to the absolute wire. Now, with a definitive lead in this first half, they can take us to a map 3 potentially for the first time in a while.
Very lenient towards the right-hand side. K-Corp showing their presence by opening up the door for a slight bit. So we get to area, they're dropping back.
I like how Navi are converting though. Look at that B main push, right?
Oh, he's really gonna go for it, really? Insane. Showstopper not quite hitting it. Scream fumbles it. Can't quite recover after the ace celebration still. With Navi having less than optimal weaponry, there still is
remember
within the
Pavlos,
rounds a possibility
in Valorant, it's gunplay that kills. So you can't actually expect him to get kills with the Showstopper. It's all about those rifles. And now the stalls come through. Time is an issue. Down to 25 seconds. Multiple players ready. They're expecting it to be the pivot back into B. Look at this rotation from Navi.
Overcooking it a little bit there from Navi. Cena picks up the Guardian, realizes there's no bullets within it, tries to draw out the
Nothing has bullets. That is an absolute tragedy.
Yikes.
Navi over-anticipating the rotation. I actually think if Cena just kept the rifles, better shot there.
Look, it was a gamble round from Navi. They try to do, you know, something risky. And it just doesn't pay off this time around. Of course, that round they couldn't really afford weapons, so they could afford a risk. And they try and find any more kills out of that one. Wonderful flash and Zipan might be able to turn it all around. Just like that. Am I all for back in the favor of Navi? Is Zace there on time? I don't think he is.
Blind.
He's
paranoid.
My God, no! He cannot see a thing. And Navi, turn it around. Turned it on its head. K-Corp caught with their pants down. Navi punishing.
I don't know. Every time Zipan tries to retake a site, he's getting 2 or 3 kills that just are impossible, right? They're playing both in and outside the smoke here so that only one person could realistically be flashed at a time. But the trade doesn't come in. The only chance you have to kill Zipan is when he gets baited to go pick up the rifle that's on the round. And then the paranoia is still held on to, right? Angel wasn't casting the paranoia because he thinks, oh, it's an over round. I need to make sure my money's looking good heading into next. But then all of a sudden it turns from a, I'm saving this to your round is just lost because you can't swing around that corner. You have to hope that Navi weren't holding it.
This has definitely added an extra layer into this game. The clutches, turnaround from Navi, good early start from K-Corp, but really not given a chance. Opening the door, Cena clear frontier for a double. Odin will be the gun to save it as a saving grace here for K-Corp, but the damage has already been done.
Yeah, this is a decent trade though, because Navi didn't have a rifle coming in, so all in all, it is 2 for 1, but one of your players, in effect, only had a pistol.
But the real fight hasn't even commenced yet. Shao hasn't yet been challenged. He hasn't been thrown out his utility after his opposition just yet. Now, they do move across the B site, but something just tells me they don't want this B. It doesn't feel comfortable. They might even be pushing even further.
Hold on, this 1v1 is going to be absolutely huge. It's a great angle for Angel. He switched over to the rifle, and Navi are cleaning up the site. instantly converting after stealing away that thrifty round, and they're within 2 at the half.
Yeah, it all just ended when Cena got that double kill there. I mean, taking down the resources that K-Core had available to them, the flashes, everything that they needed to kind of push onto the site and guarantee the stick on that plant. But by the end of it, you know, it's Navi that take control, win out the fights. Importantly, there was a very important 1v1 heading towards that C site, and you know, it could, if the kill would have gone the other way, it would have probably seen a different result.
Yeah, Angel's able to catch that one, ends up being really important. And I think of all sort of like the B-site post plans, I think almost all of them went their way, or went Karmine Corp's way. It was just that time getting challenged immediately before the hit came through. Because the other times it was maybe like one player watching it, and then they were like swarming in, or the Raze ult just cleared away the site. That time, the early fight, the door open. That was class. That was a nice little dimension that Navi had to sort of stop them before they got their hit going.
Yeah, it was this half was an interesting dynamic. I kind of like the aggression from K-Core to begin with, the no-fee approach that had the Ascent as well, keeping that going. A few good calls from their IGL.
Sure.
So not that bad. Seeing, I think the most important thing, seeing their legend Scream shine.
Yeah, I mean, he absolutely had that crazy ace round. And then so much it was using the satchel to take just an immediate fight in a lot of rounds. I think you could see like some of their post-plan protocol looking very strong, especially on the B site, taking forward positions. Actually on basically every site, they didn't try to play like lineups or post-plant utility. They were always sort of, you know, very far forward, especially over towards C, and that resulted in that round win. It was just that A site where they sort of tucked back towards 3, that flash hits, I think it actually hit 2 as a second player, maybe it was Shin, was peeking back into it at just the most inopportune moment. But all things considered, I think Navi were able to get those 2 rounds at the end off of that flash play, that insane retake moment from Zipan, and now it is a very winnable game for them still.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it is being decided by these early pistols as well. We're seeing how close the previous game was, and that it was a matter of just a singular round to dictate the fate of the game, whether it would be going to overtime or Navi's victory. I think the fact that K-Corp were able to win their first pistol wins in this particular map in Lotus, giving them the advantage at halftime, having a 7-5. If the fate of this game continues to be as close as it is, it could be a difference maker to allow them to cross the edge and maybe take it to a decider.
But what is the calling going to look like on defense? They looked very strong, sort of on the pre-takes back on Ascent, fighting them, stalling out on those initial side hits.
The picks.
But on Lotus, again, many more layers, and a lot of the time, especially Navi, like to throw fakes in, like to have those big rotations, whether it's just, you know, A to B, like we saw Karmine Corp do a lot, or even A to C, like those big sweeps across the map, and you cannot get baited on those, and that's gonna be the big test for the new IGL in Zeish.
Definitely not as straightforward. So Zeish having to prove himself here. Straight into deep end. Not able to touch the bottom. Has to be able to stay afloat and keep his team up as well. The lifeguard of the Endeavor. Still, Navi winning off the trades very early on, keeping their team on top on the attack. Of course, the defense is dwindling means that they have to separate some of these players and have openings within the defenses.
That was a great example, though, of why it's really hard to fight up through mid. If the enemy team is playing mid towards C, they can open the door on you, instantly punish. You'd like to have Zeish in a spot where he could try to find a trade, you know, swing back on them, but he just took a bullet and then fell off the angle. Yeah. That was the only line of defense.
And Zeish, you know, fragging-wise, probably being the weakest link is exactly who Navi are trying to target here onto the C site. Shout delivering very quickly, and going to be taking down the rest of K-Corp down with them. So, you know, K-Corp may have won the first pistol of this game. The second pistol will be going down to Navi.
Yep, KC tries something a little bit different. Navi have the exact right approach to punish. I have to say, I have liked a lot of what I've seen from Navi on the attacking side. I think I just love watching how pro teams sort of, you know, interpret Lotus as a map and what they want to do with all you can do with the doors and the 3-site map. Counter to, like, I think Haven is also an interesting map because it has those 3 sites, but it's a much smaller map. Those fakes may be a little bit more apparent, whereas this time it's like, oh, do you actually decide to break down Baby Door? Do you not? What's going to be the decision there? Because actually the wall that Navi are throwing is not really a wall to split through into B. Now, of course, they have an Omen. They can just throw down a smoke there and decide to use that, but that's a much stronger of a wall to fight back onto the A site and try to, like, split in through tree and main.
Bit of a pressure exerted here towards the right-hand side. Scream taken down instantly. And, you know, Navi, with the investments they've made, only to a few rifles, it's looking quite clean. So it's the Pistol getting the picks early. K-Corp backing out of it, figuring out there's nothing to gain from this area. Yeah, that's going to be looking like an easy segue here from Navi to enter the realms of equilibrium.
I do like just sending some of that utility over there while the rest of the team is walking up through mid. And XMS is actually out of range of that turret. They decide to break it regardless, giving up their position. But this is what I mean, where they'll show a lot of presence A and then be converting over into that C site. It's those big rotates and fake outs that you can definitely expect in a Navi game.
You even get to see some micro plays being played out here, right? CNED wary that these closed angles could hold, on, especially on a round where a lot of shotguns might be in play, some shorties. CNED very wary of it, takes the maximum distance away from that corner to try and mitigate the effectiveness of such a shorty. So
also just like swinging from like that wide angle gives you the most favorable fight possible, right? You show less of your shoulder coming around the corner, so the deeper you can actually approach those swings is definitely the way to go.
So anybody out there watching this game right now is getting to learn something for their matchmaking. So when you're in the lobby with me, you don't make the mistake of just peeking, you know, jiggle peeking these little corners.
Well, last game it was, hey, plant the spike, that's a good thing. And this game it's swing wide.
There you go. You learn things every day.
Open the door, die to spike. Is that in range? I think that's in range. Good.
There you go.
That would have been the most tragic thing ever if Shin had gotten stuck behind the wall and that wasn't in range. You just don't actually get the money. That's when you open the door and frantically feel like, please fight me, someone. And if Navi are smart, they don't shoot. Because again, it caps the player that survives off at 1,000 credits. So very important to die in that round.
Entering the Logitech power-up round, where guns are being brought up from both sides. Okay, being on defense here.
Okay.
What do we expect from K-Corp?
Fighting for Rebel control. They've got 4 players there. Not necessarily genius on my part to spot numbers, but you're going to see a lot of this. I think you can expect, where Killjoy can sort of, you know, block off mid with just an alarm, block off C, these types of things. Maybe not quite as much of commitment. I think usually we'll see XMS playing more towards mid, and then the Viper in Zaysh holding C. That's a little bit more common. But when you want to heavy fight for control, that's one of the reasons why I think you just almost need that Killjoy on this map for the defensive side, just giving you that information.
But for now, Navi just try and inhibit movement now towards the right-hand side. Paranoia does affect both of the players there, actually, in return, so it does stop them in their tracks from this push. Zay's very close by, gets caught off guard by Angel. 2 kills for Navi, none for KC.
Yeah, that is brutal, especially with how many people they put over there.
Yeah.
I mean, Scream's trying to reposition Heaven very quickly, but with the way CNED had been playing, he's just camped outside of C.
And it's smart of Navi to know that that push is definitely going to force KC to move their players in that direction, so they're looking to find an opening elsewhere. Now towards the C site, XMS, the only defender, actually holds on, and he's got time to work with as well. He's got time in his favor because Navi's got to push in quickly. Eventually he dies, but is the stalling enough?
Yeah, on the retake though, Scream still has paint shells. There's a flash on Shin too. So definitely options for Karmine Corp. The second flash actually just came online as well.
And it is Scream.
Wow, really fighting early there. Maybe, I think you gotta wait for Scream, but trying to catch them before they can escape towards backside. If you get a pick 2-on-2, it becomes very doable.
They know he's coming from this direction, so they're all gonna look towards him. And I think Scream spotting that one player, realized they saw each other, so he knows the odds are not there for him. Backs out, saves the gun, wise decision.
It's just tough, not even seeing the paint shells used throughout that entire round. But good on Navi. I think this is where you are absolutely tested. And to Casey's credit, like, there wasn't a no rotation from XMS. He was ready for that potentially to be the play over towards C, but they love just leave someone posted on forward. That time they didn't even, I don't even think they spent any utility. It was just CNED sort of waddling his way over towards Mound. Well, there was so much sort of sleight of hand over on Rebel here. Wow, I mean, just seeing like half of a person's body around a corner, finding kills.
Smallest of margins, man.
Yeah, that's 5 rounds now in a row for Navi. Can't understate that. And now just like the singular rifle on Scream. So this is a round where it might be a bit of a throwaway for Karmine Corp. We saw them previously look for like a B walk-up. Now they're throwing a new Viper wall. So not useful in a post-plant at all, really, in difference to the other ones you've seen. But it allows you to fight for Rebel. The problem is they're not fighting for Rebel, so the wall's just useless.
When you previously mentioned that you barely see a pixel of your opponent, I think that's just exactly case in point right there. Yeah. Cena doing Cena things.
Oh, because he can actually see like slightly over the curvature of the smoke. That's gross.
Just a little bit. Hinty wincy bit.
And Nevera's like, how did I die, guys? I don't even know. Must be walling.
Pass. Scripting. Report.
That's animal abuse.
Blocking sight.
Okay. Continue. All right. Yeah, sure. Scream.
If it's anyone, it's Scream.
He's the guy with a gun and actually finds two.
Yeah, but now you can't actually get that rifle and the lane walk through the walls to get to.
They've left Suigetsu behind to deal with the rotations, and it's just perfect.
Spike planted.
Feels bad, man.
Really does. Nice opportunity there for Scream to hold on. Giving your team hope even when they're behind, I think that's what you need in a situation like this. Always having an X factor. Of course, doesn't quite turn out this round. Not that anybody expected to happen for them, but, you know, it does keep Navi a little bit more cautious.
Yeah, now going to this next one, like Nevera, as we expect, is going over into the operator. He was freakish on that last map, looking strong. Scream's also just one orb off of the ultimate, so I think anything Scream can do to find a kill early, then in the post play, you are coming flying in, and you're gonna be really happy. At the same time, Angel does have access to his ulti. We saw sort of the crazy ult in from Nevera in the first half, back towards spawn. That's something a lot of omens actually try to do on these C hits, where you can sort of pinch back, or even if you die, you pull the site player to sort of chase you down. And taking that C site, yeah, if you sacrifice yourself, maybe that's not the end of the world. It's more of a 50-50 fight.
I'm actually interested to see what Navi have got in store for us here, because at the start, it does seem that they knew exactly what they were going for and to trying to fake their movement there, clear out some corners.
And I think it's even less about the fake, it's more about just taking the orb on Zipan. That C orb is so easy to take from the attackers, unless there's a very heavy commitment from defense. So I think a lot of the time, if you're happy just to like farm up these orbs, go for it. Now Zipan has that ulti.
And another second fake towards the right-hand side. Doggies bump heads. Now they push it even further. Cena, again, does deliver. Navi winning out on the trades, very important, but still not over. K-Corp, can they stop the spike plant from happening?
He's trying to get over to A. Look at this, the two players going outside of A, gambling that the site's open.
And they're closing off the rotation from Shin.
Yeah, this is tough. I mean, what a wacky play. It's a big gamble because if anyone's on site, you're toasted, but they know that Killjoy's over towards C. They might have had some information on the Omen too.
I feel like they're going to play for the lineups on Suigetsu.
I think they're going to play to save.
I'm not talking about Navi, but yeah.
KC's side.
Yeah. True. I mean, it's the obvious decision here. I mean, they're nowhere in a position to retaliate. They're lacking in numbers. They've got no information to play off of. Yeah, okay, they've got a couple guiding lights. Actually, just one on the side of Shin. But still, yeah, that is Navi finding themselves on double digits. And ever since Navi got the lead this map, they haven't dropped around.
It has looked very good. I just love the pivots. They continue to throw our way. So we get to admire some peacocks. Yep. Beautiful. Is that what they sound like?
I don't know.
Does anyone know what a peacock sounds like?
Do you know what a peacock sounds like?
No. That's why I was asking.
I don't know. What does a frog say?
Don't get me started. Don't get me started on that.
Oh man!
If Jonas is watching, he's got some
figured out what Fox is saying, and it's so they scream. Man. They sound like little girls screaming. It's so creepy. Actually. Yeah, it does. It does.
I don't want to know. I don't want to know.
You don't want to be out in the woods and hear that. You'll be like, you will be creeped out.
Like you're in a horror film.
Exactly. It's scary, man.
I am watching CNET do some crazy things. He was like rolling his hand. I don't even know how to describe it. His IRL APM was out of this world. He was doing, you know, like when you do like a roll with your hands. I really don't know how to describe this. I don't know. He was staying loose. I wish I could describe it to the fans at home. I just did the motion, but no one knows what I'm talking about.
No. Only I can see.
Oh, so they're playing me off with the music. Thanks, guys.
I wonder what's going through the heads of the players right now here for K-Corp.
There it is, the instant replay. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh my God, that's exactly what Ender was doing.
And that's with a hair tie too. So that's actually a tension band. I don't know if you've ever worked out, but people use tension bands. And he's using it to build the strength of his wrist, right? Because like you snap away with the wrist to flick with that operator. That could just, your wrist could just go flying off if it's not strong enough. CNED's wrists, those are powerful.
Kudos to anybody that understood what Ender was on about.
Well, hey, they got to see it now.
They got to see it now, true. True. Trailblazer. Going off the Navi here on trying to find some information. But yeah, it's lacking on the economical department here for K-Corp. And you can see senses of desperation, Judge coming through, Guardian as well on the hands of Scream. Definitely capable weapons in the right circumstances, but not all rounders.
I mean, you see where the Judge is playing. Zeish bringing this one straight out of ranks. He's like, I play the tight angle, I put the Judge, I'm going to carve you up.
Yeah, I did this in comp yesterday, guys.
Oh my gosh. It's actually glorious too, because I think he's using the Dragon Judge. And I just like, I want to know because the last time he competed, it was probably like right after the Dragon Judge came out, right? Like, he never updated his shop. He doesn't have time to go in the night market and get the newest, hottest stuff. Man's making it work with what he has.
What was it last time he competed? September 2020?
Yeah. That was before First Strike.
That was before First Strike. That is so true. That's so true. Last time he played an official match.
30 seconds left.
Oh, he's pushing through this. That's his own teammate's Molly.
Cena just doesn't care.
Yeah, so it's his own teammate's Molly, so you never expect him to push through it. He takes the reduced damage. It is a 1-for-1, and now that Judge is actually going to be sat on.
And even though they had full site control, they just rotate over to the A side because they knew Angel was hiding out in spawn.
This is what I was talking about, though. Like, the clock is working down. He definitely has time to plant this.
He's got
wait. No, he's fine, it's fine. Yes, plant open.
Breathe.
That's a little bit alarming. And yeah, I mean, this round is just about as good as done with 4 players alive.
Imagine if they fumbled that one.
That's crazy. But this is what I was saying, though, is like, if you get baited a little bit on these side hits, which you understand, right? There's so many different ways to get into a site. You have to call rotations at some point. But Navi have figured out, you just play for these lurks, you play for these fakes, and Casey are biting on them.
All right, K-Corp, they're definitely punching upwards right now. They're definitely trying to climb a mountain. And it's quite a steep one.
Interesting view as we slid up the ramp there. Zeish now sporting another beta skin in the Reaver. It's classic. What do we got? What do we got there? Ooh, is that one of the?
It's one of the tree ones. I don't know what they call it.
Tree ones.
Yeah.
Ew.
You don't like?
Look, if the gun doesn't look like it could belong in Cyberpunk, I don't want it.
Ah, fair. Gotcha.
Sorry.
Gotcha.
Like the Dragon Judge, like, where are our hands actually going? It's alarming. It's a discussion that hasn't happened in years, but I think it's about time we need to revive it. What is the trigger you're pulling? I don't know. I don't know, Pavlos, is the honest truth. I don't know if Zeish knows. He's not asking the right questions.
I'll let that be. I'll let that be. Let everybody analyze it for themselves. Casey. Tough spot, for sure.
It's the toughest of spots.
Okay, look, they're taking a bit of a gamble. Stacking 3 players onto seats, not something that you see very often at all. Maybe if you saw some early aggression and then they drop back and reposition, but they're just holding on. They know 3 are here. They've seen 3 pieces of utility. They're going to back off. No, showstopper coming through. Just good for 1. And it's K-Corp that are on the back foot when it comes to the players.
It'll still be Angel working back towards A. There is a chance now, actually, moving it to B. I like this even more. He's going to be that late pinch if a rotate tries to come through Baby Door. The real fight is in mid, where Zeish is trying to find a timing peek on forward, but he himself falls. And I think this, once again, just absolutely does it for the round.
Yeah, it does seem to be the beginning of the end here for K-Corp. Navi taking full control.
Yeah, if anything, Zipan, if he could find a way to take a fight against Shin, who just upgraded into the Phantom, knock him down, life would be oh so easy. But it's just another round where all they have is 2 rifles. They were putting everything into these rounds.
I'm actually surprised Navi aren't really going for the kill straight away. I know like they just planted the spike, so that's probably why. Just make sure there's no ninja defuse going on. But they should
now they're going for it. You see, it's like,
Yeah,
okay, it's definitely
exactly.
a save. We're opening doors. We're clearing everything.
They've got a ton of money, and that's definitely not the case here for K-Corp.
Yeah,
so that will eliminate
playing,
so many guns for
Yeah,
their
kind of playing a little bit of buddy system there, trying to chase down maybe a player in spawn, something like this. Now, target acquired.
Yeah, they know
the
where he
hunt is on.
Who's getting it? You can sniff him out. You can hear the drop.
Fight! You coward!
Yeah, cowardly. Cowardly. Still, 2 rifles saved from KC. They've got a chance. Not over.
But 5 chances now for Navi when they've been lights out on attack. I mean, Scream just gliding through the air, gets instantly cut down. Little Icarus moment. Too close to the sun.
Too close to the sun. Tragic fall.
I will say, though, now things get a little bit more interesting. Check this out. So Jace again has the judge. This time he has the Viper's Pit, and that's going to go forward up in mid. So the options are for Navi. If it ends up being a fast C hit, well, that door could open behind them. If they can get a rifle to work through that door with Jace, that could be really punishing. Or if they see that pit and want to punish it, go reclaim rubble control, break down Baby Door, and pinch back into that pit. That would be their best option of dealing with it head on. Because if they work into C, this could get into trouble pretty quickly for them.
Get out of
with
my
the
way.
flashes on top of all the Killjoy util.
XMS is hurrying up to put his carry pants on because this is when he's required. Trying to bring out the Ascent action right back up. Cena knows that the floor is lava right now. Tries to stay out of it as quickly as possible still. XMS hitting his shot. Shin does end up falling, which means a play is down per side.
Counter lockdown. I think XMS got that off the kill he acquired earlier. Absolutely big, and they're not going to be able to plant a spike. They gotta get out of there.
Yeah.
They're committing they're pushing to fight it!
1 to 10 from the other side. Navi's going to be pushing forwards. XMS still alive and still well. Can he wait for Zace to arrive, or does he have to push now? There's not much time because Navi's just going to reposition. There might be a flank in the works here for CNET as well if he just goes all the way around. There's Nanoswarm that's going to have to clear out goal. This is difficult. CNET just revealing himself. Finally, XMS dropped to the dirt as well. Navi putting K-Corp to the grave. 2-0 victory. Look, they made them sweat. This was not 100%. A simple win.
Dare I say, look, K-Corp won a series, but I think this was their best series yet. Yeah. Like, they challenged up until that second half on Lotus where they just couldn't find an answer. And Navi were punishing them in every little, lurk timing they could find. K-Corp put up a good fight, and it was that last round. It looked a little bit silly because they had to back away from their Killjoy ult, but it's because the enemy Killjoy ult was zoning them back, so they couldn't actually hold the ground and defend against it. Good of Navi to recognize that and punish on the push forward, and close things out very convincingly after 3 halves that were dead even.
Yeah, no, it was really close. I think you have to give a lot of kudos here to K-Corp doing so well, so quickly, standing, coming through, from an assistant coach to a player. Great calling, Scream, feeling at home on that duelist. XMS coming true, feeling alive in his own identity as a site holder. It seemed to come together. I think they're a good side to come here for K-Corp.
100%. I mean, 3 halves were tied 18-18-18, or 18-18. All things considered when you add them up. Nevera had a couple of pop-off rounds, and I think all in all, Navi sort of struggled on their attacking side here, just sort of finding windows in which they could actually get into sight. The initial hold looked very strong for them. Even though I do think Navi definitely were showing more depth in their gameplay in terms of heavy mid pressure that we just didn't really see from K-Corp on their own attacking side. K-Corp, in the late round moments, were finding different situations in which they could trade off each other. Their attacking half here lost a couple of rounds that I think were absolutely theirs to win, and across the series were theirs to win. They were consistently putting themselves in positions that they should be closing out.
Valiant effort, valiant effort. Navi, whatever the result was in the round score, they still got a 2-0 victory, right? Yeah. That is still their 3rd win in the bag when it comes to their matches, and they're carrying on that streak of success that they've had, albeit the very early mishap against Croy, right? So they're still looking to line up as one of the favorites of this tournament, right? Obviously, Fnatic being too big of a pedestal really to reach for now, but it's one step towards getting there.
Yeah, I don't think Navi will be thrilled necessarily at how today went for them, but the huge story is K-Corp. The corporation came online with 2.5 days and looked very competitive throughout. So I'm curious to see what they look like moving forward from here. Yeah. More than Navi, we know Navi is going to bounce back. They're still our #2 team in the league until they are dethroned. But all of a sudden, Karmine Corp have shown us one entertaining match and one good performance.
Very true. But for this moment in time, we've got the man that topped the charts in Lotus at CNED with Yinzu right now for an interview.
Thank you very much, guys. I've actually got Angel with me here. Angel, finally CNED back on the jet, you on the Omen. I feel like it does seem like the experimentation period might be on pause right now. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, we just started to lose Lotus, you know, so we just decided to simplify it.
What was the reasoning instead of going more experimentational?
Important match, it would be unlucky to lose one more match, which we shouldn't, right? So middle of season, we tried what we wanted to, and we're playing our best now.
Is that the approach for the rest of the season as well? You're going to just stick with the basics?
Depends on the score, on stage, on the enemy, and a lot of factors.
Okay, I mean, knowing you guys, you're probably going to play something completely different next week.
I mean, our experiments sometimes becoming our main comps, so...
That is true. If it works, it works. Now, the first map against K-Corp, I don't think many people expected it to be that close, given that they have a new sub as well. Scream is not IGLing. What happened on Ascent?
Actually, they played it really good. They adapted mid defense side. They played like pretty ballsy attacking side, I would say. Yeah, they took a lot of duels. They make us feel uncomfortable in some situations. They played completely different out what they did before. So it helped them, and that's why it was so close.
How did it affect your preparation phase? Because you guys are a very prep-heavy team. When you found out that Nuzira was going to be playing, I guess you only had a couple of days to maybe react to that as well?
We didn't do any preparation for this match because we knew of the changes, because knew of they will obviously go towards more classic comps. So I don't think any hard preparation needed for this match.
No preparations at all?
No.
No VODs?
No, we knew their dynamic, but from Ascent we understand that's useless.
Oh, okay. Well, that's really interesting to know, Angel. I also wanted to ask that you guys, as a team, you are very, very flexible. You have played a lot of agents, but there's also some agents that you haven't played. Is it because you don't think it's good enough, or is it because there's not anyone on your team that wants to play those agents?
Difference from agent to agent. Give me an example.
Reyna.
Reyna is just bad.
Yeah?
Yes, it's clearly bad, yes.
Oh, okay, so that's not something we're going to see from you guys.
No, not Reyna.
No Reyna. Okay, at least that's one that we're not going to see from you. Next week will be the last week that Icebox will be in the pool after that bind is coming back. Are you excited for that?
Next week we still play Icebox, right?
Yeah. One more Icebox
No, I'm not
week.
excited yet.
Not excited yet?
I don't like Icebox, so no.
Oh, okay.
I'm waiting till...
But week 6, you're going to be
exactly.
When Bind comes back, you guys are going to play it? Yeah?
Of course, yes. We're good on Bind.
Oh, okay. I'm really excited for that. Thank you very much, Angel,
No
for joining me. We're going to take a quick break here, but when we come back, Vitality will be taking the stage against BBL.
Ah, t'es trop fort! T'es trop fort, mon gars! Il faut faire mon ref! Voilà! Nice! Nice! Let's go! Allez!
Red Bull gives you wings.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
What is this from EA? He is currently unstoppable. He is just a consistent demon. El Diablo.
Hey guys, it's EA. Welcome to my course on optimal VALORANT training. I'm going to be demonstrating now some angle clearing. I'll slowly come around the corner as well, making sure no one's on these off angles.
Welcome back to the lab. Today we're going to be talking a little bit about Lotus and how the macro game changes on this map, because it's fascinating to watch. The game is still, like, let's say, under development from all the teams, how to approach this map. And one of the key, let's say, focuses of the maps is the A area that is always being battled around in the beginning of the map. And now we are actually seeing a little bit of a evolution of how teams are using utility to fight for this space. So we're going to talk about Navi in the first 30 seconds of the runs. You can see on the mini-map, there's a lot of commotion typically towards the C side. But on A side, we will see Suigetsu with a very specific setup. So he was going to use his wall in this area over here to deny the vision from stairs and from baby door, and then we're going to see a using the typical passage for rubble. Now, this is because of its Viper, this is a recurring utility that creates pressure for the defenders. So even if they want to aggress and take aggressive space on A main, they are gonna be under consistent pressure from the DK, so they can never really peek from this angle, and the only angle will be rubble itself. Because of that, that allows the attackers to aggressively take space or fake this space taking with the additional controller. Now from the defenders, there's also another wall that is being used by Sage and both Suigetsu on the defense, and that is a wall that goes straight from B towards the rotating doors towards the A side. Now the thing is that this wall is great for taking the initial space in this area as a defender, but it doesn't really give you any rubble control. And that is now being exposed with the other setup that we have seen from the attackers with the other Viper wall, because that denies the stairs area. And the Viper wall that is being used on defense doesn't really help with the retakes because it doesn't cover those two spots that are now on the map closer to the side. So in general, the evolution like here from the Viper usage that we've seen from both attackers and from Navi and KC were totally different, even though they were using similar walls. And because of that, I would say that Suigetsu's Viper was way more efficient in using the utility because it always had a designated portion of the map to him, while Sage was just using default walls that were not making a lot of sense with the other pieces of utility that he was using. And that's about it.
Well, thank you very much, Lothar. But of course, Suigetsu been with the team for a lot longer. Sage had a really big task taking on that Viper. I think a part of us wanted to maybe believe in K-Corp managing to take a map off of Navi, but when the size switched, Kukuka, Navi, they were just flawless.
I think that if we were to swap K-Corp's name by any other team, we would believe that this is a feasible result against Navi. I think that the performance that we saw today is, it's far better from what we saw from K-Corp.
Yeah, I mean, definitely had legs to stand on, while we couldn't say that in the past. And I would have to say that Sage was doing actually a pretty good job at managing the team during the retakes, during the exits as well. They were not disjointed. On a few rounds we have seen screen satchel in with a good timing on the utility being used on the from the other players, like the Paranoia was coming in on time, the Nano Swarms was always coming in time to help him doing that execute. So it was actually pretty, I would say, okay from my point of view.
And when was the last time you heard Angel say, we want to go back to basics because we want to win?
Yeah.
I mean, I do agree with him. I think that they experimented enough. They tried the Gecko, they tried the Sova, they tried different controllers. I appreciate that they themselves set a timeline in which they would stop, and they were like, okay, CNED, listen, if you don't want to be on the Omen anymore, just be on the Jet.
Yeah, let's talk about CNED, because Kukuka, a bit of a frag movie for him on the Jet. It always makes you question why he wasn't playing the Jet from the outset.
Yeah, exactly. We had some lowlights the previous times that we had seen him playing on the Omen, missing the timings on the smokes, and just those kind of things that would never happen to someone that usually plays the smokes. But seeing CNED unleashed, just playing the Jet that he's so well known for against a team that was making it easier for him.
Yeah, that's something that made me happy when the agent select, because we have the two past times we have seen them on Lotus. He was playing on the Omen, visibly uncomfortable. Like he was restrained in a way that he had to play the game because of the agent he was playing at. Remember, this is the same kind of situation where we have Angel on Omen, and if he dies first because he takes too many risks, then the team ends up with no supporting utility.
Yeah, and look
at wants to be in the first.
Yeah, but look at the first death rate. This is the best we've seen from him in a long time on Lotus.
Yeah, exactly. I think it has to do with comfort, and also the fact that when they swapped to the attack, it was I'm not going to say too easy for them, but I think like maybe on the side of K-Corp, they were not so sure. It's not the same going from the attack and you being the one proactively making the plans than having to react to something. I think that Shin and Nivera, especially in that defense, they didn't even, in 8 rounds, they didn't get a single kill, and that is devastating because they're just coming onto you and there's nothing you can do.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, sometimes it just goes down to getting kills or not.
Yeah.
But also like consistently playing retakes with a disadvantage puts you in a spot where you're probably not gonna get kills anyway.
Well, the positive thing is it's looking better for K-Corp. It is looking better, especially against an opponent like Navi. So who knows what's going to happen next week. But K-Corp, they're not going to be playing for another week. Do you know who will be playing though? BBL, and Vitality is coming right up. All right, BBL, it's time that you and I had a chat. Listen, I see you guys out there in the Coliseum week in and week out, and I know it has not been easy. It's disheartening to be the only team in EMEA without a single win. I know it is tough, it sucks, but you can still turn this around. I believe in you guys. But look, I'm gonna be straight with you. There is a few things that you have to stop doing. Things like this, throwing away a 5v4 advantage, the awful timings, you're peaking one by one, you're overheating, and there's a bit of a general lack of coordination going on here. You're better than this. You are much more capable than this. We've seen what you can do when you have it all together. Remember, you are the only team in this league to take a map off of Fnatic. Vutagen, I know you are hurting right now. So are we, but this is not a time to be sad. It is a time to get fired up for Suchny, for Brave, for Kute Turco, and Aslan Machado, of course. Yes, you might have lost 4 games, but that doesn't mean that it is over. Today could be the turning point to kickstart the redemption arc, because playoffs is still mathematically possible. BBL, it's time to show the world you're not just a team that gives up. Hadi BBL, yapabilirsin!
Yaparsınız beyler! BBL! Woo!
Şöyle, ben hani e-sporu bilmiyordum zaten. İşte 7. sınıfta falandım. Bilgisayar aldırmaya çalışıyordum babama.
I remember like my dad bought a PC and like I would just like watch my dad play video games, and he played a lot of like first-person shooters, so I fell in love with this kind of games. It's always been like a passion of mine.
Ondan sonra işte oyuncuların hikayeleri var YouTube'da falan. İşte oyuncu hikayelerine girip bakıyordum. Aa ne kadar iyi falan filan. Oradan bayağı bir ilham almıştım. Hani böyle oyuncuları görüyordum. İşte onlar da anlatıyorlardı işte kendi hikayelerini. Çok etkilenmiştim. Turnuvalara girdim. Yabancı takımda oynadım önce. Türk takımı çok yoktu. Ondan sonra dedim ki tamam dedim, ben hani bu işte yükselmek istiyorum. Yükselebildiğim kadar dedim.
Best for shot landed from Durka. A chance. Suchny responds. Brave. Actually, they start to push forward. They're not allowing them to retake control. Brave just shutting them down with 3, and I am loving this from BBL.
Along with that, I was a competitive like child. I did karate for like 7 years or something. So like I was always competitive. I always wanted to compete.
I'm thinking.
I instantly fell in love with this game because there's so many mechanics, so many things you can work on. I found it like really fun.
We're ready. This is Team Vitality. We're ready to go on stage. I have my own personal driver here for my limo.
When the team was building and they were searching for a smoker or an initiator, basically they chose me after some time, and it was just like mutual because he knows how I play, so we kind of fit in instantly, and I just like, yeah, I just got in.
Ya büyük ihtimal şeyden dolayı diyorlar. Ben işte sürekli smoke atıyorum, içine giriyorum, bir tane vuruyorum, çıkıyorum, bir daha giriyorum falan. Sürekli smoke'un etrafında bir oyun yaptığım için büyük ihtimal smoke'ların efendisi diyorlar. İyi bir oyuncu olduğumu hissettiriyor bana. Teşekkür ederim bunun için de.
Towards the site though, it is once again in control of foot there. Pedestrian's still a big problem though as he finds the first, noted the second. No! And oh no!
If he's the Lord, then I'm the king, right?
Sometimes you need someone like Pedestrian in your team because he does his job every time, and I respect him also. He's really good.
For me, BBL, they're a team that can be dangerous. I think at least like they play a lot by feeling. So if they feel good that day, if they hit their shots, they can run through like anyone.
Vitality is good as a team, I think. They are playing together, they are doing something together, they are good. But I think we are better than them.
You're gonna have to get victories against other teams because our team is not it.
sorry guys, I got a little bit too emotional over there. Yeah. I mean, BBL, they have to win. They have to win at some point. Yes, they can still make playoffs even if they don't win, but the chances are just so slim. They have to start winning now.
Yeah, and it's what we said about sometimes if this ends up in a lose for them, there's going to be scenarios where it doesn't even up to them to make playoffs. There's a scenario where they can win everything but today and still not make it.
Well, they will gonna start with, let's say a match that I do have hopes for them, because we've seen them shine against Fnatic on one round as well, and that was the only map they actually won.
I mean, this is the important thing as we look at map beaters, Lothar. They have to somehow try and get Ascent. Not just today, but for the rest of the tournament.
I don't think that's gonna be tough, unless a team specifically will target them in a map ban phase. But I don't think that's gonna happen against the teams that they have left.
They're gonna get it today.
Okay, I think this is so important because both these teams usually ban Pearl, right? So BBL, as we were seeing on that video, wins the coin toss, and they decide to be the ones banning first. They ban the split and they force Vitality to actually go on that Pearl ban. And surprise to no one, Ascent is going to be the first pick. Vitality is going to go for Haven.
Look
at the reaction.
Suchi's reaction is so funny because I mean, me and Bea were actually there. We did kind of hear what they were saying, but we couldn't really see what was going on. But of course, Salah speaks Turkish, so they can banter back and forth in Turkish. But Epic, of course, he's the new coach. He's coming in to replace Vlad for the first time this season, and this man is ice cold.
Yeah,
he
completely.
Is ice cold.
We were seeing the poker face. We see that Salah having all the reactions, Suchni as well. But he's like, this is my first time. I have something to do here. And the decider is going to be Lotus.
Look at Epic now. Do you remember when he yawned? He was like yawning before he got here. And he even said to me that he is completely ice cold. He's not an emotional kind of coach. But Vitality...
Let's see when we're in the server. I want to see the coach cam when we're in the server.
I do as well.
This is going to be ice cold, but then when the moment of truth comes, everybody
if they throw a 1v5, for example. But they did allow BBL Lothar to have the Ascent, which might be a mistake because they probably fancy themselves a lot more on the other maps.
Well, what would be your other option? You would have to, if you ban Ascent, then you open up a Pell, but at the same time, BBL will take...
Yeah, but that's the important part. When they win the veto, the first thing that they do, most of the teams are, if they have the same ban, they go like, we're Team B. If you ban it, you want it first. But they're the ones being like, I'm gonna big ball this in the sense that I want to be the first one to ban. I'm not gonna see you on split. And now you have to decide if it's a bluff or not.
No, I'm happy with this map veto. I'll be honest with you. I think if BL have a chance of winning any games right now, this was probably the best chance right now.
Yeah, and let's talk about that Ascent because this is there's a reason why that we always say that BBL, you can't give them the Ascent.
Yeah, exactly. It's the only map that they have won so far. But Lothar, tell us a little bit more about the defensive similarities that we see in this too.
Those are the first 30 seconds from both of the teams. All the times that they played Ascent in the EMEA. Remember that there's one map that was played against KC, so there's not much information on Vitality here. But you can see that there's a lot of similarities in taking the space on short and on the A main area. But in general, Vitality was feeling a little bit more frivolous with the over pushes on bottom mid and on the short area. So I would not be surprised if BBL actually slows it down a bit on the attack side of theirs.
So I think that for BBL, of course, there's a lot to go off from. Like, there's a lot of tendencies that you can see from them. I do not think that the data from Vitality is reliable because even though they were playing against a double controller, Tristan was having all the freedom in the world to go on those over peaks. I don't think the BBL is going to allow that.
Well, I'm not the only person. I got a little bit emotional for this game. The Turkish and the French casters are pretty emotional about it as well. Check out what happened when they went head-to-head.
Team Vitality mi öveceğim? Abi Team Vitality'nin övülmeye ihtiyacı yok ki. İnanılmaz bir takım. Şu anda EMEA bölgesinde belki de en güçlü adaylardan bir tanesi. Temsilcilerimizi rahat bir şekilde geçebilirler. Twistan'la birlikte Molsi, Sander, Bonkolt bu gibi isimlerden bahsediyoruz. Asla ama asla Team Vitality'yi durduramayacak kimse.
Evet, bir tarafta dünya şampiyonluğu yaşamış IGL Bonkold olacak. Diğer tarafta OG London United'la inanılmaz bir yükselişe geçen Desrin, Twistan, Molsi üçlüsü olacak. Diğer tarafta Sander var. Bu oyuncular tabii ki şu anda ligin yükselen yıldızları, yükselen takımı Vitality inanılmaz bir performans gösterecek gibi görünüyor. Ve 5 kişilik koç ekibini de tabii ki unutmayalım bu noktada. Kalabalık bir ekip, güçlü bir takım Vitality'yi yok etmeye geliyor.
Evet, VIT dünyanın en iyi takımı olarak maça çıkıyor ve VIT'nin 13-0'dan başka alacağı her türlü round ve skor belki de başarısı olacaktır. O yüzden dünyanın en iyi oyuncuların bulunduğu kadronun tabii ki de bu maçı kazanmasından başka bir şey beklemiyoruz. Belki 1-2 round kaybederler ama dönüp ondan sonra da onun içinde biraz ağlarlar gibi nasıl kaybettik bu roundları diye düşünürler. Ve VIT yine dünyanın en iyi takımı olarak da bu maçtan galibiyetle ayrıldıktan sonra da bir sonraki maçına bakar ve çok rahat yendik diye düşünür.
Ah, ce que je pense de BBL, ouais, c'est une super équipe. Honnêtement, ils sont vraiment très très forts. Là, le fait qu'ils aient pas encore débloqué de victoire, je pense que c'est juste qu'ils n'ont pas trop eu de chance. Parce que quand on voit la siège de Aslan, moi je suis comme un ouf personnellement. Et puis voilà, Aslan a some gains, un peu jaloux, mais non, je pense qu'ils vont vraiment. Et là, honnêtement, ils peuvent que gagner. Je leur souhaite le meilleur.
BBL, mais incroyable, le gameplay, le teamplay, les compositions, Turco incroyable, IMDLL qui va bientôt rejoindre le roster avec leur maillot blanc saillant, je suis conquis.
Franchement, Kushnerix en dueliste, il est incroyable, mais moi j'ai trouvé encore meilleur en contrôleur. Son Omen sur Icebox, il a fait des choses, il est tellement fort, donc s'il sort son Omen sur d'autres maps, je pense qu'on peut avoir vraiment peur.
The French casters were so nice. They were so wholesome about it all. But they did briefly mention AimDL, of course, been on BBL for a long time, is their sub. He has traveled. He is in Berlin. I saw him backstage, but I do not believe he will be playing today. I don't think he's quite ready yet to sub in for the roster. But this change of coaching is really a big deal. We saw what it did to Cougar when they made a little bit of a change. But Epic is a coach that, at least from what I heard in the Turkish community, he's rated quite highly. I even had another analyst tell me that they would consider him as efficient and as good as Gaius. And we know how good Gaius is. So I don't know if this is going to be a positive change for them, because Vlad has just been around for so long.
I honestly think it's too soon to judge on that. I want to see how he guides them when they're on a match. I really want to see how he's going to work on that. I want to see I think that if we see a change, it's going to take at least another week more.
For me, it would be the question actually, is his coaching style different than Vlad's? Because sometimes you have such drastic, let's say, mindset as a coach that you might guide the team in a completely different direction than have been in the past, and that might be a little bit, you know, like an adjustment period between those two. So they didn't get a lot of time with the new coach right now.
Well, he's been on the roster this whole time. Yeah. He was just promoted.
But the thing is, was he responsible for the entire direction in the past, or was he just helping the direction that Vlad had? Right?
I assume the latter. I assume. Yeah.
That's one of the questions I would love to have, you know, being asked in the case they win, and we'll have.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Let's have them for a win, and
if they win. But also I want to say that just the fact that AimDL is here, to me, really speaks of a different direction, because when Vlad was coaching the team, they didn't even have AimDL in Berlin to kind of, just in case if they wanted to incorporate him into a plan. But the fact they've managed to move him over there is kind of telling us, and telling me at least, that maybe at least in the near future, there might be a change to that roster, which means definitely a change into the game.
I would be surprised in the sense of, you know, Foot had that 6-man roster and just decided to make a swap and just see one of the players in the bench, you know, just like have him step down, not actually incorporate that 6-man roster. Maybe AimDL is coming for that change as well, is the only way that they can do it. Maybe they were scared for all the things that have been happening to teams, people getting sick, not being able to play matches, and they're like, true. Okay, let's bring him here tonight.
Yeah.
I think that's probably the most logical choice, because the amount of sickness that is lately happening in the entire world, not only the VALORANT scene, just kind of justifies having another player here.
I mean, the difficult thing is that even if BBL have a good change, maybe they have a different game plan, is it still enough? Same question, was Cougar's game plan enough to beat Navi? Will BBL's game plan be enough to beat Vitality here?
So here's the thing. We're talking about a team that, as we mentioned, has only won in one map before, but that doesn't mean they have won all of them. They lost against Navi here on this Ascent. If Vitality, knowing that they have a very strong group of staff and and very stuffed staff, if they are able to break through that, it's going to force BBL to keep innovating in their one and only map, the one and only star. So if they leave here today with an 0-2, they need to scrap that idea.
That will be 0-5 at that point. It's gonna be almost impossible to get into playoffs as well. So it's gonna be like a little bit too late, right, for that approach. So there has to be a drastic change right now in this match. So there's no...
I mean, there was a drastic change, but yeah, I get what you mean.
Yeah, but that's the moment to strike. For them, this is the test, the biggest test for the team, because not only they swap the coach, but now they have to present a drastic, a different approach to the game. And on a map like Ascent, that is a very simple map, and not much you can, like, let's say, surprise your opponents with unless you go for drastically different composition. You're gonna have to, like, just play on the fundamental level.
We need a fundamental counter, like a lower third every time you say it.
I will bring like a
but
counter.
You'll remember this last time when we had Nukier on the post plan, and when we asked him to predict this match, he said it's gonna be a bloodbath. So he's kind of foreseeing, you know, maybe it coming more down to the individual fights.
Maybe, probably. You talk about the individual fights. QT actually, you know, won that head-to-head that it was against CNED last week. They did lose that match, but I think that QT was definitely performing. So if he can do it today against Twiston, you know, good work. I don't see why not.
The thing is, I consider Vitality one of the most disciplined teams in our region, and they know that the previous way that BBL was approaching this map was like a very fast-paced attack, like plants were happening within 15, 20 seconds, and then because of that, I've assumed that Vitality might be actually playing in a more withdrawn positions on defense, and that will not allow them to just essentially give those, let's say, opening kills for free, right? So it's gonna be tough to execute this plan that we were talking about here.
I also think the problem is, I feel like every time BBL they manage to get Ascent, they put so much pressure on themselves, because it almost feels like if they don't win that Ascent map, Cougar, it's over.
Yeah. So the thing is that, as I was mentioning, is not only that they have to keep making that Ascent stronger and stronger, because they cannot rely, they're just coming on from a loss. It's not like Fnatic's Icebox, which is like, there's no way. There's just simply no way. No, they have to keep improving, keep innovating, and then add into that list, they have to play on their opponent's pick, which keeps swapping every week, where they do not find a single positive result in those maps. And then they have to, you know, get through that bump to even get to the decider. So it's a lot.
Yeah, that's a very long path when you try to like visualize it, right?
I believe. I believe.
That was very not confident in your voice. You know?
If they just like, if they can literally throw less than 50% of their 5v4s, then they have a chance.
Listen,
they got this.
I got something for you. The only team the Vitality has lost to is the other Turkish team. So they have
Okay, I like the Copium. I like the Copium a lot. But I will say though, Vitality, I feel like coming to this tournament, they were underestimated a lot. And Lothar, maybe they look shaky at times, but we had Salah here earlier who said to us that they believe they're the second best team in the league.
They were coming that says already top 2.
Yeah.
That was a little bit far-fetched, I would say, because...
It's Salah. If you know Salah, he just speaks like that.
But when you ask anyone coming in as a viewer, fan, or maybe just anyone from the talent team, everyone was putting, of course, Fnatic on first, and then 99% of the people would put Navi on second, right, before any matches happen. Then we have seen Foot like happening as well, and I know the Stonks this week were actually down in the drain, but still, I wouldn't consider Vitality second or even fifth place.
They should make playoffs.
I mean,
should not be a world where they don't play
playoffs. Is 6 spots,
yeah.
so it's very hard.
I mean, they have to. If they don't make playoffs, I think that's something seriously wrong would have had to happen.
The thing is, like with the previous iteration of Vitality, it was always a slow progress towards the public perception of how they are just well adjusting to the other teams playing in the league.
Well, I can't wait to see what they do today. The wait is over, everybody. Coliseum, get ready to welcome your teams onto a stage. It is BBL versus Team Vitality.
BBL Esports.
Don't wanna be us on a madman ting. Don't care whatever Batman bring, mega boss when I push that swing. Take it up, that's right. Take it up, take it up, take it up, that's right.
Team Vitality.
want to know what Bone Cold and Twistin were doing there, and I felt bad they were leaving Destrian out. Destrian looked like he wanted to maybe join in on whatever dance they were doing, but it's good to see that they're also in good spirits as well. They seem to always be, oh, there's Aim DLL, he's actually made it.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's a big hug, big hug.
Oh yeah, he's got the Adana aim. He's obviously, for those of you who don't know, he's from the same city as Alphaya. And there is a meme that the Adana aim is pretty strong. You guys have seen it from Alpha. Again, I don't think he's going to be playing today, so that might be something we have to look out for the future. But at least for Team Vitality, they are going strong. They are going well. It doesn't seem to be like any internal or external issues like Cougar that's been plaguing them the way that's been plaguing the other teams.
Yeah, and I think that we mentioned the word time a lot. The teams need time, and you need time to do this and to do that. Vitality has had a lot of that. Even before the year started, they were already, all of them, living in Berlin, thanks to the Vitality, you know, office and everything that they have around here. So it's not only that they themselves as a core has been, you know, have been together previously, is that they have had that support coming from the org right from the beginning. They do not have the Golden Hornets today, but, you know, it would be too easy for them as otherwise.
Yeah,
what a nice scene is happening here. Look.
I love it. I mean, Salah did tell us that Twistin is very crazy and he wouldn't trust him to coach. Oh, this is so wholesome. Aww. This is so wholesome. We love it. We love it. We'll see. We'll see if Salah's boys lose, though. Maybe he won't be as friendly to Suchny. We are heading into Agent Select once he takes his seat, and we'll see what's going to happen on Ascent. Probably not expecting anything drastic, right?
I mean, I would be very surprised if BBL were to change the comp, maybe a little bit even suicidal, but I don't know. I don't expect the changes. I expect that mirror comp on both sides.
Oh, whoa. It happened already. Wait, let's take this in. Let's try and take this in.
Yeah, so...
no fade.
No fade. Yeah,
no fade.
That's the only...
That is the biggest change for Vitality here, because I actually associated the fade pick with Vitality on this map. Like the way that they're always playing with the fade on A side, with the ultimate pushes, the Ive, I bought the Jenny, were always well coordinated. Without that, I actually am insanely surprised because they swap it for Sova. So what are the upsides of playing Sova here over Fade is just the range of the recon arrow that I assume is the upside. So this is very surprising.
I think the drone is also very valuable depending on the situation. I mean, having that extra damage with the shot darts, if we're going to see, you know, maybe some tricky old things, I would love to see it on the side of Vitality. But yeah, it's not a major change, but it definitely is going to set set some alarms on the BBL side when preparing for this match.
I still haven't seen him smile, by the way. I still have not seen Epic smile.
Seen him yawn.
Yeah, I've seen him yawn. I've seen him like a stare into the soul of Salah, but I haven't seen him smile yet. But on the side of BBL, of course, this is the same comp that took down Fnatic and DRX, Lothar. We need that version of BBL to show up.
Yeah, that version of BBL was confidence incarnated when it comes to taking angles, on swinging through, having the trades ready, and that is not even in like comp-wise. This is just on the personal level. That's what they need today.
Well, a lot of wholesome scenes we have here in the pit, and it's time to throw it over to your casters. Give us a hug, Tom and Mitch. Come on, show us some love.
Give you a hug or give each other?
Yeah, listen, Sue, you can. Yeah, we can do this, no problem. I mean,
I don't know how I give. Like, okay.
She's not that far
I'll be
away.
there in a few minutes.
I think you're still hooked in, Tom. That cable's not.
Wait,
it's
sure?
not that long.
No, I think I can make it down the stairs.
Okay, you got a
It's
few
not
more
that
meters
long.
to go. I think you're good. Yeah, Sue, listen, you can come up later for a hug, and maybe you might need it after this one. We could be in for one hell of a ride. Look, BBL had a pretty tough start to this season. They haven't been putting up a lot of wins, but the one map they did win was right here, and it was against Fnatic. They looked really good there, and that was a series they could have taken, so all hope not lost.
They've beaten DRX on this map as well. Like, okay, they lost to Navi, which I think is not the end of the world. Navi have proven to me a very good Ascent team. I'm not really too worried about that. The thing is, we've only really seen in recent times this played once, and it was against KC for the side of Vitality. So although they absolutely obliterated KC, I think up until this week we really haven't seen any level out of them. So it's definitely going to be a bit of a risk. I was kind of expecting Vitality to ban this, but obviously they have their perma-ban. So we'll see if they're going to be able to match up to the might of the one team or one map team.
Oh, here he comes, Cutie, right off the rip, looking to take the fight to Vitality. He's claimed the site for his team, and they're coming to support. In fact, he's not finished pushing just yet. It didn't look like it. Getting inside their smoke. Might be the new lord of those, but it looks like he's not going to get too much done there. The re-aggression moving instead towards Market, where he's tucked up close, Frenzy in hand, and they have no idea. This guy's such a menace.
Yeah, I think even just clearing him from this position is going to be not impossible, in fact! He just kills them all on his own. A great sign for BBL that this man is looking on form. And obviously we've seen some real changes out of BBL. Like we saw MDLL coming in onto the stage even, which is news to us because it was someone that seemingly was out of the roster, at least for a while, and now brought back in as a sixth. But also the coach change is a huge sort of like move. In my eyes, maybe a move backwards, but I want to see what's actually going to be there for Epic, how they're going to actually play differently. Is it going to be more of just a, okay, let's try and use the individual skill we know we have and try and fix things as we go along? Because it's a drastic change and a very quick one. So I want to see what they've got, maybe more so on other maps other than this one, because this map was already good.
Well, we saw from KC, though, fresh-faced teams can sometimes look good. You know what? Ender said before that game, you know, maybe it's the honeymoon period. You know, they'll come in and look great, jokingly. But my man was right somehow. It was quite a display. I don't know if we'll get the same from BBL, but certainly the start has been good from Cougar. Picking up another kill here, but he's down to 26 HP. Way too easy to deal with. And now Malsi has a chance for more. He's got 3, completely halting the push. That might just be the biggest disaster for BBL. They come into this second round. It should have been easy. Despite that one kill they found, that's all they're left with. Walking in with a pistol in his hand. Good night and sweet dreams. Oh, it started out so well here, but Vitality, they have the reins again.
Yeah, the thing is, the push maybe a little bit disjointed through the edge of that smoke, but it was just the shot that was hit by Molsey was ridiculous. The second one I think he connects, it just absolutely disgusting, just sheer reactions onto Turco. And they're still trying to battle with other players. There is a part of me that just thinks in that sort of moment that smokes go down, you just have to reset there. You're the ones with the rifles, you don't need to be taking those sort of risks, but hey, this might be on screen the Logitech G power round, but I think Vitality have already powered themselves up. They are looking incredible with the, I was gonna say 5 rifles, and then I realized one of them is not like the other.
Yeah. Von Colt's got some ammo, but he might need to use it this time around, actually. That's a bit of a ridiculous opening from Cougar. Straight up and in, down short, double kill, weapons retrieved, A site plant. I barely saw the barriers go up in this one, and the round is already favored heavily towards BBL. Even after losing Cougar, they have so much to work with here.
Yeah, there's a part of me that thinks that at this point it's almost just Cougar versus the world. Like, maybe overheating a little bit, but after you just run into a site and get 2 entry kills, it's definitely going to be more of an interesting one. The thing now is that time is ticking. Sure, there's a player low, a player that hasn't actually managed to retrieve a gun, and one player that has an Ares on the other side. Sender's now made this one a little bit more interesting. Not for long, though. Twiston now almost has to make the decision just to hold on to the rifle, but he is still fighting this.
Headshot.
Damage done. That weapon might be lost, though. I mean, he's not going to win the round at this point, and in the end, he will lose that rifle. BBL not getting away with it either, though, so a complete reset. The credits are going to go back right down to basics. Operator for Twiston potentially being pulled out already. It has been a messy start to this, but all eyes on Cougar for those early rounds. This guy, funnily enough, they end up wallbanging the Ares as well, just giving them a taste of his own medicine. But look, the first 10 seconds, we just want a cutie cam, I guess.
You're putting me on cam?
All right, Tom, relax. I saw your cheeks go red and everything there. Don't. Well, it's a little bit slower this time around.
Well, yeah, the thing is, Vitality, because they basically won themselves an eco.
Oh, Brave.
They've actually got a huge investment into this round. Operator for Twiston, something to be feared, something that KC severely struggled against. For now, though, just sort of a patient round for them, and, well, Brave not actually spotting Twiston over the top, so just going to smoke it off instead.
You know, that was very much a game of patience, and now Twiston has the info. He spotted Brave, I believe, when he updrafted there. And he's relocated to get a better angle, catching them before they hit the smoke. Really nice stuff. That operator's tough to deal with early. They'll look elsewhere towards the A site to find their space, and Nade still waiting. Is going to delay a flash, catching the one player who made it through. Great work from Destrian. And Malsey doesn't even need to commit anymore. He can give up that control and allow them to start moving towards the site. It's a 5v3, and the manpower very much favoring Vitality at this moment. Destrian's caught repositioning, but he's still able to get away with another kill. And that is a textbook round from Vitality, not even losing a man.
Yeah, I think the thing I love about this Vitality defensive side is because you have such reliance of the almost interplay of Malzy and Destrian, you can gamble Twistin anywhere on the map. Like, he can literally just be running around like a headless chicken, just finding different fights to take, because these players are so good at sort of positioning themselves. You have regularly these aggressive pushes from Destrian around towards that A main spot, and then just having supportive utility for Malzy to peek off of. It is something they did round in, round out in the previous time they played this map, and Destrian was the best player in the server.
I'm seeing X wanting to move very quickly on this one, and a Bladestorm pop to dash in. Already you can see that pace brought right back to what we saw in those first couple of rounds, where he was able to catch players off guard with angles they weren't expecting.
He's killed him while he's in the drone.
They've got one down, and well, there was X. The whole game plan of him running up mid. He got to the site, but he met his maker. And now, okay, a missed shot out of Twistin, but how much more? All right, that's a lot more. Ascent doing very well on this one. I mean, he's all alone in a 1 versus 3 at this point. The ace clutch in front of him, but it's possible, especially with the spike in his back pocket.
Oh, well, he's walked straight backwards. That would have been impressive.
Close.
Would have had to go through a few walls there. Even still, Destrian has brought him so desperately low. They know that he's not in B main anymore, so just gonna secure things. Splitting up a little bit. They even know where he is at this point. I don't see much more damage coming through here, but anything extra that Aslat can do. Bear in mind, this wasn't a huge investment out of the side of BBL. They can buy next round.
Just look how passive they are. I mean, robbing of any opportunities, really. This is somewhere that Aslan Machado has to just go diving in, blind firing and hoping that he's going to pick the right angle to peek when he does eventually meet an opponent. There's the steps made, though. They know exactly where he is, and that plan, it could be a bait to try and pull them in, but we're seeing that it's not. It's a full commitment, and Destrian had the timing down to a T.
Drop a few extra credits. He was someone who was a little bit low himself because of the investment he had into this round, so not too much of an issue. Even going to take the extra time to make sure that Malzy is going to be the one to get the ult orb, so good stuff from Vitality. But ultimately, yeah, it's basically what we expect from a round like this. A couple of kills coming through when you have a Bladestorm. Vitality don't lose too many players, so they're building up that economy, and they're even going to spend the time to go and get this. That's the thing. He doesn't get this first kill, but I think it's Suchny actually deeper using the drone so they can get further out onto the site. He just predicts, okay, he's probably going to be on the close corner because that's where you're going to throw a drone from, and just gets a free kill. A little bit of an oversight, but it's one of those things where, again, BBL didn't have much in the round anyway.
You know, I'm really feeling the play here. Bone Cold and Suchny both playing Odin's Tom. I don't know why you even think you need to point that out to me. That's the first thing I'm looking for every goddamn round. Almost a bit of trouble was brewing for Sender there. He was getting sprayed right away, and you're getting a lockdown in play, so forced back into the back, very back corner. Sportifier still here though, Twistin. Dash online, ready to use. Blind fire, hoping to catch one through the smoke, but look, not quite there. TP to backside for Destrian, but Kushner's in the smoke! That could have been the double. Malzy does well to hold on, and 2 players still on the site. Well, they're gonna be needed now with market control lost and out of their hands. They've spotted out Sander as well. They know exactly where he is, putting these Vitality players into boxes. And there it is. Finally, BBL looking good here. 4 players left alive as they equalize.
I like the attempt there. It's basically the idea from BBL is that you send Kushner super aggressively. You always make it seem like, okay, we've gone through B main. We've used the ult to clear you out from the backside. And then they just have this later lurk through mid. So they already had the information that there was players there because Kushner's literally just pushed a smoke and died to it. So just a second layer to this attack to catch them out another time. And then the players on site, even though they sort of gambled the rotation using the From the Shadows, they basically had to fight versus everyone else while slowly being surrounded.
Suchny and Bone Cold both on the opposite side of the wall here. This is going to be a start around Odin fight. And there it is, returned on the other side. Bone Cold, beautiful play. That's an off angle he's holding, ready for them on the corner so that on contact, he can spray away, or when he hears the steps or just counts to 5. Whatever his method is, it's working. That's 1 kill for them already, and a frustrating start. Here's more damage done. Suchny was jumping, so he managed to avoid too much. That shock dart, though, is going to hurt a little more. And this is the kind of play I love to see, man. It's off-brand Valorant, but it works.
The funny thing is at the end of this round, Suchny's going, I've hit him for at least like 90. Yeah. I've hit him for something. He'll look and see 0 and just be like, how?
Where was he?
I genuinely believe he just peeked an angle where he goes, okay, he's spamming here. I'll wait for him to stop shooting and then just spam on an angle that he wasn't already pre-firing. Just using basically the traces of his opponent's gun just to give him away. Nonetheless, that man advantage is stuck. And a whole minute has gone off the clock, basically just due to spamming. Destian, again, is holding that deep control, and because of that, he has spotted quite a few players already getting ready to go into that A site.
30 seconds left.
Blade Storm on Twistin as well, giving him lots of options. He's got the right read on this. It comes down to timing, whether that player decides to take that step forward. And here we go, the dash is coming in. This is where he should be looking to move up through short, but now the back turn, Twistin's vulnerable, and his teammates are falling. He's got nowhere to go at this point, and he runs right past them. How is he still alive? There comes the shorty. Now up close, cloudbursts all around, and another for Twistin. This man's an absolute lunatic. Down to 4 seconds, that plant will come to the wire, and there is no chance. This guy plays Valorant like I've never seen before, and I want to see so much more of it.
I can't believe that was the choice. Just the player coming in from behind, I don't even think he knew he was there. It was just like, okay, I have a timing here that I can just go through this smoke, catches one, dashes away from the second, and instantly is like, I have a shorty. This is my gun of choice, gets rid of Kushner, and at that point, well, what can Suchny do? He has to go for the plant. There's not enough time for him to do anything else, and it's already over. There are so many people that coming into this team rated this man highly, but I feel like he still manages to exceed expectations.
And look at the read, that updraft that he saw, what, 2-3 rounds into the game. He saw a player Brave waiting for him on top of the box. Now, early round, Twistin's moving out to check that angle to see if he's going to TP there to catch him. And if he does again, well, there's a good chance Twistin will be ready and waiting for him. And later, he falls back. Again, being cautious of that angle that he'd seen before. He knows that they like to use it, or at least they did once. I'm not sure about the updraft. That's to attempt a wallbang, which is ridiculous. But, you know, this is Twistin, so nothing surprises us.
He's just feeling it. He's just feeling confident at the moment, and it definitely has its risks about it. But as I said, they are confident in the other two setups they have on the map, so he can basically do whatever he wants. If he gets nothing, which doesn't happen very often, you still have this crossfire on the site, and already he's just dashed straight in, hasn't checked the corner. It's a freebie kill. They've utilized the Hunter's Fury, but Molzy didn't have to move. A man advantage again.
And Molzy still holding the smoke as well. I was expecting a flash to come through the re-aggression, but the patience on display with the man advantage as they attempt to make their way into this site. Bone Cold standing by with an Odin. Plenty of wallbang angles here. Most importantly, drop that nano. Not going to have that utility to lock it down. Instead, they fight elsewhere towards the tree. A good fight to start, and they blocked Sender off. Bought a little bit more time, made it more difficult for Molzy. Apparently not. He's just swung straight into them. Flash up top, and here comes the swing. Right on into Jenny, where Aslan's waiting, dominating this round and leaving it just to his teammate Brave, with Bone Cold spraying away. He's heard the Shrouded Step, and he's found his victim as well. The defuse coming in to put Vitality up to 5.
These rounds are just mental. Like, the way you expect it to go at any second is just the opposite. And again, I feel like the decision-making here from BBL is actually very good. They realized in advance, okay, there's a lockdown in play. Okay, there's a player rotating in. We can't allow them to just have tree control for free. So they re-aggress. The problem is, the player that they were looking for had actually just retaken short. So they then get caught in that battle. And then Aslan gets 2 kills as they try and take back into the site. It is absurd the way these rounds go. And then, of course, Bone Cold clutches 1v2 with an Odin. Why didn't I see that one coming?
Yeah, you know, Tom, I did. So I believed all the way. And, you know, it's a beautiful aspect when I see this man with that weapon in his hand. Can't take it away from Suchny, though. He's certainly attack side Odin. It takes a special breed of player to pull that out. And although he hasn't had a ton of success with it so far, you know, if at first you don't succeed, Tom, and I think he's following that.
I'm going to be honest, saying someone needs to be a special breed of player does not sound like a compliment. I know you meant it as one,
yeah,
but when you say it out loud, it doesn't sound like it. It makes sound like he's got issues.
Yeah, I meant it as one, but when I think about it objectively, yeah, it probably isn't a compliment. But, you know, that's what all my matchmaking teammates tell me, and I'm just going to put that positive spin on it.
You definitely are a special breed of player. I will give you that.
Thank you very much, Tom. I appreciate that. Well, we're going into round number 9 here in Vitality. After that pause and sitting down, having a little chat, I'm honestly expecting to see something ludicrous from Twistin. Starter rounds out of this man are nuts, but when you want to sit back and, you know, assemble your game plan, this guy loves to come out of those pauses and just throw a wrench in the works.
Yeah, it's one of those rounds where aggression isn't necessarily needed. There's already pieces missing on the other side in terms of weaponry, or even maybe just the odd bit of utility here and there. Already, though, maybe expecting it to be a faster B hit. We've seen the drone just being thrown out to clear some of these deeper angles, and I wonder if they've just, yeah, they marked the turret. I heard enemy marked, and I was expecting something a little bit more. I don't know how Bone Cold hasn't hit that turret when it's literally being pinged by a dart, but let's hope that's the only miss he has this round.
Well, here's another chance. 3 players just took that fight on Executioner X. He's managed to fade out of there, but it is Dash burned up early. So one more piece of utility that he's not going to have to entry on into the site. For the rest of the team, it's a flash play off the wall, but look at where the smoke is. It would have blocked it, so they'll look elsewhere. A low flash, clearing out the closer corners, allowing them to take the space to destroy the turret. That's a great counter, but Destrian's not able to deliver. Hunter's Fury through, good damage. No kill from it just yet, but look how low everybody is. Mulsi's able to get a wallbang kill, and Sander, I thought he saw the barrel moments ago. It doesn't matter either way. He's able to convert the kill and reposition into a sneaky corner. He moved so quickly into that spot and took the risk of crossing by the door. They shouldn't expect him, and you can see they had absolutely no idea. And with everyone so low, that 3K falls into his hands. Full HP on the last, but that's not a problem.
Brilliant round from Vitality. A complete adaptation of their setup. But as said, a lot of the time you're going to have Molzy and Destrian as this 1-2 punch. Instead, you walked into Sender's setup. And that was, I almost feel like, basically just due to his lockdown. They didn't utilize it in the retake in the last round. They decided, okay, if there's a push coming in onto A, we'll use it in this round. And this just causes panic. Because you're being hit by a Hunter's View. You can't run away. You're being hit by that from behind. So you're almost going to have to run into it. So they try and run forward. Then you're panic running into a lockdown. It just made it very easy for Sender to pull them apart, and I have to say, credit to Molzy as well. Flashes were great.
This guy moves so quickly, getting in their faces. Cloudburst used out here, even a Shrouded Step, getting in towards the site. That was spotted by a drone that got destroyed, but they didn't account for Bone Cold here. It's the real problem now. He's got a lot of bullets in that weapon. He's not able to land too many more. Damage done to Cushioner. And the site does fall to the attackers, but a foothold here for Vitality to come back in, and that shock dart almost finished him off.
Do they use the lockdown in the post-bomb? They do. So this is something that's going to buy a fair amount of time. The problem is they're losing players off the back of it, and they can still push back in behind. This is not going to be an easy hold whatsoever. The spam almost manages to take out another. Molzy killing off one more, and now Suchny, okay, time has been bought, but he needs to do so much.
Recon down, and the one corner it didn't hit. The one corner it didn't hit. Covered by a smoke. That makes it so easy for that man right there. And it's the beauty of a round like that when you start to move back into the A-side retakes with that weapon. It just feels like every fight is set up for you. There's walls in the way for your opponent, but hey, they're made of paper if you're Bone Cold. What a gorgeous round from this man. And I feel like every time I see him play, I become more of a fan. It's impressive.
Well, that's the thing. He's now pulled off 2 retakes almost single-handedly. One of them was. It was a 1v2.
Yeah.
And then this one is a 4K with an Odin. He's just having a blast that it seems like they're really struggling to play against it. Again, bear in mind the attackers use a lockdown there, an attempt to buy time, and they just get picked apart. It wasn't placed deep within the site, actually clearing them off completely. Again, fast-paced control of A main. That has been one of the main ports of call for this BBL side. Just basically try and fight early to this portion of the map. Have they had much success here? No.
All right,
oh, here we go again.
Definitely got it lined up this time, but he's not going to use it.
No.
Not firing away. Waiting. Holding his breath. Now, BBL's game plan here is very open to interpretation. They've left mid completely open and around where they intend to clearly fake one side and move elsewhere. The problem with that is exactly what you just saw. They went into B main, they tried to make some noise, utility came out, so they had to fall back, and they lost mid. There was a guy waiting for them. It's not a great strategy at the start of the round, but for a team changing coaching staff, that's what I expect. 4 players moving to mid. Let's see if there's any more gaps for Vitality to exploit.
No way he's pushing mid with an Odin. Yeah, I feel like you got what you deserved finally, Bone Cold. And that leaves this B site completely open. In fact, realizing the players that have gone down, Sender and Bone Cold, both in mid, they can expect that this B site is clear. A good read from BBL and an after plan in a strong position.
This should be impossible for Twisted. That player behind him, after clearing all those corners, it does come down to timing and how quickly he's going to make a move, but any set, well, it doesn't matter in the end. Well held by Cushioner. Destrian doesn't stand a chance. And with that, yeah, I think Mulsi might, he doesn't have to save. They have a ton of credits and it's right at the end of the game. So, but what's he sticking around for, right? Looking to give Turco one more ult orb.
it's just about making things costly. He doesn't need the orbs himself either, already online, so it's just about taking weapons out of their hand. They know that he's still sticking around, so Brave might be in a little bit of trouble here. I think going down to the spike actually looking quite likely for a couple of them. They're going to have to sprint away. I think just about going to get out of there.
Yeah, not, as we said, in that moment, the 1v4, you know he's probably not going to win the round unless
He knows he's not going to
the
win the round.
craziest thing we've ever seen. If they go lining up and running as 4, maybe. But short of that, then yeah, it just comes down to can I do some more damage?
That's actually very close. 11 HP, and you look at the damage that Kushner does later in the round, I do feel like that one was a little bit of an overstep from Vitality. Like, trying to read into that sort of A take a little bit too much after their mid presence. They then just fall flat because of that lurk from Suchny. Not the most common lurk, having that on the back of your Sova, but it worked out this time. And Cutie's going again. He's just going.
Yeah, and they didn't know just how close he was. That flash blinded up the turret as well.
Nice.
Suchny catching Bone Cold, looking for a little bit more, but nothing to be found. That said, they've done more than enough, catching off 3 players from Vitality and leaving just Malsey and Twisted to play that retake. BBL with an incredibly pacey final round of the half, and it has worked out here. They could be in a very healthy spot moving into the next half, and that seems to confirm it.
Twisted didn't even realize he'd got over the top. Decent recovery from BBL. Like, you have to bear in mind, they're 1 pistol and then 1 force at the third, so it's not the greatest of attack sites, especially by their standards. Like, they are very good at the attack of this map. The thing is, though, 5 rounds is definitely enough. Like, they can work with something like this. And I have to say, this sort of round is something that's just like almost a BBL special. Like, you have these couple of ults, it's last round of the half, you're just going to throw those in, try and aggressively get this man into position, and he does his job. I think Kushner has been fantastic so far. It's just whether or not he can keep up that pace, because there have definitely been some weaker sides to some of these players, especially on a map where I think anybody looking at this series going, well, if they don't win Ascent, they are not winning this series.
No, I think that goes without saying. You know, Ascent is certainly a close map when it comes through to this. Like we said, for BBL, this is the only map that they've managed to win coming into this season of VCT. And it was against, I think, arguably the best team in the world. So, very impressive accolade to have, and a good strength in any pool, as long as your opponents aren't going to come in and ban Ascent, which for Vitality, having an instant ban, that wasn't the case. So it's a great door to have open to you. Question is, you know, Haven, Lotus, you can't say it enough. Like, those are not maps that I expect to see it this close at the halftime, even, if I'm being honest. And if we do, it's going to be because of someone like Kushner X, in my mind, going ham, winning those rounds, those key swing rounds that leave your opponents on the ecos and let you build back up into the half and into the fight. For me, this is where they have to get it done. And look, moving on to the defensive side, I guess, again, all the damage we saw from Kushner X, we're going to be looking at Vitality now. We're going to be looking at Twistin to bring that same energy, that same fire to their attack.
But that's the thing that I do feel like, although he's going to have a very similar role in terms of being that entry duo, I do think the way the Vitality set up Twistin is something I have a lot more faith in than the other side. Like, a lot of the rounds you're seeing out from Kushner are literally Kushner. Like, it is him running into the site, solo taking fight, massive risks, but he's able to succeed. In that last round, okay, they had a good ultimate utility combo, but some of the other rounds, like the round where he just, I think it was round 3, he just runs in up short, gets 2 kills, and they win the round off that. Like, that's something I don't expect to see from Twistin, because you have the likes of people like Malsey, people like Destrian, who are going to be setting him up with that extra utility. So I think, like, being able to hold on to the sites is going to be much tougher for some of those individual players on the side of BBL. I also want to see if they've got any set plays to sort of put him into position a little bit more, because I think that if they have more of a Kushner-centric defense, they can win this map comfortably. It's just if they have that facilitating power for someone as talented as he is.
Oh, we'll see if they do. As we dive on in to half number 2, round 13 in front of our eyes, barriers up, and it's a side under threat. Brave has players right in front of him in that cloud burst, but tucked in the corner, they walked right past him. Brave with a great hold, and here's Aslan to help out. Gorgeous stuff for BBL, and a near unlosable situation in front of them. It's Sender to clutch, gets 2, but that's all he's gonna do.
Yeah, huge start to this second half for BBL. We saw the video earlier with Brave talking about him being the Lord of the Smoke, and I'm starting to believe in it a little bit here. Just hiding in that back corner, not being spotted, staying alive, and coming out with a huge double while combining with his teammate. A big round for them. The question is, do they take the second one over the line? Because something I've learned about Vitality, especially if you watch them lock-in, is their second rounds a lot of the time are better than their first.
Well, we did see that even in the first half here, right? We had BBL win the pistol, and then absolute decimation from Vitality round number 2. Maybe tougher to do it on... Whoa, tougher to do it when you get headshot by a shock dart. Wow. But tougher to do it on the attack side in general, perhaps. So this could be a challenge, to say the least. An interesting approach, 2 players moving up through short, but Kushner was waiting. And when you're coming in without light shields, without any shields, you are going to get one tapped in any body part by this.
Well, also the spike's now down. So if they manage to somehow win from this point, I'll be very impressed.
So why are 2 players going short, and those 2 have the spike, and then there's 3 sitting in B main passive? It seems like one of those rounds where you leave it, you know, even in B Link, for example. It seems to be a normal spot. I wonder if it's an oversight or if it's literally, we got pistols, you know, we're just looking to fight. Who cares about spike?
Yeah.
Well,
we'll be aware of that too.
Kushner just farming, like just able to get some of those extra orbs. Didn't really manage any in the first round, so you're not expecting to see a Blade Storm coming into what will be round number 15. Orb's going to be farmed up on the other side, fair enough. Just trying to get something a little extra going into this next one. And Twiston only on a shorty. At this point, I'd almost be tempted to give him a Sheriff and just see if he can find a fight here, because I don't know how he's going to get close enough to do anything.
Oh,
with this gun.
Oh, okay.
Come on.
Well, that's what we were looking for, I guess. I'm waiting for a wall bang to finish him off on 17 HP, but he's got this one on lock. 1 kill, and that's all. There you go. Kushner in with his 4th of the round. And that means he is extremely close to getting a Blade Storm online, now sitting 2 orbs away as we go into round number 3 of the half.
Yeah, they keep the majority of their weaponry. Single gun lost. I think it was a Spectre on the ground, so really not the end of the world. But this is where you expect Vitality to really start building into this one. And as said, they kind of need to. Like, Kushner popping off in a really good position here, and he's now going to invest into that rifle as well, which is where, again, like, he could be the one to sort of thread the needle and give them that huge boost to their defensive side start.
Yeah, this is a Logitech G power-up round, but the power that they could harness from it is unbelievable. Kushner having a good round with a rifle already will pay off, but then he'll have his Blade Storm as well. You lose this round, you lose your rifle, it's fine. He has a Blade Storm for next round, and credits to buy anyways. So you're in a very, very comfortable spot. You can get an operator out next as well. The advantages, well, they just keep building up. And I think BBL's early half here certainly looking a lot better than it did when we started out this map.
Patient start. Slow mid-control being taken by Vitality. The majority of the utility here for BBL set up into this A side. Clearly having some expectation, or more so just gambling that Kushner's going to get that kill in B main. He finds absolutely nothing other than the information that Sender might just be lurking on that side of the map. But with that kill, they start to pincer their way through towards the market. This is going to leave a very isolated Suchny on that side. Now, he has managed to retrieve himself the rifle, so maybe he could take a player or 2 with him, but even that seems easier said than done. The first and the spike is going to go for free. Ooh. Second one even coming up for the IGL as well, and the rest of the team is starting to rotate in. He's done his job. Can anybody else do anything more?
Flash was through, but not landing for them. This is giving the chance to Vitality to still get that plant down, but they thought this round was going to be a whole lot easier. It certainly looked like it would be on paper. Smokes online here for Vitality. They're blocking off the stairs, the laneway, still a little open. Oh, reveal deep as well. Getting a good idea that these players still haven't even made it to the switch. The time is going to be a big problem. You see a market spam attempted as well, just harassing them on their way through. More damage done through the walls. Vitality now end up seeing opponents. This is where they need to convert, and they're losing every single fight. Massive damage done to Destrian. He's on the backside, and he'll lose the fight, but time is low. I think it's plenty, though, to get that diffuse across the line.
Yeah, second and a half left in the end for him to get that done. And that's the thing. This is a round that was basically just based off a bonus and a huge play coming out from Suchny. The worst thing is on that retake coming back in, Brave was the only one with any real utility. Like, he had a Paranoia available, and you're thinking, okay, well, that's a moment now that he's done. He goes down, but just managing to isolate some of these duels, a kill from Aslan as well, and then just coming down to the last couple of seconds, it's going to be a huge clutch for BBL. And as said, that was a full purchase coming through. We looked at this map as a bit of a risk for Vitality letting it in, while BBL in the lead, defensive side, economy advantage, everything looking good for them.
Yeah, just look at Vitality coming into this round, man. They've got one rifle, and everything else comes down to pistols. 3 Sheriffs in the Classic. BBL in a very comfortable spot. They have their operator out, one away from Bladestorm. Also pretty close to having a lockdown as well. Twistin is attempting a very fast play. We saw Aslan set up his utility here earlier on, but he'll get nothing for it, and Sender somehow took out Suchny. That was in the market. Now there's a lockdown in play. We said they were one away. Watch out for Cutie up close, and he's caught by the knife. Can't use his own, and so instead, the lockdown comes all the way through. The players are pushed back, and a 2v4 retake, I don't think it's even going to be attempted at this point.
No, I think there was a moment in his head where he even just went, wait, well, I'm not going to destroy the lockdown with my Bladestorm. So pulls out the operator, gets caught swapping at the same time, and then gets killed by a Classic. That was just a nightmare round from BBL. And that's the thing. This seems to be happening a lot. Like we saw in the build-up, the lovely, passionate monologue coming out from Sue, just going, we don't want to see more things like this. Well, I'm sorry, Stu, but we are seeing more things like this.
Here they are.
It's a dash aggressive spam through coming out, someone dying to a nanoswarm, and then someone dying to a Classic while trying to destroy a lockdown. Like, these are just silly mistakes, and Vitality, well, hey, they did a great job. They managed to play their crossfire, use their ultimates well, but I think they've been gifted one there.
Aslan's util as well was quite strong. Like, we saw him, we were watching him, on board with him as he put it down to start, and, you know, here it is, both nanos there. In my mind, should be doing damage on the second one, but I think he might have missed it.
What?
At the very, that's crazy.
Was he paranoid? Is that what that?
Possibly.
But even then, we're seeing it. Yeah, we were seeing it from his POV. Maybe he just didn't realize quick enough.
Yeah, I have no idea. But I genuinely think they might have won that round, at least come a hell of a lot closer if Aslan's nano had been on top. I'm not sure if he meant to throw it down below or if it was meant to be on the alleyway to still catch him on the way through. That's my suspicion, is that it was supposed to be. And in the end, it left that player free to stand there and take the fight. Small detail, who knows how much it would have changed if it was in a different spot, but 8-8. We're equalized now. Vitality, again, taking the reins, but BBL still have a few scraps left, right? They're able to invest into this round. Losing here, though, Vitality probably pushed to 10-8.
Yeah, that would be a scary prospect. That said, this is a map where just moments ago they were looking incredibly good, but a blip on the radar, and if you're a BBL fan, you have to hope it's a blip. They're going to bounce straight back. Operator into Kushner definitely gives some hope, and they realize they've given up mid, so he's now just watching in towards the spawn. Spike has been picked up. That seemed like a little bit of an audacious TP. If there was anyone anywhere near that corner. No, I know, but I mean, like, if he could have been seen if they were down on that alleyway, but even still. A decent amount of players here. Toko already going to kill a Bone Cold. This is getting tougher by the second.
That return from Twistin isn't enough.
30 seconds
they
left.
need more, especially with Suchny still on this site, still unaccounted for, and they've spotted him out, but look at the cost. Spike down, Destrian 2, no more smokes. They've got to retrieve that spike as well, costing them more precious time, and Twistin's even being spotted. They know exactly where he is. Even as he falls down, I think they might have heard the drop, and now they certainly know. That shot close, not going to happen. And so Molsey's left to do it all. No utility, just a nade. 10 seconds for his knife. That nade's at least going to buy him time, but time to step into an operator. BBL up to 9, and that's a good recovery. A needed round as their economy was on the rocks.
Yeah, I think it was realized quite quickly where that push was coming in. A much more passive stance from them. You could see Vitality using a lot of their utility early to sort of clear out aggressive positions where they're expecting Kushner to be. But BBL just completely alter the setup that they have, sit back, wait for them to try and execute, and basically just catch them with their pants down as they go walking into the site. And this is the thing, this is the talent of this man. Like, he can just hit the sort of, I guess, the easier shots, just being back in those more passive positions, but it's the thought in your opponent's head that's going to make things that little bit tougher. Good round from BBL. Again, financially, this is where things become a little bit more awkward for the side of Vitality, but you have to bear in mind they've got a Blade Storm, so they're going to be able to pad that just a little bit, but it's still one of those rounds where you go, okay, like you just said in the last one, if this round is lost, then BBL, they could run away and close out the map.
Yeah, it's tangible for these guys. They've come in and they've called a pause, make sure that not only that they manage their economy correctly, they distribute their ultimates well when it comes down to the round at hand. At 9-8, this is the point where you can let it slip, where BBL can run away with it. And we know on this map in particular, this is the danger zone against any Turkish team, but against this one in particular, they looked good versus Fnatic. They took it. And if Vitality aren't careful, the same thing will happen to them here. They'll have to make the reverse sweep on Haven and Lotus. And sure, they might be favorites to take it on both of those maps, but you don't want to be staring down the barrel of that gun. One mistake and you're out of the series.
Well, and that's the thing. We've seen them go up against Foot as well on Haven the last time they played it, and Foot took it off them. That was a map where I think going into it, everybody thought the Vitality were heavily favored, so they can definitely slip up. And we know that BBL, especially on a map like Haven, could just run away with things if they are feeling it, and if Kushner is on form, which he definitely is.
Yeah, he's looked fantastic so far. Great shock dart. Sander lit down low. Suchny not running the Odin this time around, so no punish. And look how many of them there are. A target-rich environment for them. But that read's not made, and the Blade Storm on Twist in the fast play in. Dash was getting them real close, and Suchny, well, he pays the price of doubting whether that player had made it out yet or not. He's looking at main. Oh, wow. That was a brave TP, very late on. Good shot from Kushner X. A punish that leaves the spike down in the open. A Blade Storm still lurking around. There goes an ult to cut off all their utility. There were some opportunities there, and instead he goes down to a wall bang. That's devastating.
Yeah, he almost swung and like lined them up. I think it was just that little thing in the back of his head going, okay, I could be peeked from anywhere. Let's try and fall back. And I think they might have just either spotted him or spotted his scope. Now, Aslan, the one thing in his favor is the spike, but there is so much time available. They're just almost waiting for Aslan to make some sort of mistake, waiting for someone to try and swing off him, and he's hoping to find an isolated jaw, and he gets it. Twisting down into the 1 versus 2. A real chance as he finds one on the spam. And now Destrian, he finds the spike, but he also finds a bullet in the head. How has Aslan taken that one?
They look like us, but are they us?
So much game sense in it, the sprays that come in. But the 1 versus 3 never should have went his way. And I even thought in the last second there when Destrian starts to creep up close to spawn that he had made the perfect play. You will expect that player to take the spike and hightail it out of there. But instead, he steps forward into this angle to catch the player off guard, but just as he finishes the reload, he is good to take the kill. That one is going to put the momentum well and truly behind BBL. The wind in their sails, propelling them into the final stretch of this map. And look at the economy now for Vitality. Plenty of struggles and no ultimates there to help them out. Losing this round could be the beginning of the end.
Yeah, the thing is that should have been the turnaround. That should have been the leveling up of the scoreline. And this is where we now look at Vitality and say, okay, have you got the stones to try and reset off the back of that one? Not taking any time at all to try and break back into things here. And a lot of middle control fought for, but there's a pretty nasty crossfire being set up over on short. The potential of a couple of pot flashes.
I think they're going off contact though, right? There it is, first player through, caught by Brave. Gorgeous, Turco doesn't need to turn his crosshair and look elsewhere, and then Suchny comes through with an absolutely fantastic Hunter's Fury. Damage done, and they're left in the dirt for Team Vitality. Sander 1v4, spike down in the open. Like I said, things really not looking good for the next round. They had so much here. You'd be forgiven for thinking this one was an eco. Now left to the 1v3 with one solid kill, but so much more to be done for Sander.
Well, I've already witnessed a 1v3 in the last round, so I don't want to call it over until it's over. His footsteps towards the site should be heard. Alarm bot as well, so Kushner's going to know it's there almost immediately. Plant through, he's nowhere near his ultimate, so it almost has to be a mistake on the other side, and it's just a fake out. So much confidence in these two, and I can see why. Like, if you're looking at a top-heavy scoreboard, Kushner and Aslan are so far ahead of everyone else at the moment, but I don't think anybody on BBL's side are going to mind.
No, I don't think anyone's looking at the stats on this one. It's the score line that's drawing their eye. And with 11 to 8 economic disadvantages for Vitality, Olds sort of online. You see it there. They have 100's Fury, but ultimately there's not a lot here to help them out. They've only just recently used their Pack-a-Punch ults, and this now becomes, well, the right time to take a timeout for Team Vitality, I'll say.
I don't know. I feel like it's a bit late.
Sure,
That's like, it's the right in terms of how many rounds
later on,
yeah,
I'll take it now.
Better late than never, but it's one of those things where I feel like this attack side hasn't looked the best, and they made a pretty catastrophic error, I want to say, in the last round. That's when I would have taken a moment. Instead, they've tried to immediately break back, and it just hasn't worked for them. So now, as you mentioned, okay, this is where the economy starts to take a hit. You've now got to try and fix things where your opponents need 2 rounds on their map choice on the favored side. I just don't see that being turned around from this point onwards. Fair play, if Salah can will them into something here and they bring this map back, he might be the god of all coaches, but I am not feeling it right now.
I think there is always a certain element to it where I can respect the idea that these guys say, hey, we have our game plan, we made a mistake last time, we don't even need a pause to discuss it. We know the mistake. Let's just go back through. Full faith in the game plan. Sometimes that's the right approach. This time, maybe not. We'll see, though. Maybe Vitality have that God-tier timeout right here and now. Let's hope so, if this is going to be going the full distance. As BBL, they seem to be knocking on victory's door. Economy low for Vitality. Ulti's not there, like we said. And look at Kushner. He is sending it. A real wrench in the work for this team, and what they will not expect. Well, they will now. They've seen them. The drone spotted them up close. Still, Turco's good for 1 great flash as he follows up for more. Turco's got 3. This is unreal. Vitality called a pause. They wish they had another one right now. 12 to 8, with BBL needing 1 more to take this map.
Well, I asked the question earlier. I wanted to see on the defensive side if BBL had any set plays. You had the contact play in the last round with a Hunter's Fury to back it up. This time their opponents take a pause. What do? They aggressively push into mid, have a contact play off their Jet, and then Turco just flashing around the corner while the player is droning, knowing that somebody will be caught off guard, probably not expecting there to be that many players there, but he wipes out the majority. 12 to 8. Vitality still able to purchase into this round, but I don't know if it matters. BBL look far superior on their defensive side.
They really do. Yeah, full control right now. I've said a few times, Vitality are taking the reins back, but BBL, don't let them have control for all too long. Here's a setup from Vitality, an aggressive push. You have to imagine Twistin as the point man is a real danger here, but it's the trades after. Look how many are stacked up, though. 3 players on this site. So much room to work with here. And Brave puts them on blast. 2 shots through the smoke and 2 heads found. That seems like it might be the final nail in Vitality's coffin here, Tom.
I feel like you can't even be mad at that. Jeez. That's one of the most disgusting things I've ever seen. Just 2 bullets. I don't even think he expected to come out with even a kill there, let alone 2. And now they're having to try and almost stem the bleeding. That one wasn't far away either. Sender slowly lurking his way back. TP available if they need it. A nice kill onto Aslan, and that is gonna pull off that rotation. In fact, it's a teammate's rotation. Destrian has to cancel, hoping that it baits a rotation, and that's exactly what it's done. But there's still 2 players here. Attacker Lockdown going to try and force them into going back the other way. Molesy with a pot flash catches 1 more, but Kushner's still here. 20 seconds left. That spike can't move just yet.
Well, there's a ton of noise as well. Kushner knows that they're coming, and he's got the kill. That's the spike. They've got to be quick. 8 seconds as they run across, but nobody here to stop them at this point. Brave had used his TP to support the B site. And now they have to set up for that retake, and the big problem, okay, you know that Sender just planned it, but where the hell has Molesy gone? He could be anywhere at this stage. Both players spotted as well. That's the info to play off of. Molesy doesn't have a flash, but he has his rifle. He needs more than that, because Sender's alone now. 2 already in this round, and no more to be found. BBL have walked out with Ascent in their back pocket. This is a map we knew that they were strong on, but Vitality thought they could let it through. That they could take it here. Not a chance.
I think there are a few unwritten rules in this league. You do not want to play Fnatic on Esports, just ever. And I think another one you need to add to that list, maybe even higher up on the list, is you don't play BBL on Ascent. And again, there's another reason. They've beaten Fnatic, they've beaten DRX, and now they've beaten Vitality. The question is, do they have more in the locker? Because they've taken the map that, let's be honest, if you're gonna gamble on BBL winning, that is the map you gamble on. Do they have it on Haven? Do they have it on Lotus? Well, I guess the only thing we can really do, Mitch, is just wait and see.
I mean, this is it. I saw your tweet earlier. It was 67. Now it should be 75%.
Like those stats.
Right? 75% win rate now on Ascent for this team in recent memory.
What are the
Great
other
stuff.
ones?
So now I'll have to really try and picture it. I think it was 0%, 0%, 0%, 0, 0, 0, 0.
I think
It was all six. Yeah,
it is.
they haven't won another map. It's been rough, and I think coming into this, look, they've got one under their belt.
Yeah.
I almost still feel like Vitality are favorites in the series.
Yeah, I think it has to be said, but at the same time, that was a fairly confident victory, especially in the way it ended.
Yes.
We saw the superstars of Aslan and Kushner popping off. So, you know what? I'm excited for this next one, but of course we have to go back to a break and then the desk, and then we'll be back with map number 2 of Haven.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
What is this from EA? He is currently unstoppable. He is just a consistent demon. El Diablo.
Hey guys, it's EA. Welcome to my course on optimal VALORANT training. I'm going to be demonstrating now some angle clearing. I'll slowly come around the corner as well, making sure no one's on these off angles.
Welcome back to the show. Before we go to the desk, we're going to break up one round that was actually a very good example of responsibilities and how players exchange those responsibilities between each other. This is a round that was aggressively played by BBL towards A main, while the defenders are going to swap between lines. I want to focus here on both the location of the attackers, but also on how they punish the overpeaks from the defenders. First, let's pay attention to how Vitality has a setup on cross map with the KO dagger being used for the B main when he's on A short, but then he's swapping his own responsibility towards A main, and they're gonna go as a duo. So first what happens here is gonna see the aggressive push towards the A main from BBL. That pushes away the defenders towards short. You can see that Twiston still is on mid, but then when he realizes there's a lot of utility being used on the A main, he swaps his position. So he goes from mid towards heaven, while the two players from A main go towards short. The player from B main, after seeing that no one was being tagged by the dagger, repositions towards market, so he takes the task from Twiston. So not a single lane right now is being left alone, even though all the players repositioned. Now, very important is gonna be the next thing that happens from short. The players are going to push out into mid. They're going to smoke over the Killjoy turret, which allows them to get a kill. When that happens, that triggers the attack from the attackers on A side and will be pushed back with all the utility that the two players on short are going to still use, didn't use for the initial push on the first part of A main. That is very important because when that happens, player from B, the Killjoy going onto market, will overpeak because he is going to think that this is an actual execute. And this is the problem. This kill right here is something that allows BBL to rotate, go into B, but before that happens, the Sova who got the kill is gonna actually fake a short push, so it makes Vitality very uncomfortable on what is gonna be the next move, and that will trigger a chain reaction because the Sova from market will try to gather info and compensate for that loss, which again is gonna be exposed by BBL's Jet, who's gonna dash across and get the info on another player, and now B is completely disassembled from all the defense. And all of that happens in a span of few seconds, but it's a great example of how overpeaking while the pressure is not being done on sides can be disastrous for the defense.
All I'm going to say, thank you very much, Lothar, is Forza BBL. I believed. Again, it is Ascent, a Cougar, but this is the BBL that played, like, when they played against Fnatic and DRX. This is the one that we knew could show up today, and they did.
Yeah, exactly. But I also think it has to be on Vitality's shoulders. I think that they made a lot of mistakes, especially towards the end. They definitely were feeling that sense when you're against BBL, and it's not only their mapping, but their map. Again, the picking individually, they're not making the best decisions, and actually rushing things as the rounds, as the score was separated and getting apart, and stop from, you know, planning a little bit more of the rounds and just trying to be a surprise. You're literally entering on the gear the BBL loves to play in, and you're not going to beat them in their own game.
Which is kind of funny because I thought that Vitality has a good grasp on how to play defense against BBL. We have seen the double Odin setup, which is like the aggressive Killjoy turret into B main, playing on contact on that, was allowing Vitality to have a good answer to the aggressive rounds, but somehow that was lost in the next part of the defense, and on attack was completely out of.
Lothar, you don't just counter Aslan with Shadow. No,
I mean,
you don't just casually do that. And speaking of Aslan, round 18 this round, definitely I didn't think it was going to go to the side of BBL, Cougar. A lot happened here, and it just came down to some of the individual prowess.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of initial utility here used by BBL. Obviously, that 0 point gathering a little bit of information. Vitality waits a little bit to see if there's some pushes, and Twiston just goes in, you know? We've seen this before, so just gonna get the first one, and Twiston is just gonna get onto site. Until here, you know, things, you know, it's a good execute. Suchini manages to get one. Twiston just goes on the battle. And it's, you know, as the round progresses, we start seeing that the spike has, you know, has been left outside of stairs.
Yeah, is this a 1v3?
And it's a 1v3 situation.
It's actually
and Mosi activates his ultimate. So he could even like go and pick with someone else. He could be the human shield, but he decides to wait because they do not have the information on where Aslan Machado is.
It's actually unreal that this should be never a winnable round unless your opponent make mistakes. But even when they play mistakes, you need to play it perfectly. And Aslan just isolated the angle for the first.
Oh my god,
This one is just a
Aslan.
pure prediction, and it's fantastically well done. But unfortunately, I have to say it. Boncold, what are you doing running through the switch with this spike? That is like one of the biggest mistakes you could.
It's kind of what BBL were doing in previous weeks, you know, those kind of desperation plays. But even at that point, the game was not lost. And the fact that BBL managed to close it out.
Mentally, it was lost. I think that a couple of rounds after that, we see a timeout coming out. And that is when BBL responds and just goes aggressive on the mid. They do not let them execute anything that they had probably talked about during that minute.
I mean, we spoke about Kute versus Twiston before the match started. We did get a bit of a jet battle. It was maybe a bit one-sided, especially in that first half. But let's take a look at Kute's highlight here. I think he's always the one that tends to step up on BBL. He's been around for so long, and he's just a very reliable jet player.
Yeah, he did it again last week, and I think it's something that you can, as you said, rely on. That he's going to put up the performance. He doesn't care who he's up against. He knows what he has to do in this map to a T. He's always going to be the tip of the spear, and he loves being in this position. He's going to give you everything that you require from a jet. The good ultimates, the good operator use, and you know, the balls to sometimes go in.
You know, what's funny is that it's so predictable at this point how a jet should be playing on this map, what are the dashes that you should expect, and somehow the jet players are still effective. Even though it's always the same updraft over B, boathouse, onto the side, and then always a kill happening anyway from that position. That showcases that the mastery of the players that are playing jet and the precision that they can still be doing and the pace that they are doing those acrobatics are so hard to stop.
I mean, let's not forget that the dart and the flashes for Kute were also really, really on point. He really benefited from being able to trust in his teammates and use those util as well. We also spoke a little about the fact that they have a coach change, Vlad stepping out, Epic coming in. We thought it was going to be absolute stone cold. We do actually have some of the reaction cams from
I want to
him,
see this.
just to see how stone cold he was in these situations.
He wins. Not a single smile.
This man is the anti-owner. We have like a bold coach right now in our region that it just doesn't react. It's great.
Look,
saw him raising his eyebrows. Yeah, they went.
That was probably the 1v3. That was the 1v3.
Oh, yeah.
That was probably the 1v3.
A thumbs up, but not a single.
I will be so disappointed if
he's like the Mona Lisa.
We're not
He smiles with his
using
eyes.
the format when he's wiping his forehead with that tissue. I'm gonna be disappointed. This is not gonna be a meme starting today.
Yeah.
Like that's one of the best templates you can do for a VCT coach.
Just him like
that
stabbing
was
his
easy
forehead.
round. Is it 4v1 easy round? Yeah. Didn't come out as a 1v1, you know.
I mean, if I showed you the Aslan 1v3 and then that reaction pack and make you guess which round you thought was his reaction, I don't think anybody can get it right. Because it's just so, it's so calm, like the energy.
When Aslan got that clutch, we saw him, he was like,
yeah. He was like this. But to be fair, that was their map, so he's probably got a reason to stay calm. Moving on to the next map, however, is where things usually completely Lothar fall apart for BBL.
Yeah, Kakuka prepared here a heat map for us as well.
yeah, exactly. On the left, you're going to be able to see what Vitality love to do on this Haven map. You see that big stain over C is that they just love starting and just attacking on that side. A lot of pressure onto mid. And A, surprisingly, a little bit more abandonated, especially when we think of teams like Team Liquid or Fnatic. You see that A side is always with some people in contesting it. On the right side, you have the 31st seconds of BBL's defense. And this is very important because they're going to be starting on that side. All the lines that you're seeing are being pushed from different places. So it doesn't matter that it's just at the beginning. They want to take those. They want to be aggressive. It's not only going to be Kute, it's going to be Aslan. The threats are going to be coming everywhere.
Yeah, and the C side is going to be a very big question mark for BBL. How to stop that?
Yeah,
because in the past, I think there was first week, if I remember correctly, Vitality was just over and over attacking C side because it was always a free spike side for them to get with all the utility that they're using.
I mean, we're into Agent Select now. Bonecode even said it himself. The C 5 rounds in a row, C hit if it works, it works. If the first map was BBL's home ground, second map is all about Vitality. They should win this. They should not even have that many issues when it comes to winning
They're
this.
waving to each other all the time. Look at that. You would think that they are friends of the, of the game.
Wait, they have friends?
Maybe, I don't know.
Someone
We're meant to
has
make
to.
friends
Brave has
in
gone on
Valorant.
the Omen, by the way. He usually picks the Astra here, but probably they want the Paranoia to even be more aggressive, to follow on that thing that we were mentioning, and we just get the mirror comes here.
Girl, same. No, there was a really excited fan in the crowd. I felt exactly the same as you. But yeah, Lothar, what do BBL need to do here to 2-0 Vitality?
Oh, okay. I mean, to 2-0, I would have to say that they have to present the same type of game plan that they had on Ascent. Over-aggressive openings on Haven are important, but that only applies to C and A. Hard to do that on B because it's just in the middle of the rotations.
Well, let's see if they can do it indeed. Tom and Mitch, you got another bold man in EMEA to come for your throne. What do you think of that, Tom?
That's the thing, the bold community, we are not vicious, we're not aggressive.
Oh,
we welcome all bold people to the community, so Mitch.
Oh yeah,
You would be welcome.
That's the next step.
You would be welcome.
You've been trying to convince me backstage, man. I don't know. Squeezy might have some words about that. We can maybe cut it a little bit, but
okay.
I don't know. I'm intimidated,
off.
Tom. I don't know I could pull it off, and I think that's really what it's all about. Right here, though, talking about BBL pulling off the 2-0. How likely do you think it is? Bouncing off momentum like that in the first map, and we saw how well they were able to feed off that to snowball some of those rounds. Look, it's looking more likely than it was when we started out today. I'll say that.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I feel like this is a map where they don't look uncomfortable. They played against very tough opposition, so I think there is a possibility. It's also a comfort pick for Vitality, though. And other than sort of slipping up versus Footballers, when they play versus Liquid, they obliterated their opponents. So I think the Vitality coming in, they're able to set the pace over on that attack side. I do favor them here.
I think most people at home will as well, but they might have going into Ascent too. We'll see how Haven develops for Vitality here on the attack side, and it's a quick plant as they're looking to get the spike down for a post plant on mid. A ton of utility to cover, turret cover in their back as well. I like this setup, but we'll see if BBL have an answer to fight back. Oh my, that's an answer all right. Kushner just went swinging through the smoke, and he's got two. Suchny in with another supporting him, and the round falls apart for Vitality. Sender's the last man alive. That's a very good attempt, actually. He managed to get the nano out there as well. There's a world in which he John Wicks it, but not this time.
It was a little bit of panic at the end, and I feel like that entire post-palm was panic for Vitality. This is the thing about Kushner. If you let him off the leash and he's able to hit his stride, he can win you games. I think that's what they're going to need, especially on a map like Haven. Aggressive jet, it can work out wonderfully. So I think these are more of the things I want to see from them. Putting pressure on Vitality, not allowing them to get into their post plants, not allowing them to get comfortable. I feel like that was a lot of what we saw in Ascent, was just they felt like they were in awkward positions all too regularly. And now, with a pistol under their belt, dare I say it, let's see if BBL can convert this one.
Spotted already, there's the shot. Great punish from Kushner, and just continuing with the same story arc we've seen from him this entire series. He's on fire. His aim is hitting. For BBL, that's exactly what they want. One-man advantage already. Vitality looking again towards B with two players, but the spike seems to be making its way into Garage. It won't make it too close, though, before Aslan has a chance to pipe up and almost light up a few more.
Still knows that they haven't managed to cross just because the turret is still there and hasn't shot off that many bullets. Chance for Aslan to just farm, and well, we sort of mentioned it, that 1-2 punch of him and Kushner was just utterly filthy when it came to that previous map, but now is where they're truly going to get tested. This is where the rifles come into play. This is where Vitality look to really show what they've got on this map. And actually Kushner, so he had the Marshall. He is upgraded to a rifle. That's the level of confidence we're playing with here in this Logitech G Power round. The okay, maybe not. Is he going to go for it?
I think he's bought it and dropped it, if I'm not mistaken, at this point. Unless he was just selling and rebuying.
Here, you know?
You know, we saw it from him before. The only difference was someone had died, so they actually took the Marshall, but fair play. He's going to rock into this round, rifle in hand, holding down the A long angle, has support on short as well. So this is leaving B extremely light. Just an alarm bot to cover it. Shock Dart goes through, but it hasn't caught it. So they're safe for now to hold down that control. And the funny thing is, you know, you might think Turco is spotting it. He's actually holding a stun the entire time for A short. I mean, they really want Vitality to move towards A on this round. They're gambling heavily on it. I think it's the right move in a round like this with this many weaknesses. Put all your eggs in one basket. Well, not all your eggs in one basket, but most of them.
This drone's actually going to give them basically the information they need that they can keep their setup here. And that's the thing.
They're going towards A.
This is almost a read that they're taking this early map control and basically just leaving Kushner there for contact. The stun's still waiting. Aslan just has to take a risk. That's basically it. There'll be a stun through. The spike is actually on its own here. If he gets this kill, this round could fall apart. That's a gun for Aslan, and they're going to have to go back and try and fight for the spike. This has gone catastrophically wrong, and now Kushner swings into action as well. They have taken over this round. They came in with one rifle, Spectres, and only one man stands for Vitality.
What a disaster. The final shot confirms it. That's a flawless round for BBL. They came in with a game plan. They put most of their eggs in one basket. They said, if they come A, we'll win. If they go elsewhere, we'll adapt. And they didn't need to. They sat down, they let Vitality roll the dice, and what a read on that.
Why is the spike there? That's the question.
Yeah.
Like, I don't mind it going through short. That's fine. Why is it there alone?
Yeah.
That's just a mistake. And sure, the play that was made by BBL was literally the perfect play, the perfect counter for everything that was coming through for Vitality, but you almost set yourselves up to fail there, guys, just having the spike alone.
You have to agree, you know, you do imagine with that setup, they probably killed the two of them, but if there were to. But going into that round, it does just seem ludicrous for that to have even occurred. An oversight and a costly one. Very low weaponry for them here. Kushner already pushed up through A. He is taking their spawn into his own hands. Not a moment of rest given to them. 3 already before he eventually falls. Look at the space taken though. They're already on the spike. They've got mid control, and Twistin has to 1v3 this with us. Okay, he's already getting one with the Stinger pretty low, but that's all that it's going to amount to. 4 rounds now. An impressive beginning for BBL here. They absolutely have control.
And that's the thing, you've got consistent changes of pace from them. Like, sure, it is 2 players, again, mostly popping off, 8 and 0, 8 and 2. Like, you can't not highlight how strong Aslan and Kushner are being. But just look at the difference between the last 2 rounds. One of them was basically slowing utility until they fall back to A, having a utility combo, very passive hold. 1 round later, Kushner runs all the way through and kills them in the back. Like that, those are the 2 sides to this BBL roster. And it's really hard to play against, because 1 round you're going, let's slow it down, let's wait for them. And then you're doing that again, and nothing happens. You're just waiting for nothing to come.
And I'll add into that, the round that he decided to go running solo, up long, dash in, move into their spawn to fight them. They had pistols. If that guy's going to do that to you when you have pistols, what else are you going to do? And then it's Aslan's 8 and 0 right now. Cutie's 8 and 2. You know, these guys are in a pretty good spot. Both of them have double the kills of anyone on Vitality. The game hasn't started yet. It really hasn't for the attacking side. They've been figured out time and time again. They've been put in that box by BBL. Now, this timeout, I have to believe, Tom, we're going to see a completely different face on Vitality. This was a messed up early game plan, but for their map pick and the start of a reverse sweep, they can't let this go any further.
Yeah, I don't know what Epic has promised them if they win this game, but I'm curious, because whatever has been said in the few days of him being head coach,
right there.
It seems like the moving of staff is working out for a couple of teams right now on multiple different streams. Nonetheless, it's still early days. 4 and 0, another purchase coming up, early control over towards A taken, something that they haven't really been granted thus far. And maybe that's why you've actually got that operator over on C this time, is I think that BBL are going, okay, surely they're not going to go A again after what's just happened to them twice.
It's not a bad call. You know, the funny thing being that you don't even have a turret there. That alarm bot's literally covering them walking into spawn.
They're playing retake. They've got the lockdown available.
Retake.
So that's it. They're just basically playing off that one ultimate. Again, a complete switch up of their setups. Bladestorm could also kill someone over the top if they tried to play deeper. So they've got a very good setup here if they needed to retake A, which, if we're looking at the current setup, it is seeming quite likely.
Yeah. massive gravitation towards this side. And for Vitality, this has been somewhere they've shown a lot of preference, they've shown a lot of control. You would think coming out of a pause that this is where they'll change it up and take it elsewhere, but I think that might almost be what they're counting on. At the same time, that retake is dangerous. It's comfortable for BBL to take this kind of
30
risk.
seconds left.
And you're going to see that lockdown used as it becomes more and more apparent that they're making their way to the site. Very annoying nanos on the way through, tagging those players up a little bit, and here comes that lockdown. Shock darts up and over as well. They won't find their mark.
Oh, he's gonna go through. He's trying to catch them before they can exit, and that's exactly what he does. First kill goes free for the side of Kushner. Counter utility used, but he is just holding it with the operator. This man is causing them so many issues, and they're already defusing. The spam just not quite coming through in time. Is left onto this lurk, and nothing could be done. It is squeaky clean again from the side of BBL, having everything prepared and planned. 5-0 up.
The initiative on Kushner must be so difficult to play against. It's impossible to decide when he's going to make that. I can't even call it an overextension because it works too often. It's a perfect extension. Even there, he dodges the paranoia.
They had to be running at that point. They had to be. There was like 3 seconds
gone
left.
already, like one or the other.
It was either someone was going to be really close to one of the smokes, he gets caught, taking a stupid risk, or they're running towards the afterplant, or they're deep. So he cannot die to anybody who's just standing there waiting at that point. So it looks like very aggressive, but it's actually not. It's a smart play.
It's controlled, it's tempered aggression, and it's consistent for this man. Kushner, this time, Cloud bursted up, but he was going to be spotted eventually by the recon, and he was definitely going to be cleared out by that. So a good call to burn up his dash just to get out of dodge and reset into the late round. They attempted a aggression, but Vitality have won that map control. Good early duels for them, and they're maintaining control elsewhere. The main point of this being Sender. If he goes down, it's a headache. Beyond a headache, it's a migraine at that point. I mean, this team will be trapped in long with no information.
The problem is as well is I feel like Vitality are just not taking map control anywhere else on them at all. Like they haven't taken Garage, they haven't fought for mid, they haven't fought for C. So every single round, you're seeing this deep control being taken on the other side, and basically they're just, every time they try and reclaim something with this amount of time left, they have to basically clear every single spot all over again. Like, I feel like they need to be battling for something at least a little bit earlier than 40 seconds in the round.
The spike is alone on long. There's a second player coming at least eventually. I started to have major PTSD on that one, but here we go. Bone Cold has to check this corner. He will, but he won't win the fight now. Only one man left to bring that spike to the rest of the team. 20 seconds on the clock. Almost loses it. A haircut for Sender, but he'll survive to step foot on site. The spike needs to go down. They have plenty of time, but the lockdown will buy them the space. At least you would think so. Kushner. He's going out. This guy is absolutely crazy, and he's got them on the angle. He might be in trouble afterwards, but he has bought his team the advantage, and Destrian shouldn't be able to punish this. A massive risk if he decides to pursue, and that's exactly what he'll do. Now spotted out as well. The information for BBL sublime, the smoke. They might cover him to cross back over. Now that's a concern in their heads, but the double swing is coming. They're even spotting him out again first. There's a cloud burst, so annoying. BBL, they've got their number. Another round, 6-0 here. We said this map shouldn't look the same as Ascent. You know what? We were right. It doesn't. Looks a whole lot better for BBL.
Yeah, no, utterly dominate. And this man can do no wrong. Like, genuinely can do no wrong. Again, he takes a risk, but it's a controlled one. Just knows if I can get that player out, they're probably not going to expect anyone to push at this point. We have such a higher variable chance of winning in this retake scenario, and I have to see Vitality pick up the pace a bit here. They are leaving these rounds so late, trying to bait rotations, and BBL are falling for absolutely nothing because they're taking so much map control for free every single round. And by the looks of it, we might finally get that pace change. An execution in towards this C site, just running straight through.
Team without a series win now. BBL look a whole lot better than they have before with Brave locking down the site, somehow surviving longer than he should have. Players will be actually spurred forward by that, and it seems to work out with yet another attempt at aggression. Kushner X will not give up, and you know he's going back for more. 7-0 BBL. They are ruining Vitality's day here. They came in today. I heard Sal outside. He was saying, what if we pick Ascent, huh? What if we pick Ascent against Yasuchni? What are you going to do then? Win. That's what they were going to do. And they're going to do it the other way as well. Say it their way.
You can just see that every single player on this roster right now can just make a play that probably shouldn't work and it will succeed. Like Brave just TPing into that corner, taking 2 players with him, and everything is just going against Vitality at this point. They're already having to call a pause for Salah to try and find something here. Otherwise, we might be seeing just a flawless defensive side from BBL.
2 pauses out of Vitality before they even get a round on the board. And at that, I don't know the stats on how often that's happened, but not too damn often, I'll say. BBL is a team that came into this season, a ton of promise, a ton of potential. Looking at this roster, even as individuals, and it's been heartbreaking watching them, man. So many close games, so many close maps. This would be the worst by far. If they end up getting reverse swept out of it, they have never looked this in control. Coming out of map 1, a quarter way through, at least, of map 2. Next to flawless, this is a serious challenge for Salah.
Yeah. Well, BBL look like they've got the fire back in them. And that's the thing. Well, once this team, all the way throughout their history, once this team got rolling this far, it didn't matter who you were. You weren't turning this around. You just won. It's not possible. So I am terrified for Vitality because right now they're looking flat. Like Destrian's had a moment or two, but there are currently, well, a multitude of players with less kills than just this man alone. And in fact, maybe even the whole team, and even still, while on the turnaround, this round's already over.
He's 1 HP as well.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Wow. It doesn't matter. It's over in seconds. Sure, it was a low buy, but it must just be devastating for Vitality, even though you know that this is ultimately the round you are playing for. They don't even make a dent.
Mate, Kushner is 17-3 right now. I mean, we were complimenting him on Ascent, and it was incredible to watch him play. But this guy is just reaching new heights. And sure, that round there, he might not have been up against a whole bunch, but almost all of his other kills were against rifles.
This way, the player who is currently second on the team for BBL has the same amount of kills as the entirety of Vitality. So before you even talk about Kushner, it's as rough as it gets.
It's just pretty bad. It's pretty bad. Add up all your kills and you get second best on their team, it's not a good look. But you're 8-0 down. That's how these things happen. We need Vitality to step it up. We need to see that new face. It's still not too late in this half. Hell, we've seen comebacks from a whole lot worse. Fnatic top in the league, one of the best examples. But it's only going to get harder as time goes on. This defensive side has a nasty setup, and look, the first man out there is going to be baiting. Suchni is telling them, come on in, I'm alone. Oh no, you've got me, but hold on. Kushner only good for 1. This might be the best look we've seen from Vitality so far, the best chance, especially with Destrian already locking down A.
In a deep position, after plant looking inevitable. Ultimate's not online, although Turco getting a kill could change that. Operator going to be handed over to Brave, low on HP, but well, Aslan now low on HP as well. This is definitely the best opportunity we've seen so far.
I mean, both your players that have been doing well in this recovery are now tagged up incredibly low. They're coming from an angle they can't do much. And Turco, I think he's got 2 kills. Make that 3, make that 4! Oh, let's go, Turco! 3 in the round, gets him the Rolling Thunder. He spotted the final player trying to fade away. He'll get around the corner, but Bone Cold with the 3K gets Vitality's first.
It shouldn't have been that close. But that's the thing, you even mention it. Like, Turco, don't get me wrong, he's not been playing bad. He just has had nothing to do so far. Finally given an opportunity and almost manages to turn that round on its head while the rest of his teammates are so desperately low. Finally, Vitality show a semblance of life, but bear in mind it came down to the thinnest of margins. A stunned up player hitting an instant headshot. Can they build something off of this? I feel like they need the rest of the rounds in the half.
Tell you what, this is the kind of moment where they probably wish they had a pause just to take a breath after a round like that. Resetting in right away, they've got to have their ideas. Brave. Oh, he's right into the smokes. He didn't lie, but he went down to his teammates. No, he might be the Lord of Smokes, but certainly ain't anything to do with Nano Swarms. That's a disaster. BBL in the 2v3, and the lifeline that Vitality needed is being gifted. That Rolling Thunder didn't hit, though, and actually the player towards spawn barely dodged it. Doesn't matter, though.
Yeah, not this time, Turco. Not this time.
Another
they've got the finances that he could, in theory, just try and do some damage here, but clearly wanting to make sure that going forward, they're still going to have plenty in terms of their purchase, and maybe just not wanting to give over some extra orbs, but I like it. After Vitality have a close round, they pick up the pace. Okay, a slight mishap, but then again, I think Brave had to be spammed down a little bit. He didn't die just to that Nano Swarm.
No.
It would have taken an absurd amount of standing in multiple Nano Swarms for that to actually kill him.
And it was the whole idea, was that Nano was his teammates. They see that, it splits
was a
the guy on
ruse.
site, so the guy who runs through the site gets cleaned up by your teammates, and then they think, oh, look, well, there's a Nano there. What kind of an absolute lunatic would just run through that? We're safe, we go in, and the Lord of Smokes strikes you down. But instead, well, he looks very silly. Unfortunate. Timeout here for BBL. They're going to be taking a tactical. I'm sure Vitality happy to have another moment to breathe after all this madness. But BBL, well, they'll come out of this one looking stronger.
Yeah, this is the opportunity for them to close out an incredibly dominant half. And that's the thing, you don't want to give a doorway back into Vitality. This is still a map they're confident on. Yes, they've got off to a very quiet start. Molesy, not a kill on the board, and Twiston 2 and 10. Like, this is not something you're going to see on the regular for Vitality. In fact, throughout the season, it is incredibly unlikely that you would see these two right at the bottom of the board. Even still, I think they'll be happy to take this pause as well. They're getting a couple of rounds in a row. If they can get the last two, get themselves a pistol, they're back in this game. But that seems still a world away with how BBL has been playing. And now the fact that they get a pause as well to, okay, how do we cheese a couple of rounds? How do we steal these last couple and make this almost impossible?
Well, that's it at this point. BBL, they don't really have foundations built. They've got the whole thing, so they're just doing extensions at this point. Anything that they get is a benefit. Now, look, 8-4, it's not going to be a comfortable half, and with a pistol win, Vitality could be right back up behind them, hot on their heels. So there is definitely still work to be done here. But they've got this. 2 hiccup rounds, and I think they can look at it like that. They killed a teammate with a Nano Swarm, for God's sake. I think this one is where we go back to what we've seen work, and what we've seen work is Kushner X dominating in some of these early round fights. That said, he is much more passive, sitting on top of the B site and looking to catch someone in window, and then playing reactive off the information his teammates see. Already, he's making his way to C site.
They've got such a good read. So many players on this side of the map. They haven't even seen Aslan. He might be in to just cause them so many issues. Turco just jumps out the window and does it all himself. Aslan was just a bystander, just watching as his teammate cleared out the entirety of Garage. The disrespect from BBL. The Bone Cold somehow has made this look even remotely doable. 4 kills for him, facing off against the flank and walk straight into Sujni. I don't even know how that came down to a 1v1 after what Turco did. Whatever happened, I'm sweating.
Well, Turco, you know, he picks his rounds, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He'll sit there, I'm the support player, guys, popping my flashes, doing my job, and then he just decides to drop out a window.
I love Aslan's. I want Aslan's POV. They're like, guys, what do I do? Wait, why is everyone
around?
dead?
Hello? Hello? Is the guy behind me? Oh,
I've got
Turco's
him.
got him.
I'm behind them. They haven't seen. Oh, okay, bro. Cool. Thanks for that one. That was my
nuts.
moment. You kind of stole it, but you know what?
Oh, he was like the handler for the assassin, just calling it in. This guy in the corner, I'll get him. No, you got him. Okay, this guy at the door, though. No, you got him. Okay, behind the box. Oh, you got him too?
I imagine it's like the Steve Martin Pink Panther, where it's like he's with the bodyguard who's like fighting and beating up everyone, and he's just going, what? Just in the background. That was Aslan in that moment.
What a movie. What a movie. Stun's good. That's causing problems again and getting a ton of... Whoa! Twiston, not able to plant. He almost went down. Shock dart's coming through as well. There's another, and he is lit down to just a sliver of health, but still getting that spike down, forcing the players forward, allowing Bone Cold to pick up one. Spike planted, post plant down in mid, outside of lockdown range.
And with both of them being in play, the defenders will get some space, but they can't really do too much with it, at least for the moment. It's bought some after plants. Twiston's Blade Storm, but he's desperately low. Are they going to do this once again?
Well, like, no smokes right now for Brave. He's already put one down, but the players that are down in mid can easily fight back. And a Shrouded step down to the boxes. Gets a very nice position for Destrian. Might not find any kills, though, as Sander cleaning house like that will end up on 3 for Vitality. The 9-3 curse, perhaps, will come back to bite them over on BBL, but after that defensive side, I don't think there's going to be a lot of doubters in what they can do here on the attack.
No, and when your star Jet has 21
That's
kills in the first half.
21 and 7 as well. Like, he barely died.
Yeah, taking the first fight most of the time and living through it. But if you're a Vitality fan, you have got to believe in curses right now. That's what you're looking at. You're going, okay, have they got it in the locker to turn things around on the defensive side? Because they managed to get 3 of the last 4. Like, this was looking like it easily could have been a 12-0 half for BBL. The way that they were playing, the way that every single individual on that squad had a moment, had something that threw a spanner in the works of everything Vitality were trying to do. But now you have to prove that you have your setups. And it's going to be up to players like Twist and like Mosey to really step up to the plate, because we know how good they are. We have not seen it yet.
Well, that's a good point, Tom. We haven't seen it. I mean, you want to take a look at the scoreboard, read out where Mosey's at kill-wise? 0.
No, I would not like to.
Nothing on the board.
I wouldn't like to.
You're saying like this is a, yeah, we need Twistin to continue to be there, to step up. He's only on 2 kills as well. They're sharing 2. Twistin and Mosey. Think of the last map. Think of Vitality this season.
Yeah.
And it's nothing to do with agents or approach or anything like that. BBL have been on their case.
I know that Lothar loves a heat map. I want a defensive side heat map of where Kushin are played. I think he might have more positioning on the attack side.
Dude, he must have gotten at least 3 kills in their spawn. Like, or right out front of it, just behind
I think he's covered maybe 90% of the map so far in the first half.
Where did he not kill someone? Defender spawn. Okay, that's one. That's one.
He would have a heat map there because he did start there.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah. I honestly, you know, looking at what we've just seen from BBL, this is almost incomprehensible. The turnaround week to week, the comfort shown. Ascent was somewhere that, look, even if I see 13-8 coming into today, I'll go, well, it was Ascent, but what can they really do elsewhere? And right now, look, they're a pistol round away from near certain victory. This has got to be like game time for Vitality. Very little room for error bouncing back into this one, and they've certainly got the fans behind them. See if they can get the rounds behind them as well.
I want what she's having. I need that sort of energy in my life, but hey, the right day to come down and support BBL, I'll put it that way. It's the right day. They have had some struggles over the previous weeks, but they are showing up right now, looking to break all of those zeros off of their board all at once. But now, a pistol. Vitality desperately need this.
Rare to see a team in this kind of position actually take the risk as well. 20 seconds in, they're starting to push down mid, take a little bit of control. There's players certainly ready to blitz on out of garage. I'm checking down on Malsey, and he has got a flash to work with as well. Not inconceivable that that flash makes its way to mid, or made its way to mid had they have seen the presence, but a very, very passive BBL as well. This is a team conscious not to make too many mistakes, and already they're going to lose a bit of HP on Kushin or X. Not the end of the world, but spotting a player in window has got Vitality to look back towards middle and think about retaking this control. They've done well to creep their way down. They should expect Aslan to be somewhere around here, but not quite ready for that position.
No, and this gives him extra space. In fact, he's going to go pushing, taking a second down in Mosey. Pressure onto Destrian, left completely blind on the way through. This pistol already looking incredible. Okay, the shock dart might be able to do a little bit of damage, but doesn't actually bounce back onto that planter. And once again, a deficit for Vitality.
Last player standing.
They're trying. Even the nano swarm was denied when they threw it out, and Bone Cold trying to make a bit of a play on the back of it, caught immediately by Brave up close. Not an inch given by BBL in this round. Vitality have had to fight tooth and nail, and they have gotten nothing to show for their trouble. 10 rounds now for BBL, and they are a very short distance away from taking this series. Their first series of VCT this season, and it would be 2-0 as well against a team like Vitality, who've been a challenge for some of the best.
Yeah, I think that from this point, Vitality will almost be happy that they're out of Turkish teams to play, because they got smashed by FUT after having really good series versus other teams. Now it seems like BBL are about to do it as well. They might just have to sub in Scream for when they want to play versus the Turkish.
You think Scream's looking for a new team?
Oh, you don't know. It's another French organization.
You never know.
To be honest, he did look good today, so I wouldn't be against it.
No, I wouldn't want to see Vitality change their IGLs, Tom.
No.
Look at BBL. They're grouped up, and there's only one man there. Sheriff in hand. Should be an easy job to deal with just Bone Cold. They're still going to commit the drone for extra safety and security. And actually, they're still not committing after finding the kill. Just look how cautious they're being, man. They don't want to give Vitality anything.
And the thing is, they're doing the sort of the triple rifle pistol purchase. Damage done to Aslan. Okay,
fine.
I'll take the pistol. You have the rifle now, Turco. So it's not really that much of a loss early on. Now, they are walking back into what is a more stacked up site. But again, you just look at the weaponry that's in play. Like, you're going to need some heroics on the side of Vitality. Nanoswarm going to be avoided. Kushner somewhat isolated. Great paranoia, but he's lost his life to an aftershock.
There's the kill for Turco as they move towards the side, and even more, a stunned up Brave. He'll fall eventually, but the rest of the team is here to trade out Malsey. That was his first kill of the game, and he needs so much more here on the back of the site, buying time for that rotation by Twisted, and it was never going to happen. This man might be here for free, but they're watching him. And Aslan had a very ratty angle as well. I don't think I've ever seen anyone pre-aim that in the swing. 11 found for BBL. And what's inspiring about it is this wasn't just like, oh, guys, let's just go run here, or we got to kill A, just run it down and plant. They were so cautious and so disciplined in closing out that round.
Oh, he's lucky not to get away from that. The thing is as well, 3 rifles, 3 players, they keep all of them. So it is not a problem in terms of what they had. And now they can actually buy back up into a full rifle buy. There is no bonus round to be had. BBL could be looking to speed run their way through Vitality. And with this sort of purchase, I'm worried.
Good paranoia, though. That's going to stop them completely, let alone the Nanoswarm up close. Destrian has a chance here. Dodged any sort of utility on the way through. And now they've just got to dry peek right into this man. 2 kills. And the trade comes in slowly. Players caught behind the smokes, but eventually it spikes down in the open. Tough to retrieve for Suchny. As he swings out, he's caught. Sander staring at the angle, ready and waiting for this double peek as well to close the final fight. Kushner, though, he's very well expecting it. Not able to deliver. The 4th found for Vitality. They've lost a lot of players, though.
Yeah, and the thing is as well, I think BBL made an error there. The drone only checks the right-hand side. So Destrian gets away with a couple of kills there. If he's checked, it could have been a very different round, but even still, Vitality will take what they can get. Just being able to get through this round, Sender stepping up to the plate a little bit, moving his way up to the top alongside Bone Cold. But again, it's not like they're going to get any breaks. They now have another purchase. That was still somewhat of a bonus round coming through for BBL, and they have a lockdown in play.
You know, there's teams that like to sit back and let you make a mistake, and that just doesn't work against Vitality. They're a clean and clinical team the majority of the time. BBL, on the other hand, sure, they've got their slower strategies. They can definitely mix it up and play their defaults, but they seem to be the kind of team that force their opponents, to make mistakes. They are constantly putting them in inconvenient spots, and I think Kushner has got to be the real highlight of that. The fact that this guy spears is the spearhead in the majority of the plays, and yet he's surviving, he's thriving. And again, getting the B site for a plant.
Lockdown is going to be destroyed, but the damage is done. Aslan, he's going to get caught. A multitude of players on that flank. No utility to hold them, but you can already see the afterplant positions of those attackers. It's still a strong afterplant to be had.
Where is Suchny going?
Standing ahead.
Around the world by the looks of it. He's coming down short now, but he's got to go slow because they'll hear him from mid. Unless they're blinded up, deafened up. This is going to get real awkward real quick. Only one man to defend the site. He's caught. Here comes the swing. Suchny, well, certainly didn't get the element of surprise there. They had more than enough guns to watch every angle. That defuse is coming through. We will see a team ace here. Well, look, that's one way to get back on the board, build up the confidence as a team, and they look very good with it. 4 players left alive. They got to keep going, though.
Yeah, it's a very, very long road back into this game for Vitality, but that was a start. Seeing what looks like a relatively heavy investment coming through from Aslan, clearly feeling confident in his Guardian purchase, but a decent retake. I was scared for them there. If a little bit more time is bought on that clock, that flank could have done so much. And
Diffuse Sender.
I love that for Twisted. It's like you're getting hyped up, you're getting yourself a couple of rounds, but he's like, no, let's focus on what's important. You get your ultimate online.
Oh, wow. There's so many players here as well. Vitality seem to have the right prediction. They've lost the first fight, but a good return by Malzi's out wide for more. The flash has caught him, and that is not looking pretty. Sender traded out by the Sheriff, and the C side is lost. Weapons are retrieved by BBL, and again, the Reigns find their way into their hands. Vitality, 2 versus 3 now, on the back foot, and with BBL winning this, it would be 12-5. 7 consecutive rounds needed for Vitality to fight for an overtime, to fight for this map, to get a chance to fight for map 3. A damn long road ahead of them, and as they make their way up, they are very much expected. These players have every angle covered, and Suchny just about to spot them, dealing with the first and the second. 12-5.
They just are missing at this point. Brave on the entry into the site with 2 kills off the back of the Sheriff. They bought a Guardian, 1 rifle onto Kushner, which I don't even know if he got a kill in that round, and then just Sheriffs on the rest of the players, and that was enough. Like, that's the thing, Aslan gets the first, and then just Brave this kill, just straight through the smoke, tracking the player, and yeah, it was the rifle of Kushner. It wasn't even needed in the end.
It was left there to be retrieved and carried through to the next round. That's all the impact it had. That's all the impact it needed. And what a gorgeous display from BBL that even in those rounds where Kushner gets up close, he gets in their face, and they manage to deal with him, it's still not enough. They still have so much more left in the tank. Now at 12-5, 7 in a row needed for Vitality. Like I said, this is a near impossible task, and it looks like they could be facing another defeat on the record, but more importantly, this Turkish squad could finally get a taste of victory.
Yeah, they've been an Ascent-only team so far in this tournament, but stepping up to the plate today, Haven looking strong. I don't know if I'd want to face them there either if they're going to continue this run of form. But even just individually, the confidence we're seeing out of some of these players, it looks like a completely different BBL with only a few days of difference. Twiston looking a bit panicky. Gets pinged up, doesn't land a shot, and is already falling all the way back. And look at the rest of the team building up into C. They are sending 1 man, Kushner alone, in towards this A site.
He's the lurk. He's the lurk this round. Look at that, point of contact is clear. They're making a lot of noise on C. They're committing ultis. They're getting spotted just to allow this man to sneak his way in, to get his way onto the site. Now he doesn't know the Twiston's here, and he has to be so careful not to make a step. That is certainly going to be heard. The battle up here in heaven is important, but the operator sitting on the site yet to find anybody. Now there's the reveal. Follow-up not gonna land, and they've lost control of heaven. Vitality, they're not on the back foot just yet. They've certainly got a way back in here, and I think the key thing, the fact that we saw the Hunter's Fury get used.
Lockdown will force them back. Stun up, trying to be dodged. They're actually stuck in this corner, going to be taking so much damage. Brave already down. Turco having to try and re-swing this. He can only get 1. And now Suchny just a little bit further behind. He's actually going to deny that defusal, but he can't quite kill off Malzi. A huge step-up round from him individually, bringing things home, clearing out Kushner in that aggressive spot originally. But again, it didn't seem like it should have been that close.
It really, really did not. I mean, let's just look at it in the context of this game. That required Malzi to step it up to the extent that he more than doubled his kills in that round.
Yep.
Like, that is not something we'll rely on again and again. And if we're at this stage of the game, this was half one, different conversation. Right now, 6 in a row, we don't need one player to step up and get a 4K. We need consistent, repeatable results. That's not what we've seen from Vitality here. The pressure's still on.
Yeah, hopefully that's something that lights the fires of this Vitality roster. Gets them just feeling a little bit more confident, but you could see from the BBL players' reaction, they were like, oh, lucky, bro. Like, I thought you had that. The way we've been playing, I don't blame them.
Recalling my bot.
Even still, though, again, looking like more of a retake setup on A. They do have that Rolling Thunder. Bladestorm available if it comes to it. With how Kushner's been playing, I wouldn't mind him just throwing it in. Why not?
Screw your drone. Pop a little nano, be a headache again for these players once you hear that sound cue going down. Bone Cold, a tough fight here. It's the man on the other side I'm worried about. It's Kushner. That stun is perfect. Forced out of position, even with the recon. Capitalizing is tough, and he's down to 10 HP himself. That spam was very much returned. Paranoia didn't land on him, but didn't need to. Player up top not going to be able to peek. Rolling Thunder goes through. Are they competing for this? Yes! They're going to go out and fight right now. Vitality making their close to final stand here and now. They've done well to start it off. The kills going their way, the control very much theirs. Head peek angles, attempt to fight Turco. He's down to 3 health, and he loses the rest of it pretty damn quickly. Good shot from Twistin. This is looking done. And we've seen this guy lurk again and again, but they're holding it down. And he can't even attempt it.
Yeah, the thing is, with the amount of time that was left on that defusal, he had to full sprint, and the second those steps are heard, every single player is homed in on that angle. Vitality with another big round. Impactful ultimates as well. Rolling Thunder was sublime, and they're just not allowing BBL to get into those afterplants. And because of that, BBL are going to take a pause. Again, I like it. It's early enough. You still got 5 rounds to play with. You've had so many big individual moments that you have to feel like this is still coming for BBL. Like at any moment, this game could just end. So for them, they're just going to go, okay, let's try and take the wind out of Vitality cells a little bit. We don't want them coming back online because we know that this is a strong team. Respect being shown, I'd say.
There's 5 rounds left to play for here for Vitality. 1 loss sends them out of the series, gives them another defeat. For Twistin, this guy could single-handedly, we've seen him win more than 5 rounds in a series before, and he has been quiet. This pause, I imagine he is sitting, stewing, reflecting on all the rounds that have just gone by, on the jet diff that this server is currently seeing.
Whoa. Have you met Salah before? There is no way he's letting him stew.
That's true.
There is some inspirational words being said. I've never seen Salah be quiet in his entire life. You could take that as you will.
The man, he doesn't stop talking, I'll tell you that. And right now, I imagine,
love him for it.
We absolutely do. We do. The mind games backstage are always fun to see, but in this moment, I don't know what he's going to say to Twistin, but I hope it works.
Son, even though I'm only a few years older than you, son, I believe in you.
You think that's all it takes?
It is like they do have a father-son relationship, even though Salah is.
Salah loves that, actually. He always tells me he's like the dad of the team, you know?
He uses the word daddy, actually.
Yeah, well, that's more Twistin. I think Salah's requested that to stop. 5 rounds, and in a row for Vitality, near perfection is what they strive for. Let's see just how close they can get. Vitality's defense is passive. Look at these guys. The B-side hold is... Well, I don't know if it's a hold. It's at the gong.
They've probably heard Kushin pop a Blaze Storm, and you go, nah.
I'm not going to let him dash in and take some space. I'll kill him from back here. Right call a lot of the time. And you notice as well, there's always a second man. I think Destrian here is playing almost like the security for Sender. You get flashed, you get dashed on. You've got him to cover. Same thing on C-side.
Yeah, they are having to use that drone quite early to almost just clear any aggressive position that might be there. Already forced off the angle, bone cold. Again, just looking to fall back. Now, this time out, they don't have as much in terms of retake holds. We've seen them do it with a lockdown. We've seen them do it with a rolling thunder. It's not quite the same.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough. I have to wonder, do they have an idea to harass these players on the way through? The shock darts, certainly something we've seen before, but that's for default, and it's not going to land. An off-plant position for Suchny. And it has worked out. There's so much to be done here, and an updraft from Twistin. Yeah, he might have a chance. There's no one I can see, though, that will be an easy kill from that position.
No, they're all playing incredibly passive. Just looking to try and work off of the time. Flash through. This will be the start of the retake. An aggressive position, but instantly wiped out. And in fact, they all fall like dominoes. Just Suchny left again. A chance, but Bone Cold lets go of that defusal. Instant headshots, his doppelganger. And Vitality climbed to 8. Another on the board, another opportunity, and a confident retake.
Without the use of those safety net ultimates, as you said, right before they went in, there's no rolling thunder, there's no lockdown. That starts to paint a pretty bleak picture. They're able to come out on top nonetheless. Fantastic work on the way through as well. You know, they were on the right cycle of utility for it, which is so important when you don't have those ultimates to help you get back in. Now to take a look at where the ult economy is at, though, Tom, I think we can pretty comfortably say it is favoring BBL. They're coming in with 3 ultis to work with.
Yeah, again, something that's likely to grant them that initial A-site control if they so desire it. In fact, Kushin's just going. I think he's had enough of this initial control being had. A little bit of support from Mosey, but he lands the headshot instead. The rest of the team are just waiting to see what he can do. And finally he goes down, but Bocod on 2 HP. He somehow comes out with a double.
He's done well, and he's not deterred either. It's 2 HP, and he sends himself forward through the smoke behind Aslan. They have no idea at this point. They might think about it, but it'll be too late. That smoke should fade very soon, and Bone Cold will have the world at his fingertips. 4 kills already. The lifeline Vitality needed, and it's delivered by Bone Bone Cold, now just 3 behind.
Truly unbelievable stuff from Bone Cold. Moving his way up that board, 21 kills. He is hit by a mountain of utility. Kushner diving in on him. A perfect reposition, timing on the shots, and kills off Aslan as well. I've never seen anyone deserve an ace more than that man there, but he will take a 4K all day long. Continuing this move up the mountain that BBL built for them. Still those ults stand. But again, okay.
That's what we want to see, man. More of that from Twistin. Early fight, dash out. Just decimating BBL's game plan. That's Suchny gone. He's a big part of taking space, of being able to support his teammates. That's gone. No more recons on the way through. And here comes a drone from Bone Cold. How many will this spot? They've managed to sneak their way into the corners, but he's checking long. There's one. Just one spotted, I think. I'm not sure that he saw Kushner at all. And that's going to get the peek out of Twistin. This time, no dash to save him. And Bone Cold falls.
How does Kushner come out of that with 2? Again and again, he just causes them issues, and now we're back into that retake again. Now, luckily, the players they did kill were actually the ones with the main ultimates. Aftershock, not really going to do too much of clearing these players out. TP's actually going to go into short, allowing them another avenue to try and retake from Destrian's position. Could be a valuable one. The flash stops Sender in his tracks. Even still, though, this clearance of Turco should give them a freebie kill. Sender will take him out. The remaining players trapped underneath, but they spray them down. It's left all onto one man. Can Destrian save them here? So many clutches in this map so far. They sit together and they take it home. BBL will have zeros on their board no longer. They get their first victory in VCT EMEA, and they take the head off Vitality. I don't think anybody expected this performance from them today.
I bet when BBL looked at that schedule, they didn't think that V stood for victory for them. But here we are, their first win under their belt. Hot off the back of a coach swap as well. It's not easy to do. In those moments where the timeout is called, it's a fresh voice there. One who might not be as familiar with the game plan, or maybe everyone's not as familiar with the new game plan. But that honeymoon period, we saw it from KC earlier. They look much better, I would say, than what we've seen before. And right here, no argument. BBL have stepped it up. They have leveled up their game.
Yeah, I think Kushner has basically cemented the easiest MVP ever in history. And a crazy performance from him. But there was so much depth in terms of just that individual brilliance we've seen so many times from BBL. And I feel like ultimately Vitality got boomed. Up until those last few rounds, I don't think we saw the true form. And I can tell you for free, they're going to have nightmares about Turkish teams for the rest of this event, because that is the second time Footballist did it to them, BBL have done it to them, and you're going to see it once more in the Prime Gaming post-match highlights. They had their moments, but it just wasn't enough.
Now there he is, the Lord of Smokes as well, and I'm starting to believe him a little bit. I kind of scoffed at him when he said it. I was like, no, they don't call you that, bro. Come on, you're just making that up for the video. But now I'm watching him play, I'm starting to think maybe there's something to it. Really fun to watch this team now reaching, I don't want to say their final form, but their next form. And they needed to at some stage. As Sue's been saying all day long, still having a chance technically at pushing the playoffs. And again, it will rely on a clean finish to the season. It will rely on maybe some other teams messing up in their games. They might not be fully in their control anymore, but it's possible. And PBL have come in and shown us they're willing to do whatever it takes to increase that possibility.
That's the thing. 4 losses definitely isn't a death sentence. It's just not a nice place to be. So they're going to have to prove themselves going forward. But taking someone down like Vitality, a team that have been looking pretty good this season, and doing it in a fashion of every single player really stepping up. It wasn't just one man, although at times it may have seemed that way. They looked very, very good today. And I think Vitality are going to have to take this, go back to the drawing board a little bit and turn things around, because that's the thing. If a team manages to rise up through the scoreboard, someone will have to fall, and Vitality are going to be praying to God it isn't them.
Well, that's it. Now they've got that head-to-head to worry about with BBL. That's one loss under their belt, and they've got a few others as well. So it starts to become a pretty scary season for them. One false step, and that could send you flying. Gotta say, though, for BBL, it is so good. We've been saying all season long, we just hate the fact that they haven't got the win on the board. The fact that their loss was to KC as well. You know, you're getting some of the easier games from what we're seeing out of the way early. It's good to see that they're now fighting back, and they've got some flair left. You on the BBL train now after what we saw today?
I don't know. Maybe I'm waiting at the station to see what we've got next, but a man that might be able to convince me will be Suchny, and we've got him coming up after the break on Post-Plant.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
What is this from EA? He is currently unstoppable. He is just a consistent demon. El Diablo.
Hey guys, it's EA. Welcome to my course on optimal VALORANT training. I'm going to be demonstrating now some angle clearing. I'll slowly come around the corner as well, making sure no one's on these off angles.
Hello everyone and welcome to Post Clan. We're gonna break down the game you just saw and we have a special guest, two special guests joining us today. First of all, we have Suchni from BBL and we have Noel Dai. Am I saying that right?
Yeah, it's right.
Dai? Yeah. I feel like Suchni Baba. Is it too soon?
Huh?
Suchni Baba, you take
Yeah,
that? You take that?
I'll take that.
Okay, you take that, you take that. Welcome guys, of course, you're a caster in Turkey. You've been following BBL's journey for a long time. And Suchni, I just gotta say, how good does it feel to win?
It feels amazing. Like,
Yeah.
finally, I'm able to feel that, you know? So we deserved this from the beginning of the season and we finally achieved it. I'm so happy.
Everyone else has been saying that like it's a bit unlucky that you haven't won yet because the games have been close. The Cougar game was like really late at night as well. There was loads of problems. Would you agree that maybe you've been a bit unlucky?
I mean, I'm not good with the unlucky words because we need to be better. Like, we cannot win 13-11 every match. We need to be much better than the enemy. So I don't accept the unlucky word, but it's clear that we need to improve.
I saw that a lot of tactics on the Heaven defense. You played really aggressive actually. You used to be play really aggressive defense. What changed this time? You win?
I think I read them really well. Like at one point they were like half buy and we played like 4A and we won that round. I think I was feeling really good that game.
Yeah, you had a great game. Speaking of you calling really well and having them really well, you were in a 2v2. We do have the round. I don't think you've seen it from this POV yet. There's a screen over here. So you and Kute are in a 2v2. And Kute in the lockdown goes forward, pushes the lockdown and gets a kill. Talk me through what was happening here.
We didn't know as well. Like he had some crazy like timing. He took it and we played each other well and we won the round. We know that he is 5 HP and it was easy clutch.
There was I think he threw a one-way here as well. I
Yeah.
think he like went above and beyond. Did you think that they were gonna win this when we were watching it?
When I see the Kuti, I thought that they will win. There is a term in Turkish, getting the wind in the behind. That's what he does. He feels the game and he wants to do it.
I thought it was a hille when I saw that. Yeah, there was an Aslan kill.
He's just one step ahead of the enemy, so it's really good from him. He won the clutch basically.
Yeah, I mean, you also.
No, it was him.
No, I'm sure you were doing a lot. You were shooting a dart
you know?
as well. You probably gave him the confidence, you know, to
Yeah,
feel like even if he
maybe.
died, you're still gonna be there. Why do you think that you won today? What was the reason?
There is a lot of aspects for today because today is Aslan Mashadov's birthday.
Yeah.
I wish him very happy birthday, brother. So today I wasn't seeing my sister for like 8 months. She's here and I'm finally able to see my mom and dad and this is holiday in Turkey, so it's really good day to win a game.
Are they all here in the Coliseum
my
to watch the
family is
game? Oh my god! Okay,
Had
the
to win.
family buff. It's the family
Yeah, family buff, exactly.
I mean, of course, Noel, you've been believing in this team for a long time. I think even when other people didn't believe, I know the Turkish community and casters always believed. So how big of this is a moment for you as well to see them win?
Of course, we wait for this win for so much time. I was thinking that they were gonna win against Giants as well because Giants did look shaky, but we didn't really play good. Foot also didn't play good against Giants, but it happens. They still have chance. We talk about it in the Turkish broadcast. They have to win matches against Giants, against VIT, against Heretics. It starts now.
Yeah.
They still have chance and they have to push it. On the next matches, they will play better for sure because they have the power now inside.
Yeah, I feel like you just need one, right? You need one and then the momentum's
Yeah,
gonna
the
start.
momentum, that's what we need.
Yeah. Is there anything that they did today that you really liked? That you anything that they did that you were proud to see?
I think they have the confident plays. Like they pushed a site close to third round, I guess, at the bonus round. They used really good skills like Turcos Earthquake, Turcos Flashes. They played really well on that round and they keep doing it. That's the problem. They didn't get back, okay guys, we won, we have to play safely. No, they push it, they play it, they want it, and they win it.
Is that fair to?
Yeah, exactly. We won it, you know. That's why we win. Like we want it really hard.
I mean, I could feel it from you guys. Although I think there is one person on your team. Like when I look at you guys play, because we hear your comms sometimes, we see your reaction, like the screaming, like Kute, like Aslan's like veins like popping out of his head. But there's one person who doesn't react at all. Your coach, your new coach, Epic.
Oh, really?
Take a look at his reactions today. So I want you to guess if this is reaction to you winning or losing, because I cannot tell. Like every single round. By the way, this was on Ascent, so you were winning at this point. And what's he like? Is he always like this?
He's always like this.
I think there's one round where he claps, but yeah, here we go. That's the most. That's the most. No smiles, no anger, no. The face is just like straight. There's no any kind of indication of how he feels. Oh yeah, this is. I think this is on the second map we just watched on Haven. Oh, he smiled. There was a smile. There was a smile.
Can smile.
Talk me through, you know, when he kind of got promoted into your team. Has a lot changed, you know, compared to when Vlad was here?
I think right now his main goal is to adapt a discipline for the team, which is really good for the Turkish team, and he's doing really well for now. And we're really happy that we have a.
Yeah.
I worked with him actually. He just came a guest as a shotcaster in Turkish broadcast. He's a really good guy. He knows the game. He really have the power. He can say what you want actually. That's his main power, I guess.
Is the bald buff a thing in Turkey? Is that? Do you have
it's
that?
a thing.
Yeah.
He went to barber to cut his hair.
Oh, okay. I mean, that makes sense. I do want to ask though, because obviously I've known Vlad for a very long time. You've worked with Vlad as well on the broadcast, and I think for him, he's been at BBL before, and then, you know, he left and he came back again. It was like something, at least from my side, it was really a passion to his heart. It wasn't just a job. It wasn't just like, I'm a coach. It felt so personal to him. So obviously, like, we were all kind of surprised that he, you know, was let go by the org. Can you tell us a little bit about why that happened?
Well, I think the fixture explains itself. We were 0-4 at the tournament, and we had to make some changes, and they decided for that.
Do you really think it was because of the blood or something else?
I mean, there's a saying in Turkish, like, when everyone is guilty, no one is guilty. So that's my answer for that.
By the way, I know, like I say, Epic, he's a really good coach. He did well on the Fenerbahce Esports as well, with the young players actually. So I know that he is gonna be a good coach, but I knew that Vlad was good as well, and he communicates well. So I was surprised about it. That's why I asked, actually.
Yeah, I think, I mean, at least like with Epic coming in, you're getting results. So, you know, that change probably was something that you guys might have needed. What's Epic like as a coach then? Is he very strategic? Is he like very vocal or anything like that?
He's much vocal, and like, he's a, how can I say this? I don't know, but like, he's a strong man, you know? He's stand by his opinions, and he defends himself, and he tries to teach the game to the team, so that's really good from him.
Doesn't take any slack from your team.
Yeah. he's like exactly the boss, you know.
Oh, okay.
Coach.
Yeah. So you guys, you have to behave. You have to be, you know, on your best behavior. Oh, okay. Kind of reminds me of Owner from Latin America. He also bowled, by the way.
Exactly. Like Owner.
Yeah, like Owner.
We like Onur as well in Turkey.
Oh, why?
They have huge fun. I don't know why.
He's also Turkish?
No, he's not Turkish.
Okay.
He just owns a Turkish name. That's why.
Oh.
Onur is a common Turkish name.
Oh, I wonder if that's his actual name or it's like a, you know, like a gaming name, you know. I'll ask him the next time I
don't
see
know.
him.
I don't really know.
Does he know that he has a big Turkish fan base?
Yeah,
he does.
We talked with him.
Oh, that's hilarious. Oh my gosh, that's amazing. One other person that's here, AimDL,
Yep.
I think he came in this week, right?
Yeah.
Is that because you have an intention of playing with him, or is he just coming over?
I think
as
we'll
a
see it with the time.
Oh.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I asked some professional players about AimDL because he was like not playing professional for 2 or 3 months, and they told me he's good enough, but he has time. He needs time. Sorry.
Adana Aim, no?
Yeah, Adana Aim, yeah.
Yeah, look at Alphaya. There seems to be a lot of really good Turkish players, I feel like, from
Yeah,
Adana.
there's a lot.
Yeah, some game changers players as well. I mean, hopefully we get to see him at some point, but it does feel like after the win today, I don't know where that would fit for him to come in.
Yeah, I cannot leak anything, so...
I'm trying so hard.
When you think there's a Aslan who plays Sentinel role, and we know AimDL is a Sentinel player, so do you want to replace Aslan?
Oh.
Probably you don't.
I mean, right now, I don't think you need to replace anybody, but I mean, we'll see. I'm sure you guys have a game plan. You don't want to leak anything, that's fine. Speaking of Aslan, we're going to rewind to Ascent, and Suchni, explain to me how Aslan won this 1v3.
Like, before that moment, when he went to the defender side, I told him that he won. Like,
Yeah,
in game. Like when he did the movement to the right side, I told him in the vote that he won the round, and he won. He actually won it. I don't know how is he doing these things.
How are you so sure? How are you so sure? How did you know? You felt it?
Yeah, I felt it because it was a really good move, and I trust in Aslan. And after the game, actually, I told him that your clutch is your birthday, bro.
But is there anyone that you don't trust on your team? Surely if there was anyone in that situation, you would also...
Yes, I will trust everyone in my team.
Do you think they trust you to win the 1v3?
Yes, I'm pretty sure.
BBL really has a good clutch players actually. Turco is one of the best ones.
Yes,
we
yes,
saw.
yes.
He was destroying at the end of the rounds on when he was playing on Supermassive. He's really good at it. And Suchni, he nearly clutches 1v3 at Heaven.
Oh my goodness,
it was so close.
So close. We were actually getting a little bit worried because I thought maybe you losing that, mentally it's going to be difficult for you to close that map out. Did you feel like at any point that maybe overtime? Maybe
no, like I didn't feel that. After 5-0, I didn't feel like we're gonna lose today. No way, it's not gonna happen.
I think we saw that in the way that you played. I do want to ask you because Turkish IGLs, it does still feel like we had Pora like way back, and then I know BBL, they kind of cycle through IGLs a lot, and it doesn't seem like outside of you and Mr. Farlan that we really saw kind of IGLs on your level. How does it feel now to be competing up there and to be a Turkish IGL that people outside of Turkey can see and respect?
I think it's a really good tournament for myself to show myself, So I'm really happy that I'm here, and I will show my best to everyone in the world. It feels so great.
You're a fragging IGL, which is like, we don't have many of those.
Yeah.
Yeah. But how do you balance that? Because I think a lot of the IGLs, they struggle between like calling, executes, strats, maybe micromanaging as well, and fragging. So how much is your role? Do you do a lot of micromanaging?
I think it's about my coach. He takes some responsibilities from my side, so I can focus on my individual practice as well. And it's about my coach, I can say that.
What about in the game? Do you do all the mid-round calling and all of that as well? Everything?
Yeah, I'm a little bit loose IGL. I don't tell everyone to do this move, but I do mid-round calling as well, and lead the team in every aspect of the round.
The other IGLs don't have an excuse now, I feel like. the ones that are bottom fragging.
It's hard to be IGL in Turkish team, by the way, because everyone is playing with the aim, if you can say, and you have to stop, don't overpeak, don't do that, you do it, right? I know they want to fight, they want to give aim fight, but you have to stop them, you have to prepare them to execute. That's the hard part of being IGL in Turkish team.
Do you actually have to say that to your teammates? Like, guys, don't overpeak, please.
I think we're currently like developing that situation for ourselves. Like we're trying to be much better on the discipline side, and right now it's going really well for us.
I can see that actually.
Epic.
We can see that because Futu is also improving that skill. They have experience in here now, and they can see what can do, and they are improving as a team. That's why I like Turkish teams right now more than before.
Oh yeah, I think we all do. Yeah, they're like real, actual, you know.
They're performing
I feel
well
like,
as well.
yeah, back in the days, Turkish team used to be kind of like, oh, they're just good at aim. That was the label, right? If you're being called like, you're just a Turkish team, that's just like you can
Everyone
aim.
was saying Turkish aim.
Yeah, Turkish aim. But who's the worst offender on your team? So when you tell them like, hey, don't overpeak, but they do it anyway. Who's the worst one?
Can I guess? Probably Kuti. Or Ascent.
Yeah, Kuti likes to take, like, not a bad thing, but Kuti likes to take responsibility and lead the team to victory for the round. And he thinks he can open the round. Many times it works, like most of the time. Sometimes it doesn't, so it's all good.
Well, what do you do then when you're like, don't go in, he goes, and you're like, ah?
we talk after practice, we talk after the officials.
Yeah, I feel for you. I think you're right. Turkish IGLs have like a harder job, it feels like, to try and get that discipline. But you guys are doing really well after what we saw of you today. I do also want to quickly take a look. We had something prepared this morning. Cougar and Lothar prepared this because, I mean, Ascent, you know, it's your map. This is, by the way, the picks and bans attack and defense win rate across all of the maps, but not including today's games. So obviously we see Split getting picked a lot. Haven and Pearl get banned a lot. I think one of the biggest criticisms people had of your team is like you can only play Ascent, and if Ascent gets taken away from you, it's kind of GG. But looking across this, like, does this surprise you? And what do you think about the narrative that you're only good on Ascent?
I'm surprised by that. Heaven is banned 17 times. Like, it's really surprising for me. And I mean, we're not one map tricks. I think we shoved our split really well. Like, we played it really well against Fnatic, against Karmine Corp as well. Like, we almost came back from 11-3, and I think you cannot say BBL that you're one map trick team, and I think it's going really well for now, and we will develop our map rotation in the future.
I mean, you are still the only team to take a map off of Fnatic. No one else has done it yet. Yeah, I mean, and you beat DRX on Ascent, so I feel like maybe... do you feel like it should be a situation where like teams should just ban Ascent against you if they want a chance?
I mean, it's up to them.
I think so.
They will probably think after this match.
Surely, right? Like, you can't... I think Vitality might have made a mistake to be like...
I checked their bans, by the way.
Yeah.
They ban Pearl every single map, every single match.
They do sometimes as well, and I think you guys were kind of... You knew they were going to ban Pearl, right? You left it to them.
Yeah, we didn't know. They could ban Ascent and work on Pearl, like, we didn't know anything, and they decided to ban Pearl, and we picked Ascent.
They ban Pearl every
That's
the problem. You can do that, of course you can do that. This is one of the strategies of the team. We don't play Pearl, we will play other maps, but you have to good at the other maps. That's the problem.
That's the thing. But I think especially when people always underestimate Turkish teams on Ascent. Everyone's always like, oh, it's okay, we'll go there. And then they learn a lesson, I feel like, every single time. Let's take a look at the standings right now, because you finally have a win on the board. It's no longer a 0, not a 0 down there. And it's good, actually, for you to know that you still have a chance to make it to playoffs. But if you can win the rest of your games, I'm pretty sure it's going to be a pretty easy qualification for you. But there's a couple of games I think you cannot afford to lose.
Yeah,
so it's very, very, very crunch time now. How does that make you feel?
I mean, we don't have room to error, you know, room for mistakes. We need to win every single match, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, and we will do that. We will definitely do that and make it to playoffs.
The next 2 weeks is very important for you.
Yes.
Against Korea and Team Heretics. I don't know which one is.
Oh, Heretics first.
Heretics
yes.
first. They have to win that. And after that, they have a little bit rough games against Navi and Foot, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, are you, yeah, because you play Fnatic already, so you just
Yeah, we
have-
played against Navi. We will play against Liquid Foot.
Oh, okay. Well, I think you're right. The Heretics Koi games, because they're a bit closer to you in the standings. Have you guys prepared for a scenario where maybe what happens if you don't make playoffs?
I mean, we'll see that, but I don't believe that. I believe that we will make the playoffs and we will do our best to qualify for Masters Tokyo.
Well, what is it that makes you believe so much? Because I think it's tough when even K-Corp, they admitted, we were talking to them earlier, that you know, things weren't going well. Like they felt it. So what makes you believe it so much?
I think on our side, you cannot say that things are not going really well because we deserved so much wins on the matches like Fnatic, Karmine Corp. They all came down to like 2 rounds, 3 rounds, and I think our fixture was like really tough at the first 4 weeks, and now we are in the easy fixture. Like the other teams, I respect them a lot, but like this Fnatic and now, you know.
Did you expect to lose Giants 2-0?
No.
Because I didn't expect that.
Yeah.
I thought you would gonna win 2-0 or 2-1.
Yeah.
What happened at that game?
I mean, we weren't feeling well, like we couldn't hit our shots and we couldn't play it off each other, and like we played really bad in like trade situations and we lost the game basically.
It feels like even though you guys were 0-4, you didn't kind of let it get to you. Is that fair? Like as a team, mentally, that the 0-4 didn't really mean much?
Yeah, every week is 0-0 for us. Like every week is a new beginning. Right now, we will celebrate the win, but next week, we feel like it's 0-0 again. So
How hard do you think it will be? Would it be?
I mean,
difficult?
it's gonna be hard, but it's not impossible, and we will do it.
I love this. I feel like if I believed anyway, but if I didn't believe before, like being in the presence of Sushni, the way that he's talking, it makes me believe.
Yeah, BBL needs confident. BBL needs to feel confident. They need it.
Yeah.
They have the confidence right now, and they are playing better. That's the main reason they have to believe it.
I mean, Vutajan, I don't know if you saw the photograph of him when he was like really depressed. Have you spoken to him at all? Has he spoken to you guys?
Yeah, he always speaks to us. He's a great boss, I could say. I mean, I couldn't talk with him after this game because I haven't got my phone yet. I'm pretty sure he's happy, and he's probably talking with the other guys in the telephone right now.
He must be so happy.
He probably throws something on the walls because of the happiness.
Yeah, it actually made me really sad when I saw that he was genuinely really sad. But I think it's because it was always so close. Like if you were getting like demolished every single week, the sadness would be like kind of like you are sad for 1 week and you're like, we're just bad, because everything, like you said, is so close.
Yeah.
I think that's why he was maybe feeling a little bit down. I'm going to give you an opportunity, if any Turkish fans are watching, for you to you know, celebrate the win with them. If there's anything you'd like to say down the
Can I
camera.
speak
Yeah, you
Turkish?
can speak Turkish. Yeah, go for it.
Hepinizin bayramını kutlarım. Umarım bu win sizin için çok iyi olmuştur. Bize iyi geldi. Bizi desteklemeye devam edin. Forza BBL.
Forza BBL. Yes. I heard that. But that is all the time I believe we have for today. You got any more questions for Sushni before we sign off?
Let me think.
What's your favorite color?
It's grey.
Grey.
Grey.
Oh.
I didn't.
I wouldn't have thought that. Yeah.
I was waiting like a blue.
No. This one. This grey.
La, okay. Sorry, I stole your question. Did you have a question? Yeah.
This is my last question. I can't speak. What do you think about the foot? Are they gonna be in the playoffs? Do you think so?
Hopefully they will make it to playoffs like that.
What about Masters?
I mean, hopefully we both make it to Masters. Like, they're a good team. They're disciplined. I really hope that we both can achieve our goals.
That would be crazy if 2 teams made it. Like everyone in Turkey.
After that comeback.
Everyone in Turkey is gonna like use their savings to go to Tokyo. I feel like everyone's gonna go. Actually, I did have one more question before we go. There was a really nice moment of you and Salah, like hugging on stage, and it seemed so wholesome. What's the backstory of that?
I mean, we're not blood related, but he's really brother. Like when we are in the another org, he stayed with me at my home with my family for like 2 months, and we become really good brothers. And He loves me. I love him. GG's.
Oh, it must have been so sad today that you had to.
Yeah, one of us had to lose. And
Oh, but would you like to see him also make playoffs? I guess.
yeah,
You want
well,
him to
hopefully,
be
yeah.
there as well.
Yeah, for sure.
They had a big chance as well. They won 3 games right now.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so nice. That's really nice. Hopefully he's not too sad because I think he was very confident before as well, but it's really nice to see the relationship between you guys. Thank you so much, Sushni, for joining me. Thank you, Noah, as well. That is it for this week. It was a quick week, you guys, but we're going to be back for more Valorant next week, and it's a big one next week. Our teams are all going to be back here, and make sure you have a nice weekend. I believe the LEC is on. If you want to tune into that, I definitely will be, and we will see you back here on Wednesday. Have a good weekend.
Bye-bye.
Opens up some opportunity. Slam that ultimate. I want to see it, baby. SMS! Wallbang shot! Someone shot her!
One enemy remaining.
Twisted! This man's an absolute lunatic!
30 seconds. Get out of my way! No punch swipe. Here.
It's F-Flex on the beat. It's F-Flex on the beat. Flex on the beat.